Thank you so much. Rhea. Rhea. On the part of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, the meeting is Committee on Public Order and Safety, the meeting is part of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. On Information and Communications Technology, this joint meeting with the Committee on Public Order and Safety and the Committee on Public Information is hereby called to order.
On the part of the Committee on Public Information, the meeting is hereby called to order.
The next item of our agenda is invocation. May we call on Representative Abante to lead the invocation.
Tumuli po tayo lahat.
And after which, the national anthem.
Tayo po ay sandaling manalangin. Dakilang Diyos, kayo po'y lumalapit sa inyo ngayong umagang ito, Panginoon. Pag-usapan namin ang mga bagay-bagay po na sumisira sa aming lahat, Lord God, na naglilingkod sa bayan. Hiling ko po na pagpalain po nyo ang committee hearing na ito. Hiling ko na bigyan niyo po ng talino ang aming mga chairman sa pagtalakay po ng mga usapin ito. Salamat po sa inyong biyaya po sa amin. Kung aming nalangin, pangalan ni Jesus. Amen. Amen.
The next item of our agenda is the roll call of members of each committee and determination of quorum. So the COMSEC is hereby directed to acknowledge the members of the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Who's present in here and present in via Zoom?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chairperson. Honorable members, the following members are present for the Committee on Public Order and Safety. Chairperson Danes Fernandez, Representative Benvenido M. Abante Jr., Representative Bernos via Zoom, Representative Ambrosio C. Cruz via Zoom, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Representative Amparo Maria Zamora via Zoom, Representative Joseph Steven Caraps Paduano, Representative Jose Joboy Aquino II, Representative Celso Rehencia via Zoom, Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Don Gonzalez Jr., Representative Jervil G. Beatrix Luistro, Representative Robert A. S. Barber, Representative Romeo M. Acop, Representative Bambi Emano, and Representative Loreto Acharon. We have 15 members, Your Honor. With 15 members in person and via Zoom.
Part of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, we have like President Paul and via Zoom. Declares the presence of the quorum. Go ahead, Co-Chair, please.
On the part of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, the Chair declares the presence of a quorum. Yes.
ng mga social media upang maglabas ng pekeng job offers at makapag-recruit ng mga kababayan natin na walang kamuang-muang at mabilis papalaganap ng ito, pwede ba nating ituring bilang mga traidor ng bayan? Marahil ay kinakailangan nating amyandahan ang ating mga batas, unang-una na Republic Act number 10175 o ang Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Marami mga panukalang batas ang nilagdaan ng aking mga kasamahan sa Kongreso. At ako mismo, naghain ako ng House Bill Resolution number 543 na naglalayo na maitatag ang social media regulation upang maprotektahan ang ating mga kabataan. Kinakailangan natin ang mga makabago at naangkop na mga polisiya at patakaran laban sa disinformasyon. Kailangan natin suriin mabuti kung paano maitatag ang fact-checking at content moderation sa ating mga social media platforms. Higit sa lahat, kinakailangan natin magkaroon ng isang makabuluhang diskurso patungo sa online safety at digital literacy. Lahat yan sa bawat Pilipino. Sa pamamagitan ng malawakang talakayang ito sa Kongreso, maging layunin natin na magkaroon ng public awareness at makadagdag sa kalaman ng ating kababayan ukol sa disinformasyon. Hinikayat ko po ang lahat ng narito sa ating pagpupulong na sikaping makamit ang layuning ito. Sa inyong lahat, maraming salamat po. The Chair now recognizes Congressman Chairman
Thank you, Mr.
John
Chair.
Pimentel. You're now recognized.
Good morning to everyone. Today, we gather to address a pressing issue that is increasingly permeating our digital landscape: the pervasive spread of fake news on social media platforms. As we delve into this inquiry, it is essential to underscore the critical implications that misinformation has on public discourse, democratic processes, and societal cohesion. Social media has transformed how we communicate and access information. It provides unprecedented opportunities for dialogue and engagement, allowing voices from all walks of life to be heard. Yet, the same platform has become a fertile ground for the rapid dissemination of falsehoods and misleading narratives. The consequences of such misinformation are profound, influencing everything from public health decisions to electoral outcomes and undermining trust in our institutions and each other. As lawmakers, our role is not only to understand the scope and nature of this phenomenon, but also to consider our responsibility in creating a framework that protects the integrity of information while respecting the fundamental principles of free speech. We must tread carefully, ensuring that our legislative responses do not inadvertently stifle legitimate discourse or infringe upon the rights of individuals. This inquiry seeks to illuminate the dynamics at play between social media, fake news, and the public. We aim to gather insights from experts, stakeholders, and the public at large, examining the efficacy of existing regulations, the accountability of social media platforms, and the potential for new legislative measures to combat misinformation. We must ask ourselves, what constitutes fake news? How can we differentiate between misinformation and legitimate debate? What role should media companies play in monitoring and curbing the spread of false information? And crucially, how can we empower the public to critically engage with information they encounter online? Together, let us strive to find solutions that not only address the challenges posed by fake news, but also foster a vibrant, informed, and responsible digital citizenship. Our discussions today and in the days to come will shape the path forward in this vital area, and I encourage you to contribute your insights and perspectives in this hearing. Thank you and good morning to everyone.
The next to deliver his opening remarks is the chairman on Committee on Public Information and Communication Technology. Committee on Public Information, chaired by Congressman Chairman Joboy Aquino. Now you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all of you. Let me thank our colleagues, resource persons, and everyone in attendance today as we try to understand and address the rampant spread of disinformation on social media. In today's digital era, its speed and impact are unprecedented, which compels us to address this head-on. Intentionally misleading information poses significant risk to our society, undermining public trust, threatening public safety, and influencing public opinion. We share a collective responsibility to address this challenge effectively. As I understand, we have representatives from different sectors, and our goal is to strengthen collaboration and explore approaches to counter disinformation. Each of you bring unique expertise and insights. We highly encourage all our resource persons to actively participate in our committee meetings and to exercise their freedom of speech, of expression, and of the press with diligence and integrity. As we engage in meaningful discussions, let us uphold the highest moral and ethical standards, recognizing that all freedoms and rights come with a responsibility to use them wisely. Together, let us foster a respectful and productive dialogue that contributes to inform policy making and the public good. With that in mind, I look forward to a constructive discussion with all of you. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair Joboy Aquino. Now, the Chair would like to recognize one of the authors of House Resolution number 2147, Senior Deputy Speaker Don Gonzales. Now, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Dan, Chairman Johnny, Chairman Joboy, honorable members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good morning to all of us. It is my privilege to sponsor House Resolution number 286, which calls for a joint inquiry in aid of legislation on the rampant posting of false and malicious content on social media platforms, while safeguarding freedom of speech and ensuring digital safety. Social media bridges gaps. Pinag-uugnay nito ang mga tao, bumubuo ito ng mga komunidad, nagpapalawak ng mga kamalayan at nagsusulong ng pagbabahagi ng kaalaman. According to online article by Data Reportal, the Philippines was home to 86.75 million social media users in January 2024. 2024, equating to 73.4% of the total population. At sabi naman ng Foundation for Media Alternatives, ang Facebook ay ang pinakamura at pinakamadaling ma-access dahil ang ilang mga network ay inaalok ito ng libre bilang bahagi ng kanilang data plan. Ngunit, sa kabila ng napakaraming benepisyong kakibat nito, social media can also be used as a conduit of inappropriate content. We all experience browsing our social media platforms, and more often, we come across racist, sexist, homophobic, religious, and political-based hate contents. Ang mga mapanirang nilalaman na ito ay naglalagay sa panganib sa kaligtasan ng publiko sa pamamagitan ng maling impormasyon, online harassment, mga panlilinlang at iba pang anyo ng cyberbullying. We affirm that instrumental role of social media in today's day and age, but there is an overwhelming need to address harmful content and at the same time uphold constitutional freedoms, particularly the freedom of speech and expression, which are considered cornerstones of our democracy. House Resolution number 286 proposes for the development of an improved transparency and accountability mechanisms for social media platforms. Most especially, it calls for an enhanced content moderation, reporting systems, and safeguards against misuse of algorithms. Additionally, digital literacy needs to be prioritized to help our fellow Filipinos discern credible information. Likewise, the resolution will also review Republic Act number 10175 or the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 to address the challenges posed by emerging technologies and harmful online content. To effectively address and promote digital safety, a multi-stakeholder approach must be carried out. Social media companies, cybersecurity experts, and legal professionals must come together to craft an effective and double legislation. By working together, we can ensure a safer digital landscape while preserving democratic values. Inihikayat ko po ang aking mga kapwa mambabatas at lahat ng ating mga panauhin na suportahan ang resolution ito upang matiyak ang kaligtasan ng ating digital space. Let us reconfigure our social media platforms with meaningful discourse, innovation, and empowerment rather than a breeding ground for deception of harm. Takal po salamat, may payabak at po kay Katam.
Ano yan?
Good morning to all of you. Takal po salamat. Maraming salamat.
To deliver the next opening remarks, the one who deliver his privilege speeches, two privilege speeches in the plenary on December 4 and 16, 2024. Chairman Robert Ace Barbers, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very short, Mr. Chairman. As the proponent of the privilege speech that was delivered last year, with respect to the issues in the social media, allow this representation to deliver a very short opening remark, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga, mga kasamahan, honorable colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathered here today not to silence voices, suppress free speech, or curtail the constitutional right to freedom of expression. Instead, we are here to draw the line between responsible discourse and the deliberate, systematic abuse of digital platforms to spread lies destroy reputations, and manipulate public perception. This hearing seeks to establish a regulatory framework for social media similar to how the Kapisanan ng mga Broadcasters sa Pilipinas or the KBP regulates television and radio broadcasters, and how the National Union of Journalists of the Philippines or the NUJP upholds ethical standards for print media. Our goal is to develop a code of conduct for content creators, ensuring accountability and ethical responsibility in this rapidly evolving digital space. While we uphold the constitutional right to freedom of speech, we must also recognize the urgent need for regulation to prevent the misuse of digital platforms. The lack of oversight has allowed vloggers and online influencers to freely spread harmful narratives without fact-checking or ethical accountability. To address this, social media platforms like TikTok and Facebook must be treated as legitimate businesses requiring a franchise or accreditation system. By holding these platforms accountable for monitoring and removing defamatory content, we can foster a safer and more responsible digital environment. This measure will not only encourage ethical content creation, but also curb the spread of libelous and misleading information. Just as traditional media operates under legal and ethical standards, bloggers and online influencers must also be subject to similar regulations to prevent the reckless dissemination of falsehoods. In recent years, we have witnessed the alarming rise of trolls, bloggers, and malicious online actors who, under the guise of exercising free speech, systematically spread fake news and engage in character assassination. These individuals and groups, operating with seeming impunity, have poisoned public discourse and in many instances tarnished the reputation of those who dare challenge their narratives. Despite the existence of laws such as the Cybercrime Prevention Act, Filipinos remain vulnerable to online deception, harassment, and digital attacks that threaten not only individual lives but also the integrity of our democracy. The reality is that these network of trolls are not simply expressing opinions. They are engaged in a well-orchestrated, well-funded campaign to spread disinformation, manipulate public perception, and destabilize institutions. The sources of funding for these operations remain in the shadows, possibly linked to illicit activities such as POGO operations or criminal syndicates. These financial resources are weaponized to create chaos, erode trust in government, undermine the media, and weaken our democratic foundations. Ironically, but not surprisingly, none of these actors speak out against China's aggression in the West Philippine Sea, proving our suspicion of illegal foreign funding. Let us be clear, this is no longer a mere issue of online criticism. What we are facing is a calculated effort to deceive, defame, and discredit those who seek to uphold the truth. These trolls are mercenaries of disinformation, paid to disrupt, confuse, and divide. Their mission is to drown out facts, distort the truth, and silence those who speak out against corruption and injustice. We too have not been spared. As public servants, we have been personally targeted by these malicious actors. Myself, my colleagues, and even the President, we accept criticism when it pertains to our official duties. But it is evident that these attacks go beyond public accountability. Their true intent is to discredit us before the electorate and the people we serve through personal and baseless attacks. The Supreme Court in Labargan versus People of the Philippines, GR number 246824, citing the Care Jr. versus People in GR number 206015, ruled that, and I quote, offensive imputations against public officers do not constitute defamation if these relate to their discharge of official duties unless the prosecution proves actual malice. Defamatory utterances are malicious when made with knowledge that they were false or with reckless disregard as to its falsity, unquote. But this issue is bigger than any individual case, Mr. Chairman. This is about every Filipino who has been a victim of online harassment, cyber libel, and digital deception. If we continue to ignore this growing problem, we are failing the people we have sworn to protect. Social media should never be a tool for personal attacks or harassments or the destruction of reputations. Those who exploit these platforms to spread black propaganda, lies, and harm others must be held accountable. We have also received reports of vloggers soliciting donations under the pretense of funding their content, only to be involved in scams and online fraud. All this must stop, Mr. Chair. Today, we commit ourselves to finding solutions. We will explore ways to protect the public from the dangers of fake news and disinformation while ensuring that our digital spaces remain safe, ethical, and credible for future generations. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was 10 minutes. I thought
9 minutes only.
It was short. Anyway, the next item of our agenda is the acknowledgements of the resource persons who are present today. Thank you for coming over. And the COMSEC is hereby directed to acknowledge those personalities. And to those who will not be acknowledged, please approach po yung ating mic and ask to be recognized by the chair. Thank you so much. COMSEC, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning again. The following resource persons are present from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, Undersecretary Jeffrey E.N.D., Ms. Christine Applepre, Ms. Michelle Pagalilawan, Mr. Renato Del Rosario, and Attorney Don Josef Tiansay. From the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, Undersecretary Alexander K. Ramos, Attorney Alvin Navarro, and Ms. Christine Jane Flores. From the Department of Justice, Office of Cybercrime, Attorney Rodan Parocha. Secretary Ivan Uy. Apologies, sir. From the Department of Justice, Attorney Rodan Parocha of the DOJ Office of Cybercrime, with Head Agent Ina Marie Feliz Protasio Ladislao, and State Counsel Attorney Kirshen Bautista. From the National Bureau of Investigation, Attorney Van Homer Angluben. From the National Telecommunications Commission, Attorney Andres Castelar Jr. From the Philippine National Police, Police Brigadier General Bernard Yang of the PNP Anti-Cybercrime Group, with Colonel Columbo Aberia of the ACG, Police Lieutenant Colonel Anacleto Daliva of the PNP Legal Service, Colonel Nova De Castro Aglipay, the Chief of the Legal Affairs Division of the ACG, and from the University of the Philippines, Associate Dean for the College of Media Communication, Dr. Rachel Ican. From the Center for Policy and Executive Development of the UP, Dr. Enrico Basilio. And Ms. Angela Chavez, also from CPED. Online, we have Attorney Michael Chu of the UP College of Law, And online, we also have Dr. Jonathan Corpus Ong of Global Digital Media and the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. From the Kapisanan ng mga Broadcaster ng Pilipinas, Attorney Rudolph Holarbal. From Vera Files, Ms. Ellen Tordesillas, President and Co-Founder. Mr. Chair, from the social media personalities present that we invited 40 plus, sir. With us today are Attorney Rico Tomotorgo, Ms. Maria Lourdes Tiquia of Publicus Asia, and Mr. Mark Louis Gamboa. That's all, Your Honor, for now. Thank you.
Okay,
Additional resource person, sir, from Press 1, Mr. Felipe Ipe Salvosa, editor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification from COMSEC. Out of the
Go ahead, go ahead.
41 social media personalities, only 3 have attended.
Yes, Mr. Chair, some of them sent excuse letters
Okay.
via email.
yes, we have received of a different communication coming from the different resource persons, including the platforms like TikTok, YouTube, Google, and Facebook, Meta, Facebook, and to some personalities who have written us an excuse letter. They want to see or to acknowledge these excuse letters. Siguro isa-isa natin, no, para at least maging fair naman po doon sa mga resource persons who have attended while others have not. So ito po yung mga excuse na galing kay Chrisette Chu. I think this is reference to your invitation to joint inquiry. After careful consideration, I would like to respectfully turn down your invitation due to these following reasons. There are so many reasons, and maybe I'll be giving this to the members for their perusal afterwards para makita natin what action to be taken. Also from Aaron Peña, meron din po siyang excuse letter. Yes. Mr. kay Mark Anthony Lopez just received today. I think this is also an excuse letter. Kay June Abines, after having a discussion with my lawyers, I regret to inform you that I won't be attending the hearing today because objective the hearing is an attempt to curtail the people's right to expression. From Richard Mata, thank you for the invitation. I just received this yesterday. Just a day before the event, I consulted my lawyer and was advised not to attend. The late invitation plus the unclear purpose of the event. We support the freedom of speech. We also support it. From Elizabeth Joy Cruz, same excuse, meron din excuse. Kay Attorney Trixie Cruz Angeles, I respectfully decline this invitation as I question the legality of the inquiry as well as the proposed legislation for being violative of the constitutional guarantee of free speech. From Ethel Garcia, decline as well. From Maui Spencer, out of the country. From Sean Wayne, long excuse. And sa TikTok, YouTube, and Meta. So I think the members have to decide on the other members who have not given us any excuse letter for not attending on this resource person.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta and then Congressman Abante.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Judging from the title of the resolution before us, is it correct to assume that this hearing is only limited to social media platforms?
No, of course not.
Because the way I see it, it only addresses the problems, alleged problems encountered, I against bloggers?
Chairman, Congressman Marcoleta. That's the reason
Because-
why we have invited as well the government agencies and also the academe and other media outlets who have parameters on.
But we have not invited members of the mainstream media, Mr. Chair.
We did. And that's the
what
reason
was
why
what was the
we're
response?
asking for the excuse letter as well, because a while ago, the COMSEC have acknowledged the persons of the resource persons who have been invited.
Did
but-
we invite, Mr. Chair, Philippine Inquirer and Philippine Star?
COMSEC, can you please reply to the query of the good gentleman from Sagi Party List?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Philippine Daily Inquirer was not invited, Mr. Chair.
How about
Mr. Chairman.
other social media? How about some other major media outlets?
Philippine Star, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, KBP was invited, kapisanan ng mga broadcasters sa
And the president of the
Pilipinas.
KBP is here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did that satisfy the query of Congressman Marcoleta?
Because I think, Mr. Chair, even the social, not only the social media are supposed to be invited, but also the mainstream media. I am personally victimized by these two popular newspapers, broadsheets. May I cite a particular example just to dramatize, Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Kaya importante lang sana, gusto ko rin silang marinig ko nandito.
you want
Just a point of order.
So what's the point of order?
We are still in checking all the invitations that was sent to all the invitees. At the same time, Mr. Chairman, some of those invitees are not present. And with regards to the query being made by Congressman Coleta, I do believe that he has a basis for that. And since, Mr. Chairman, the COMSEC has confirmed that indeed Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star are not invited in today's hearing. Since Congressman Marcoleta is not a member of this committee, may I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that in the next hearing, we will invite Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star to expedite discussion, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
May I know, Mr. Chair, why
By Congressman Paduano, and we have to tackle first the motion. Huh? We have to tackle the motion.
I
that
second
what,
the motion.
and there's
Honorable Paduano.
that was duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. So, Congressman Marcoleta, your query is valid. Unfortunately, I think it's the fault of the COMSEC for not inviting, because you have to consider as well that we have invited so many already for the bloggers. It was like 40, and we cannot accommodate everybody. And that's the reason why your query is so valid that we will be inviting them in the next hearing. And at the same time, having said that, your story about being victimized of those two broadsheet can be tackled in the next hearing. So the next item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you have the floor right now, Congressman.
I just would like to find out if Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz, a.k.a. Joey DeVere, Vivre, was invited.
Congressman,
If he was invited,
Mr. Chairman,
I'd like
a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
what's the point of order?
Once again, Mr. Chairman, the floor is still with Congressman Marcoleta, and is she okay na po ba? Congressman Marcoleta, with regards to the query that I move to invite Philippine Daily Inquirer and Philippine Star.
Yes,
And
yes,
it was
yes.
approved.
Well,
Now,
actually, I have already taken action.
yeah, I
on
know.
the
But
query of
the floor is still
Congressman.
with Congressman Marcoleta, and I asked personally Congressman Marcoleta to the chair if he is satisfied with the motion that I have made, Mr. Chairman. And after that, siguro, let's proceed with another member of the House of this committee.
Congressman Marcoleta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have to include another aspect of inquiry. Kasi hindi lamang po yung social media at saka yung mainstream media. I was also personally victimized by certain survey firms. Nagsasurvey po sila. For example po, yung SWS, kailangan sabihin ko na po. Nag-survey po sila ng third quarter survey last year. And they listed 40 names, senatorial preferences. Nandito po sa akin, ibibigay ko po yung kopya po, reference ng ating committee. There are 40 names mentioned and indicated in that list. Ito po, Mr. Chair. Gusto ko lamang pong emphasize na dito sa 4 na pong senatoriables po na kanilang ginamit dito sa survey na to, meron pong 6 na relatively unknown. Babasahin ko po ang pangalan. Adonis Jerome, Andamo Jocelyn, Arambulo Ronel, Doringo Mimi, Floranda Muri, Danilo Ramos. Meron po naman 7 na sikat, Mr. Chair, pero hindi naman nagpahayag po ng pagtakbo bilang senador. Andiyan na po si dating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte, dating Senador Franklin Drilon, dating Senador Richard Gordon, Harry Roque, dating Vice Presidente Robredo Maria Leonor, at saka po yung ating Secretary of Defense, Gilbert Chodoro. Pero po malinaw dito, Mr. Chair, hindi po nila ako nilagay dito sa 40. Pero no pong yung outcome pong ito ipalabas nila, number 36 po ako. Paano po mangyayari na ako po ay magiging number 36, hindi naman po kasali rito? Ito po yung klase ng mga manipulative surveys na pinaniniwalaan po ng mga tao. Sana po hindi na lang nila ako sinama sapagkat wala naman ako rito. Sino po ba si Adonis Jerome, Andamo Jocelyn, Arambulo Ronel, Doringo Mimi, Floranda Modi, Mr. Kong Barbers, may kilala ka ba rito? Bakit naman po, hindi ko naman po pinagpipilitan na isama nila ako rito. Ang problema, hindi po ako kasama, Mr. Chair, pero nilagay po nila ako doon sa resulta, number 36 ako. Hindi naman po tatama ito. Ito po yung gusto nating i-address lahat. Hindi lamang po social media.
We understand that your predicament,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Marcoleta.
Bibigay ko po yung kopya para sa
the
referensya po.
representation also doesn't believe that. Because on my own assumption, nasa top 5 ka. So, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman, just
Mr. Chair.
kidding aside. No.
Mr. Chair.
Kidding aside. We have to tackle that issue as well, that being espoused by Congressman Marcoleta. So we will be inviting over in the next hearing, what survey firm is that? SWS and the Parsation. Ilan ba yan?
Ito lang muna yung nakita ko.
Because-
At saka yung Manila Broadcasting Corporation.
NBC. Because in the House resolution itself, the House resolution number 2147, it clearly states,
Social media lang.
Yeah.
Ito lang eh.
Oh, kaya yun lang yung topic natin. But we cannot,
but it was delivered. No. Congressman Barbers, you have delivered in your privilege speech a wide, comprehensive approach on this matter.
That is
Everything
correct, Mr.
inviting
Chair.
over the survey firm is also correct.
yeah, maybe we
Because
can
we are tackling
expand.
not only the House resolution number 2147, we're also tackling 2 privileged speeches that was delivered by you. So I think may basis po yung kay Congressman Marcoleta. Okay, and at the same time, so there's some,
Mr. Chair,
noted po yung kay Congressman Marcoleta. Now,
May I now be
Chairman
recognized?
Abante, now you are recognized.
my query is if we have invited a certain Elizabeth Cruz, no, aka Joey De Vibre, Mr. Chair, if we have invited her and she has an excuse letter, may I know what was the excuse, Mr. Chairman?
Concept, please answer the query of Congressman Abante. Please.
Matapang sa social media. Harap dito.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miss Elizabeth Joy Cruz was invited and she sent an excuse letter via email.
Ano po yung kanyang excuse letter? Ano yung dahilan?
One moment, sir. I'll get it from the chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Can you kindly also, Comsec, can you kindly also try to tell us those resource persons who have not attended this committee hearing? Yung may mga excuse letter, okay yun. But those who have not reply to our request to be present on today's hearing.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
particularly first, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Congressman Abante.
particularly I am referring to AKA Joe Divivri sapagkat matindi yung kanyang mga sinabi dito. Gusto ko talagang makita siya at makausap sapagkat dito minura niya ako. At ang sabi niya, panay kabobohan sa quad. Sayang kuryente sa'yo.
Bigyan mo sa kanya.
Ano yung pack you? Yung pack you. Hindi ko alam yung pack.
Huwag mo na sabihin.
Congressman
Abante.
Wala lang. Katutuloy ko lang puta.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman, don't be so personal. Let's be more comprehensive on this approach.
Pinapasa ko lang po. Pinapasa ko lang
Sige, go ahead. I'll give you
Pangalawa, November 13, 2024, nagmura na naman siya. Hindi ko na babanggitin yung mura niya. Pag tinatanong kung anong legislation ginawa niyo in relation to this, BS, ano ba yung BS? BS inquiry, sasagot ka. Swelduhan ka ng taxpayers, gago. November 3, 2024, si Benny Abante at si Romel Marbil ay mga protektor ng illegal na droga dahil pilit nilang pinalalabas na hindi ito ganoon kasama. Tapos sabing ganyan, si Dan Fernandez and Ace Barber's survey are depressing. Alam na nila na matatalo sila sa eleksyon. So what is the hearing for? Smoke screen for the discount. Tinabi ko ito sapagkat matindi po itong mga akusasyon na ibinigay nitong gusto ko nilang magmura Hindi na ako bumumura muna. Oo. Kailangan po, itong mga to, ang tatapang nila Ang tatapang sa pagmumura, nang wala tayong kalaban-laban. Ngayon, pag kaharap dito, hindi makaharap dito. Mga takot din pala yung mga yan
Please hold your fire, please.
I'm
Just on the process of administrative, ano pa lang muna tayo, Congressman Abante. We can tackle that on the interpellation.
Mr. Chair, gusto ko lang pong bagitin tong kanya excuse letter. Nakalagay dito, after meaningful consultation with my lawyers, gumaya pa na abogado. I have decided to respectfully decline. Respectfully? Minumura tayo, respectfully? To share my knowledge on matters. Hindi knowledge ang kailangan natin.
The lawyer, if this is like...
Ask the lawyers kung libelous yung ginawa niyo o slander. Nakalagay, I would like to categorically state that I am neither paid by POGO operators. Hindi na pinag-uusapan. Pinag-uusapan natin yung mga sinabi niya. Tapos, respectfully, Elizabeth Joey Cruz. Nakikinig po sa atin ngayon, nanonood ngayon. Humarap ka dito, kumatapang ka. Hirap sa iyo, nagbumura ka. Nang dyan na wala kaming kalaban-laban. Humarap ka dito. Dito. Namo.
Chairman.
Wait. Quiet, please observe, refrain from laughing or whatever expression you wanted to, please observe decency and, of course,
Chair, I move that we strike out.
with all due respect, with Congressman Abante, I feel your sentiment, I feel your sentiment, but we are in the process of finding out the, yung pong implementation of the 10175. And I respect your freedom of expression. But what I'm trying to tell you is to refrain from the fire that you wanted to express, But for now, nandun pa lang po tayo sa administrative matter, and we wanted to finish that, and then we will be discussing, or we will be approving the ground rules. Wala pa po yung ground rules, and kaya nga po doon sana yung kay Chairman Abante, doon papatak yan sa ground rules. Anyway, having said that, siguro we'll proceed to the next item
Mr.
of our
Chair,
agenda is to approve.
So that we can have an
Yeah,
orderly hearing, we must first approve the ground rules. I believe that the COMSEC has already distributed copies of the ground rules
Correct.
to the members present. So therefore, Mr. Chair, I move to approve the ground rules.
Yes, there's a motion to approve the ground rules. And I believe that the members of this committee have already received the yung pong ground rules natin, and you have already read it. So siguro I need a second motion for this. Any second motion?
Second.
This was duly seconded. Any
Seconded.
objection?
Second.
Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. Hindi ko babasahin naman ang ground rules. So the next item of our agenda is for all the
Mr. Chair,
yes, Congressman Zamora.
I would like to reiterate my earlier motion to strike out the expletive that was mentioned by my idol, Representative Abante. Earlier. Second motion.
Mr. Chair,
Second motion.
I object because it was not expletive. Sinabi ko lang, namo. That can mean anything. That
1
can
minute
mean
suspension.
anything.
Hearing resume.
If that is the... Huh?
No, it was seconded, Mr. Chairman. And the objection with Congressman Abante, it's up to the members if they will vote for it, for the objection with Chairman Abante.
1 minute suspension.
Okay na.
Hearing resume. So there's a motion to strike out the word that was delivered by Congressman Abante, and this was duly seconded. Any objection?
Mr.
Hearing none,
Chair.
that motion is approved.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
yes,
I
Congressman
just would
Abante.
like to manifest na because it was a motion made by she's just like a daughter to me because her father is a very good friend of mine. So I would like to withdraw my objection, although it is not actually an expletive.
Yeah.
But I'm withdrawing it for the sake of the motion, Mr. Chair.
So the next item of our agenda is the administering the oath of the resource persons. Those who have been invited to attend this committee hearing, please stand up, and the COMSEC is hereby directed to administer the oath of the resource persons.
May we request all the resource persons invited to stand, raise your right hand and repeat after me. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry? Thank you. Please take your seat.
Mr. Chair, once again, we would like to have an orderly proceedings of the hearings. So therefore, we have some reminders to the members because after this, we will now proceed to the deliberation and discussion. Please be reminded that pursuant to our ground rules, House members shall register with the committee secretary and shall be recognized on a first to register basis. Members shall be given 10 minutes each for their interpellation, excluding the answers of the resource persons. No member, except the chairpersons or the presiding officer and the senior deputy speaker, shall be allowed to speak or make interjections during the course of the interpellation of a member unless and until recognized by the lead chairperson or the presiding officer. Lastly, we enjoin everyone to observe proper decorum and basic courtesy in our proceedings. Please address your questions to the co-chairs and wait to be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Co-Chair. Pimentel.
Chairman.
So, muna tapos doon. The next is Chairman Aquino for the discussion proper. Please discuss it.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the permission of my co-chairs, I would like to propose that we first hear from the academe, then government agencies and independent media organizations to give us a situationer on the social media landscape. Each presenter shall have 10 minutes. Thank you.
So the proposed flow of discussion, una po yung academe, si Dr. Jonathan Ong, then academe muna, then government agencies, then the independent media organization. This will be the flow of our discussion. But for the meantime, going back to the administrative matter, Congressman Chairman Chairman Paduano, have something to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a matter of procedure, Mr. Chairman. And a protocol of every committee hearing, Mr. Chairman. All resource person being invited in every hearing and absent should have an excuse letter or explanation. And if that excuse letter is valid and acceptable to the committee members, so we will just invite them to the next hearing. But for all those resource persons with an excuse letter or without an excuse letter, they should be invited through a show cause order for the next hearing, Mr. Chairman. So that's a matter of protocol and procedural in every committee hearing, Mr. Chairman. That's why I want to go back to the invited guest that was mentioned by Congressman Abante. And it's up to Congressman Abante that what will be the next step for this committee, for his or her invitation in the next hearing. I just want to make it clear, Mr. Chairman, that all invitees who are not present in today's hearing the committee should have a proper disposition with regards to their invitation, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chair, in relation to what Congressman Paduano said, may I know if we're going to invite again those social bloggers?
What's the pleasure of the body for those who have been invited and have not written us any excuse letter? It's up to the body.
To
If you want,
me, Mr. Chair,
Huh?
to me, Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
let
Chairman
us
Abante.
invite them again. If they don't show up or make an excuse letter, then I'll make a motion that we issue a show cause order on them.
So there's a manifestation by Congressman Abante that those who have not written any excuse letter will be invited again in the next hearing. Actually, hindi to motion, but it's a procedure that is being governed as, no? So, doon sa mga resource persons na hindi po nakarating, na hindi nagpadala ng mga excuse letter, you are being invited again in the next hearing. And for those who have written an excuse letter, what's the pleasure of this body on the excuse letters that they have sent us? Because they have
Mr.
written
Chairman.
as letters.
Mr. Chairman, kasi po, in our procedure, depende po sa content ng excuse letter if it is valid or not. That's why, I suggest, kaya lang, tumatagal tayo dito,
Yeah.
I suggest sana na we will discuss each and every excuse letter. Kasi magkaiba po reason at saka content ng letter.
Correct.
Diba? For example, in the case of the person that was mentioned by Congressman Abante, ganon po yung sagot niya. Shall we invite her, babae ba? Shall we invite her again or issue a show cause order? For me, Mr. Chairman, that is offensive and we should also issue a show cause order for her. And we will not just invite her in the next hearing, we will issue a show cause order for that person. Mr. Chairman.
According sa, okay, thank you so much for that, Congressman Paduano. According sa Section 9 of our rules, witnesses shall be granted more than two postponements of appearance before the committee without justifiable cause. So we can issue a show cause order because wala silang justifiable reason.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Congressman Ako, please.
we must distinguish the resource person who was invited but did not offer any excuse from the resource person who was invited but came up with a letter excuse. So why should we treat them the same? According to our protocols, as we have done in the previous committee hearings, those invited persons who did not offer any excuse, the next order is for them, for the committee to show cause, to issue a show cause order to explain why. And for those people who offered an excuse for their absence, it's up for the committee to determine whether the excuse is acceptable or not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think we have so many excuse letters that were given to us by the COMSEC.
Mr. Chair,
And
particularly
yes,
the excuse order, the excuse letter of this Miss Elizabeth Joey Cruz. She said, I know that the time of the committee is precious and I am coming from deep concern on prudent utilization of public resources. Mr. Chair, this is contemptible. This is not respecting this committee. How dare she would say the prudent utilization of public resources? I therefore make a motion, Mr. Chair, that we issue a show cause order on this Elizabeth Joey Cruz. I move therefore, Mr. Chair.
so there's a motion to issue a show cause order to that resource person. What's the name? Elizabeth Cruz. And there was a second motion. Any objection? Hearing that, the said motion is now approved. Yun po yung merong excuse letter. And there's still a lot. Like, for example, yung kay Sean Wayne, kay Maui Spencer, kay Ethel Garcia. But you have to read the content of their excuse letter. Like, for example, one of these, you want to move on this, or you want to discuss this on a later part of the discussion? Or you want to have an omnibus motion with all of this, But there are excuse letters which are valid. Like, for example, this personality, nasa Singapore siya. So, katulad ito, out of the country, si Maui Spencer, for not being there in our country yet. Nasa Singapore siya for vacation. So, I think, excuse yung kanyang, yung Attorney Abiles, sige. After having discussion with my lawyer, isa-isa na natin to kung gusto nyo. Okay, after having discussion with my lawyers, I regret to inform you that I won't be attending the hearing today because the objective of the hearing is an attempt to curtail the people's right to expression. So, kay June Abines.
With that excuse letter, Mr. Chairman, I found it not valid and I moved to issue a show cause order for that June Abinas, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
there's a motion to issue a show cause order to this resource person. Any second motion? Second. There's a second motion. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I may, go ahead. Mr. Chair, para lang doon sa mga nanonood, ito pong hearing na ito ay hindi para kitilin o isuppress yung freedom of speech nila. Wala ho kaming ganong layunin. Ang layunin po natin dito ay gawan ng pulisiya ang paggamit ng social media platforms. Dapat po meron tayong disiplina, meron tayong code of conduct, meron tayong ethics sa paggamit nitong social media. Hindi yung pagbukas mo ng social media, magmumura ka. Meron dyan, nagso-social media, nagbablog, walang ginawa araw-araw kundi manawagan ng kaguluhan sa ating bansa, nananawagan ng people power, nananawagan ng kudeta. Yung ba ay tama, Mr. Chair? Ang punto lang natin dito is magkaroon tayo ng ganitong ng regulasyon o regulatory policy para kagaya po ng mga broadcasters, meron po silang KBP, kagaya po ng mga manunulat sa dyaryo, meron po silang NUJP. they're all bound by rules and regulations. But in this social media, the use of social media platforms, unfortunately, wala po tayong ganyan sa ngayon. At hindi po pwede na gawin pong rason ng mga yan na meron tayong freedom, na kine-curtail natin yung freedom of speech nila. Huwag niyo pong lokohin ang taong bayan. Wala hong curtailment o suppression ng freedom of speech dito. Kaya nga kayo inimbita rito eh. Diba? Kaya kayo inimbita dito para makapagpahayag din kayo. Hindi po ba yan ay tamang freedom of expression? Ba't ngayon nagpapadala kayo ng mga sulat na hindi kayo pwede kasi hindi kayo naniniwala sa layunin ng pagdinig na ito? Wag po kayo magtago sa mga ganyan. Ang tatapang nyo, sabi nga ni Congressman Abante, in the advent of social media, suddenly Filipinos become political analysts. They become journalists. They become experts. We need your wisdom. Diba? Kayo, ang gagaling nyo magtuligsa eh. Dito nyo gawin para nang sa ganun, makagawa tayo ng isang polisiya na hindi po maabuso ito. Ngayon, nandiyan kayo sa social media. Kung mag-retire kayo, wala na kayo, hindi na kayo nagbablog. Paano kaya yung mga susunod na mga vloggers? Yun lamang po ang layunin natin dito. Kaya wag kayong magdahilan na hindi kayo nagpupunta rito dahil hindi kayo pupunta rito kasi hindi kayo naniniwala sa layunin ng investigasyon na ito. We want to craft a policy, a remedial legislation so that there will be discipline and code of ethics in the practice and use of our social media platform, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. 7 na lang naman pala to. So, tapusin na natin, maikli na lang to. Ito may excuse letter din si Mark Anthony de la Cruz Lopez. I was supposed to stand in front of this committee today in what has been asserted as inquiry on fake news peddlers, narco-bloggers, and Pogo-funded bloggers in aid of legislation. I would have loved to really open up and tell you my story on how I evolved from being an ordinary citizen. Mahaba po siya, mga 5 pages siya. Pero tinitingnan ko po, you see Mr. Fernandez and Barbers, I reiterate that I am a citizen of the Republic and I actually understand that the premise of your so-called inquiry is without basis, nor cannot understand on solid legal ground. I therefore invoke my rights as provided for in the Constitution and decline your invitation. So, mahaba po yung kanyang letter and I cannot understand fully, but this is the content of the letter. So, what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chairman, once again, the letter that was sent to this committee is not valid. I move to issue a cause order for that invited guest.
Okay, there's a motion to issue a cause order to Mr. Mark Anthony Lopez. Any second the motion?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none? Yes, the said motion is now approved. Okay, ito naman galing kay Attorney Trixie Angeles. I respectfully decline this invitation as I question the legality of the inquiry as well as the proposed legislation for being violative of the constitutional guarantee of free speech.
Is she a lawyer? Is she a lawyer?
Yes, Attorney Trixie.
A lawyer.
I think, attorney. So what's the pleasure of the body?
Mr. Chairman, I might have two motions, Mr. Chairman. First motion, Mr. Chairman, is to issue a show cause order to attorney what?
Trixie Angeles.
Attorney Angeles.
Show cause din yan.
That is my first motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, about the...
I second the motion.
Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved.
My second motion, Mr. Chairman, is for the legal department of this House to study if ever there is a violation because he is an officer of the court. And he should respect the constitutional duty of Congress. And question of legality, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully move that we will consult the legal department of this House for a possible disbarment case against Attorney Trixie, ano pinito? Angeles po. So move, Mr. Chairman.
The COMSEC is hereby directed. Oh, no, it's a motion. So there's a motion to...
Second.
Wait. Your motion is to ask the legal
The
department.
legal department for a possible disbursement case against Attorney Trixie Angeles.
So there's a motion cited by Congressman Paduano. Any second the motion? Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. About Richard Mata, thank you for your invitation. I just received this yesterday, just a day before the event. I consulted my lawyer and was advised not to attend. The late invitation plus the unclear purpose of the event, we support the freedom of speech. So, what's the pleasure of this body?
The same thing with the others, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to,
I think we have a
issue court show cause order. No.
There's a motion. Any second the motion? Duly second. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. About the Aaron Peña. While I initially wanted to accept, I would like to respectfully decline your invitation to share my knowledge on matters that were raised by Representative Ace Barbers in his privileged speeches. Last year, after a series of consultation with my lawyers, I would like to categorically state that I'm neither paid by POGO operators nor drug lords, and so my knowledge is not used for the goal of the joint committee. Same thing. Motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a show cause order for...
There's a motion to issue a show cause order to this person. Any second the motion? Second the motion. Duly seconded. And objection, hearing none, the said motion is approved. And Kisette Chu. This in reference to your invitation to the joint inquiry congressional hearing on social media. After careful consideration, I would like to respectfully turn down your invitation due to these following reasons. Mahaba po yung reasons. 4 pages. And sa nababasa ko ba, ang tema niya ay justification of the laws protecting the rights. So I think, what's the pleasure again? I think it's not about health reasons or whatever. It's also justifying not to be present on today's hearing.
Once again, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a cause order
There's
for
a
the
motion
mentioned
to
invited guests.
show cause order to Ms. Crisette Chu, and this was duly seconded. Hearing no objection, the said motion is now approved. About the Sean Wayne, it's a long excuse as well. No health issues and not out of the country. So I think same. No, it's not out of the country. So, nag-decline lang siya. And this goes also to Miss Ethel Garcia, para yun na po yung lahat natin. So, dalawa po sila. Same naman ang reason almost.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue a cause order for both the invitees that was mentioned by the chairman. So
There's a
moved, Mr.
motion to issue show cause order to Miss Ethel Garcia and Sean Wayne. Duly seconded. Any objection? Hearing none, the said motion is now approved. So now we will be...
Mr. Chairman, just one last admin.
11:30 na. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the committee has received a letter coming from the Philippine Entertainment Portal, and they're requesting for the presence to be invited in the next hearing, Mr. Chairman, so that they can also give some inputs with regards to the House resolution that we're tackling in today's hearing, Mr. Chairman. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we will be inviting them over as well. There's a motion, duly seconded by Congressman Luiso. Any objection? The said motion, on the said motion, hearing no objection, the said motion is now approved. Okay, punta na po tayo sa flow ng presentation natin. Kanina, sinabi po natin yung academe po mauna. We will be recognizing via Zoom si Dr. Rachel Khan, Associate Dean, UP College of Media and Communication. Pakinggan po natin yung mga taga-academe natin. Go ahead. Andiyan ba siya?
Pong mauna to kasi mag-out siya.
Okay, so unahin po muna natin si Dr. Jonathan Ong, University of Massachusetts. Andiyan po ba siya? Via Zoom as well. So via Zoom. Sige, go ahead. Sige, Dr. Ong, you are now recognized. Sige, Dr. Ong, you are now recognized. Please proceed.
Academic research and tech policy papers on social media and disinformation since 2016. I've collaborated with many news and nonprofit organizations in the country. Several of them are invited and present in today's hearings. I've also presented in previous hearings on fake news at the Senate related to elections as well as on
Chairman, can you
foreign
let me stop
interference.
for a while?
So ang una ko pong
Dr.
layunin-
Jonathan Ong, for a while, we have problem with the audio. Can you refrain from speaking just yet? So, technical, can you kindly paki-increase lang po yung volume? Dr. Jonathan Ong, you can now proceed, please. We'll
Okay.
just try to check it out.
All right. Can you hear me fine?
Okay,
And
go
can
ahead,
you see the
go ahead.
presentation?
Now, it's much better. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, so magandang umaga po. I'm a professor based po ako
Mr.
sa
Jonathan
Boston,
Ong,
but
Dr.
before
Jonathan
I was
Ong,
a
again,
professor sa
I'm
Ateneo
sorry,
de Manila.
Jonathan.
I'm a disinformation researcher and director of Sigla Research Center based po sa Manila, and I've been publishing academic research on social media and disinformation since 2016, and I've collaborated with many human rights organizations and newsrooms, some of them present in today's hearings. I've also presented at the Senate on fake news and elections, as well as on foreign interference. So, ang una ko pong layunin sa araw na ito ay magbahagi ng research on disinformation. Number 2 is to review trends in global context. It's important to conduct comparative research with our neighboring countries kung ano-ano na nga ba yung mga effective solutions based on other countries' direct experiences, including with legislation. Pag-usapan po natin kung paano maaaring suportahan at posibleng pondohan ng gobyerno ang iba't ibang mga interventions. Third, it's important that we share lessons of what has worked and what hasn't in the Philippine context, and what risks that researchers, journalists, and other organizations in this space have been facing. Fourth, I also wanted to share the vision of Sigla Research Center and myself as a sociologist in terms of tech justice here in the Philippine context. So my colleagues advocate for tech justice solutions that are sustainable, long-term, and aligned with our country's cultural context. So first, I wanted to share this free and open access resource for policymakers and also educators curated by Sigla Research Center. You can visit siglaresearchcenter.org and check out this research archive. Ito pong research archive collects many professors' previously published research and policy papers on disinformation in influence operations. So na-publish na po siya sa iba't ibang bansa, pero na-kolekto po siya dito sa research archive. Altogether, and reviewing all of them, you can learn about trends across 3 election cycles from 2016, 2019, and 2022 elections. Most recently, we have one paper that also summarizes trends across all 3. Some of you might know that as a sociologist, my specific methodology has also been focused on understanding the business of disinformation for hire. Ito po yung paano magpatakbo ng digital operations during elections and yung mga kampanya, at kung ano-ano yung mga klase ng operators na kumikita ng pera from disinformation campaigning. We also include papers in this archive led by other academics such as Fatima Gao, who discussed influencer marketing and paano kumikita ng pera ang mga influencers bawat halalan using advertising technology of social media platforms. Finally, we have collected research about counter-disinformation actors in the Philippines and kung ano-ano yung mga interventions na na-implement dito sa ating bansa. So, baka may mga nakakaalam na po sa inyo itong research paper published noong 2018 entitled Architects of Network Disinformation. I was asked to share this with you again today. This research was co-authored with Jason Cabañas, and this analyzed the behind-the-scenes work of disinformation campaigns, how they are organized, the different kinds of workers involved, who sets the agenda, and who executes the campaign. So our research involved interviews with politicians, political operators, at various levels of the hierarchy, kasama na dito mga advertising and PR specialists, influencers, fake account operators, and digital volunteers. This academic paper has also been translated as a podcast produced by Puma Podcast, where we interviewed disinformation whistleblowers. So ito po yung mga operators na nagtrabaho sa mga political campaigns, and you can hear from them directly. Maririnig nyo how they were recruited into their work at paano sila kumikita ng pera. 3 of our findings: political trolls are not tech-brainwashed, uneducated, poor voters in rural areas. Some of them are from middle-class families, and they see political trolling as just a side gig, a hustle to make ends meet. There are different kinds of workers, and we need to hold accountable the people at the top, yung mga elites in advertising and PR industries. Ibig sabihin, sana wag lang po natin habulin yung mga low-level workers, yung mga bots, but pati na rin yung mga mastermind. Pero mahirap pong gawin itong kind of research. Ang naging pangalan po sa methodology ng research na ito ay Disinformation for Hire, yung pag-aaral ng paano nagiging hanap buhay, kumbaga, ang paggawa ng fake news sa industriya. So ang napag-aralan namin ay ito: investigative research into the business of disinformation is risky and costly. It requires financial investment and also legal support. So yung mga researchers and journalists who do this are also threatened when doing this kind of risky research. This is difficult to execute because it requires the cooperation of whistleblowers. Ibig sabihin, hindi lang ito monitoring kung ano yung nakikita natin sa social media. Kailangan may ma-invite tayo na magpa-interview sa mga researcher ng mga tao na insiders talaga sa industriya. This means that we need civil society to support worker power movement building in the digital and creative industries. Kailangan ma-encourage natin sila at magkaisa, mapag-usapan ng ethics or lack thereof sa industriya. So, may iba't ibang interventions na nasubukan na. So, for example, codes of ethics have been attempted by legal advocacy groups like Lente, which I'm sure you're familiar with. Unfortunately, these attempts have had very little buy-in from advertising and PR agencies themselves because it threatens their ways of working and their bottom line. Thus, it has become easier to just hunt and fact-check low-level trolls and bots rather than to hold accountable itong mga masterminds. So, pag-usapan din natin ng foreign interference. And it's important that we review prior research. Of course, it's important to invest in cybersecurity monitoring of foreign interference. Ito po yung pag-track ng mga bot accounts operated overseas and how they interfere on wedge issues, such as how Chinese accounts were discovered by Facebook's own investigation as pushing CCP propaganda around the West Philippine Sea. However, we also need to fund local investigative research that can probe the transnational labor networks to expose itong mga financial transactions during campaigns, especially during elections. So for example, during the 2019 elections, we found at least one example of a Chinese mainland business tycoon funding a local politician's digital operations for a mayoral race. Dahil may personal business interests siya sa lugar na iyon at naisip niya na matulungan itong local politician. This should also count as foreign interference and ways of circumventing campaign finance regulation in the country. So, kasama na din sa pag-discuss ng foreign interference, we need to understand how it can come from many different countries, including from our allied countries, such as the United States. Reuters journalists last year exposed the Pentagon as seeding anti-vaccine memes in our country at the height of COVID. We need to pursue unanswered questions from this expose, including identifying possible local Filipino collaborators who participated in the translation and dissemination of this US-funded disinformation campaign. So I'm almost at the very end of this presentation. I just wanted to highlight research from other neighboring countries about the risks of top-down government legislation against fake news. So it's important to recognize that many human rights organizations and international legal scholars have raised alarm about the global trend of anti-fake news laws being used as quote-unquote weaponized lawfare. Ang sabi po ng maraming eksperto ay ang mga batas ukol sa fake news ay karanasan nagagamit in an inconsistent and arbitrary fashion, often used by incumbent politicians and governments to target activists, critics, journalists, and opposition parties. So kahit mabuti ang intensyon ng batas, kung hindi specific at transparent ang batas at ang mga implementers na ito, top-down regulation can actually do more harm than good. Kaya nga, kahit UNESCO, nakaaway siya ng mga civil society organizations around Southeast Asia in 2023. So nagalit ang mga civil society organizations sa UNESCO for trying to encourage governments to have control of social media content. They had 3 objections. In effect, this would be rubber stamping local overregulation. It would embolden authoritarian regulators, and it would incentivize platforms to comply with illegitimate government requests. So these objections are not new. Back in 2018, the Center for the Protection of Journalists spoke out against how journalists have been imprisoned on charges of fake news spreading. It's important to note that we should consider different kinds of legislation, hindi lang po imprisonment and fines penalizing social media users. Pwede din po ay legislation focused at big tech corporation na focus siya on content corrections, so mandating big tech to implement content corrections, or number 2, administrative compliance measures for participating in transparency mechanisms with independent researchers. So I'm almost at the final slide, and so now, given the risks of top-down legislation that might do harm than good, yung advocacy ng Sigla Research Center is kailangan civil society-driven ang lunas sa fake news, and kailangan angkop sa ating konteksto. We need to have full awareness of risks of regulatory capture and overreach. So these are 4 very practical solutions that would be more civil society driven rather than top-down and overreaching. First is to broaden the focus beyond content takedowns. Government should be supporting independent research and civil society to mitigate local businesses of disinformation for hire. So kahit meron pong examples of foreign interference, mas typical pa rin itong local disinformation. Number 2, you can support whole of society coalitions where academics, journalists, legal experts, librarians, educators, and human rights agencies apply diverse methodologies to promote a healthy public sphere. Hindi lang po isa yung methodology, but kailangan iba't ibang sektor ng ating lipunan ay mag-collaborate. Number 3, you can target social media platforms. You can pressure them for transparency initiatives and external audits of their policies as well as their algorithms. These can be reviewed by independent, non-partisan researchers and civil society organizations. Number 4, and this is recognizing the broader context of an inevitable contraction of funding because of U.S. foreign aid being contracting, as well as funding from big tech corporations for fact-checking also being halted. You can augment the funding of civil society who are the front line for fighting disinformation. And I just wanted to shout out some of those civil society organizations that you can be supporting and the different methodologies that they have been using to fight fake news. We argue that we need to support all of these methodologies and support ways that they can all work collaboratively rather than work in silos. So thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jonathan Corpus Ong. for that informative presentation. Maybe later, the members of this committee will be asking questions, but for the meantime, we'll be proceeding to the next resource person who will be presenting as well. So, University of the Philippines, Dr. Rachel Ican, Associate Dean College of Mass Communication. You are now recognized, ma'am? By, present siya. O, sige, ma'am, you are now recognized, please.
Honorable Chair, distinguished members of Congress, ladies and gentlemen, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Correct ko lang po yung sa designation, tapos na po yung term ko as Associate Dean. I am a Professor of Journalism at the UP College of Mass Communication. I am also a co-founder of Check.ph, isa pong collaborative coalition ng mga fact-checkers dito sa Pilipinas, where we strive to cite or help the public distinguish disinformation narratives. If you allow me, I have slides po for the presentation, if it can be flashed.
Sige, go ahead, ma'am.
Kailangan ko po yung slides kasi yun yung visual, yung unang visual po na
Yeah, technical,
importante.
please. Ayan na, ma'am.
Ayan, salamat. Next slide, please. It's very important for us to be able to distinguish no, ang mali. However, ibang usapan to sa disinformation. Yung mga to sa disinformation, yung mga nagpro-provide na within society. Ang malinformation naman po ay sadyang nananakit po ng tao. It usually attacks reputations through disinformation, no? So nakikita na, for example, ang deepfake ay example po ng isang malinformation dahil you are already impersonating a real person and putting words in that person's mouth. So ito po, we have to distinguish the intent, no, in tackling the area of information disorder. Next slide, please. So I thought I would just summarize what I have to say in ABCD. Ang abakada po ng disinformation. Ang una po ay manipulative actors. They are people with clear groups, institutions with clear intention to disrupt democratic process or the information ecosystem. The second is deceptive behaviors, mga tactic po. And I'll go through it given the limited time one by one. Can we have the next slide? So I'll tackle it more systematically. So una po, manipulative actors. So as Jonathan had said earlier, no, dun sa nakasite po sa kanyang study Architects of Network Disinformation, ito po ay mga institutions, mga tao, mga groups na nananadyang nagkakalat ng disinformation. I listed here some examples of these manipulative actors, such as yung tinatawag na-label ni Craig Silverman, isang journalist who focuses on disinformation also in the US, na mga black PR agencies. These are boutique PR agencies that really focus on, sometimes they operate during elections to either attack or to attack certain individuals during the election period, or feed disinformation in other forms, like in environment issues, no, health issues, mga ganyan. So sadya silang nagta-target ng audiences. Many of them are not necessarily members or officially recognized public relation firms in the country, but are also ad hoc. And then po yung mga POGO na or community-based fake account operators. No, so ang danger po ng isa pang danger ng POGO ay they have the machinery and the equipment to operate not just online gaming, but they can easily convert to scamming and other forms of harmful activity. And then of course, apart from them, you also have community-based fake account operators. Ito yung mga grupong na-hire, usually kasama rin sila ng mga black PR na siniset up para mag-attack ng or kalat ng disinformation. Then of course, you have the hired trolls, yung mga tao nila, hired influencers. Now this can be individuals who are selling their platform, no, to the highest bidder, no, to be able to share whatever information their financier wants to give out. No, whether it's just for propaganda sake or it's disinformation. And then of course, yung grassroots supporters, ito po yung hindi ito bayad, ito yung mga na-involve lang sa disinformation dahil masyadong silang, for example, loyal sa isang personality. No? So, kung kahit anong sabihin itong influencer na to, i-echo nila. Sort of like blind loyalty. So, many of them are victims also of disinformation. Unfortunately, kahit na biktima sila rin yung nagpapakalat ng maling impormasyon. All right, so the commonality here is that they are not operating in and for themselves, but are guns for hire, where the weapon is disinformation and the aim is the manipulation of the public sphere. Sometimes po we can, next slide please, there is some times when it's state-sponsored disinformation. As we can see here, I have two studies that were published by the Deutsche Welles about Russian disinformation targeting Germany, and published also by the BBC News of Chinese-led state propaganda and disinformation. Next po, letter B, deceptive behavior. I'm narrowing this down to what I think is the most threatening. First is the inauthentic coordinated behavior. Ito po, as Jonathan had also mentioned earlier, pwede po nating hanapan ng paraan para mabawasan to at to go after those who actually finance this. This is the multiple digital actors working together to create false impressions of popularity, consensus, and authenticity. Minsan po sa isang opisina lang, kunyari marami silang hawak na cellphone, marami silang hawak na mga mobile numbers, pero sa isang tao or isang grupo lang nanggagaling, making it appear that something is popular or viral. Clickbait rin, ginagamit ito as a tool, whether as a meme, thumbnail, to attract unsuspecting viewers. And astroturfing, it's a creation of or an illusion of grassroots support when it's really just bots and also influence peddlers. as we said earlier, next slide, deepfakes falls under the deceptive behaviors we find in the internet today. Marami po nang nabiktima ng mga celebrity tsaka mga news personalities. Mahanap nyo sa web na kunyari nagbebenta ng mga health products pero hindi naman totoo. Si Presidente po ay nabiktima rin ito, yung if you recall the issue on, may sinabi daw siya sa West Philippine Sea na hindi naman totoo. Then harmful content, see, next slide please. So there are several types of harmful content. I just have enumerations of 8 here. False medical information, incitement to violence, no, ito yung hate speech, encourages and glorifies violence, including suicides, defamation, election interference, financial fraud, imposter content. Yung imposter content, yung nag-hack into legitimate websites and creating a clone website. So, akala ng mga viewers, pinupuntahan nila yung, kunyari, pinupuntahan nila yung Inquirer, yung pala ay clone site siya ng mga disinformers. And then, public safety risks also, yung mga fake emergencies, or yung mga fake na humihingi ng tulong dahil sa isang typhoon or whatever, pero wala pa naman sila doon or hindi naman sila talaga apektado. So next slide, some examples of harmful medical content that can be found on the web. DPO distribution, next slide. Disinformation distribution networks. Like we said, the thing about social media, it operates on algorithms. So, nag-create itong mga algorithm na to. Next slide, please. Nag-create itong mga algorithms na to, ng mga echo chambers. So, lalo ng kung panay disinformation yung laman ng social media mo, then it's likely na yun lang yung nakikita mo at yun rin yung nasa-spread mo sa internet. Automated bots also are there to boost algorithm para sila yung nagva-viral at sila yung nag-a-appear sa ating mga social media feeds. And then of course, yung mga paid influencers, because of the number of their subscribers or their viewership, they can easily affect the algorithms in favor of whatever they're posting. And then, of course, yung mga fake accounts, ito yung mga either inauthentic accounts or secondary accounts of mga clone accounts of real people. So some policy, next slide, please. I'd like to echo what Jonathan said earlier, but I also have a few of my own here, in my policy analysis and recommendations. So first, there's a need to balancing the need to combat fake news with protecting fundamental rights is a complex challenge that requires extensive evaluation and flexibility in adjustment. So hindi ito black and white na issue. Kailangan po the bottom line is still the protection of our freedom of expression, freedom of the press, especially the right of the people to information. Current laws in the ASEAN, such as the Malaysia's Anti-Fake News Act of 2018 and Singapore's Protection from Online Falsehoods and Manipulation Act, or PORMA, while sounding positive in combating disinformation, is more of an obstruction of civil liberties and media freedom. Kung titignan natin po itong dalawang sample na laws na to, malabo po, very ambiguous po yung definition nila ng disinformation. So kahit ano pwede mo siya ipasok. Kahit na legitimate reporting po ng news, especially on areas of corruption or public complaint of, let's say, services not rendered by public utilities, etc., pwede pong masakop dito. So it's really against freedom of expression. Pero merong silang well, in terms of forma, I will mention a few that provisions that they're kinda okay. But first, emphasis on media and information literacy by involving various stakeholders, including governments, technology companies, civil society organizations, and the academe, in developing and implementing strategies to educate the public. Yung current nating MIL courses sa grades 11 and 12, they are only one quarter. So it's not enough considering that it's now as important as reading and writing and arithmetic, no? Yung 3 Rs kasama na dapat po ang media literacy, which means that it's hindi lang po sa grades 11 and 12, dapat po bumaba ito ng grade 1 pa lang ay tinuturuan na natin ng mga bata maging media literate. Penalizing masterminds, no? Especially black PR firms engaged in disinformation. Yung mga influence operators po na sinasabi, there has to be a way to penalize the masterminds rather than yung individual trolls. Kasi wala ho tayong mararating kung maghahabol tayo ng individuals rather than yung nag-harass sa kanila or yung nagbabayad sa kanila. Some solutions in other countries, next slide please. Sa Finland, they have implemented a comprehensive media literacy program in schools and the general population, leading to higher levels of public awareness and resilience against disinformation. Sa Taiwan, they have adopted a rapid response mechanism to counter disinformation involving fact-checking organizations, government agencies, and social media platforms. This approach has been effective in addressing false information quickly. At sana ho ito ma-replicate natin dito, kaya nating i-replicate to if there is collaboration among and support with fact-checking organizations, especially now that Meta has removed their partnership with third-party fact-checkers. Yung sa Singapore Forma Law, they also have applied various contexts of quickly addressing and correcting false information. So, meron silang executive rapid response where they publish the correction together with the false information para makita kagad ng public kung ano yung mali at ano yung tamang information. So, ito po yung mga aking masasuggest at this time. Thank you po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. Rachel Ican. So, dito na tayo kay Attorney Michael T. Chu, UP College of Law, and then after which we will be proceeding to the government agencies. So, Attorney Michael Chu, you are now recognized via Zoom?
Yes.
Via Zoom. Sige.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honors. I will share a presentation as well. Hopefully, it is visible. And I want to acknowledge also that my presentation draws on the work of Dr. Ong because he has done a lot of work in studying this information in our context and reiterating as well that there are differences among disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation, as Dr. Khan had mentioned. But I want to highlight in this information, for example, from a legal perspective, there should be a justification for the regulation or whatever law that may be passed that targets disinformation. And it's not insurmountable. There are ways to do that. I think that the first thing that I would say is that human rights experts in the UN system or the special procedures, for example, will say that we do not punish disinformation per se, but we focus on the agenda and also the intent, which is what distinguishes disinformation from the others, which they intend to propagate false information for a particular agenda. And I say that because that has to be squared with our constitutional framework on freedom of expression and how expression can be regulated. I want to also reiterate the context that is important here, Your Honors, because while we do take guidance or we compare our approach to the approaches of other states, it is important to recognize that those states may not have as robust free expression environment as we do, or have different histories or experiences. So for example, if we look to the laws of Germany restricting hate speech, you will understand why their approach on hate speech is that way, a little bit stricter than most, because of their experiences with World War II and the atrocities that followed, versus the experiences of the United States, for example, which really is inclined to protect free expression in the widest breadth possible. And on that note, a lot of our doctrine and laws in the Philippines towards the U.S. approach, not entirely, but closer to that than, let's say, Germany's approach. In the same way that Canada's approach is different from ours because they have specific values, constitutional values that they want to promote, let's say, the protection of democratic society, which is something that we share with them, but that's part of their legal tests, actually. Okay. So just to reiterate some of the ways in which this information is propagated online, and again, I defer to the other experts on this, but these are the ways, and I think we see them being conducted, being done in platforms and elsewhere in the internet. Social engineering, for example, will employ methods that that recreate or that truncates or changes the context, or context is missing, and of course that also transforms particular content through the use of technology. Okay, and these are some of the models. Dr. Ong's work generated some of the models, and I'll defer to him regarding that. I also just want to emphasize that that companies should be able to see, social media companies, for example, should be able to see disinformation networks because these accounts are interconnected. See, so often because of analytics and the technology that they use, they will be able to spot patterns in their platforms, and that should be visible to them, and especially when these disinformation networks cross platforms. So for example, in the case of Meta, where you have Facebook and Instagram, they can cross platforms, and therefore it should also be visible to those companies, given that they also use algorithms and artificial intelligence to spot those. Okay, so again, your honors have already stated the effect of this information on our institutions. I will not reiterate that, just to also say that it also has an effect on the population and could be counterproductive to all the other education measures that we have been doing, which means more education than is called for. Okay. So these are some of the strategies that have been offered, and we'll discuss them briefly in a little bit in the context of how other countries approach it. My contribution to the discussion would be to echo that, of course, expression and content are protected under the Constitution, save under exceptions. And this was why I emphasized earlier that disinformation per se need to be carefully reckoned with, because it's such of a breadth that some protected expression or a lot of protected expression might be covered by a law on disinformation. So, but there are ways, again, to deal with that from the legal standpoint, in addition to the policy recommendations. So we have fact-checking, of course, platforms do that, although as discussed by Dr. Canmet, had taken a different path here. Media literacy. So some studies, let's say this case study from West African countries, tell us that when students are taught media literacy and critical thinking skills, they are able to better combat this information, because the end user or those who are targeted with this information are able to discern the type of information that they are receiving. And so again, to the point that was asked in the invitation to talk about education, education is really an important part of it, but really tailored education, and also in the formative stages, because, and also the universities will be very important because critical thinking is also developed at that level, a deeper critical thinking. So, and then some of these also suggested by our experts. Now, I want to turn to the approaches of the countries, our neighbors and those who are elsewhere. Singapore, as mentioned, has a law that focuses on online falsehoods that can harm public interest. And some of the remedies in this law will be correction orders. So I think you scale it. And international law also requires us to be proportionate in our response. So if the response to the type of harm can be remedied by a correction order, you don't need to remove it. A takedown order if it's of a graver nature, and then account restrictions would be imposed on such grave offense. So there are penalties involved there. Vietnam also has a decree on this, and it targets interstate service providers, internet service providers as well, and social media platforms. And one of the remedies is removal of content that they define as illegal. Mexico's government has a fact-checking site. So this is also an important countermeasure used broadly, so that there is a government source that counter-checks whatever information, false information is out there. And Finland, as was mentioned, also have national media education policies and new literacies program. This ties neatly into the whole of society or nation approach that was mentioned earlier, because this cannot be addressed by one single law only and penal law only. It also has to be proactive in preventing future susceptibility to this information. Nigeria has a private effort called Africa Check. Canada has anti-online disinformation that has tools relating to different types of specific areas where disinformation happens. And the Netherlands also has a program like Canada and Finland, and they assign this to various ministries. Australia uses a task force to monitor this information. And again, the importance of a media literacy campaign that is meaningful and not just, something that you post online and you leave that there. So it has to involve stakeholders like our educational institutions. France has law on election misinformation, so it's very specific and defines particular terms, which we'll turn to earlier. One of the more significant regulations will come from the European Union through the Digital Services Act. Here, the focus would be on platforms, large platforms. I think the threshold is 45 million users or subscribers, and there are certain obligations that are imposed on those platforms for them to be able to operate in the European Union. And just to recall as well that the European Union is an economic union for the most part, and so that's the target. But it also protects EU citizens from harm. So they are obliged to do risk assessments, those companies, to report those risk assessments and to be audited by an independent third party. So, and then if not, then there will be consequences. There will also be penalties there. Germany has a law, as I mentioned earlier, but the context is different. So this is a summary of those. To turn to our approach, and I will go quickly because, of course, as members of the House of Representatives, you are very much aware of these. But we have unprotected speech in our constitutional framework that is already existing. So as mentioned earlier, libel and defamation. So some of the ills or the problems that had been mentioned earlier might already be covered by unprotected speech. So these things, of course, Congress can legislate on, can amend the laws that we already have based as well on case law that the Supreme Court had released interpreting some of these provisions. So these would be helpful guideposts in what is unprotected or protected. The rest that are not covered by those would be protected. And so if Congress, the House of Representatives, decides to pass a law that restricts expression that is not covered by those which are already unprotected, then that law must be analyzed or must be crafted with foresight in mind that challenges to the law that restricts expression might have to contend with these particular tests. And I will not discuss all of them, but the most relevant for us, the Brandenburg test, which is recently reiterated by the court in the anti-terrorism law case, might not be as relevant here because that speaks of incitement. But what is relevant here might be the clear and present danger test. So here, as we can see how the test is formulated, Congress has the right to legislate on an evil that the government has a right to prevent. So that can be very broad. But that legislation can only pass muster, constitutional muster, if, again, the danger is clear and it is present. So my point there is for the legislation to be very, very clear in its policy declaration and in the provisions with respect to the danger that is being addressed and the imminence of that danger. It cannot be something that is hypothetical. And so those are some of the tests that we have, Your Honors, and I'll be open to questions on them later because in the interest of time. But one of the international laws that also govern state conduct is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Here it allows laws that might have an impact on speech as long as it satisfies three tests. The first one is legality. So that means that the law's definition have to be very clear so that the citizen, who in this case we may have an issue of trolls or influencers that will bear the impact, know exactly what conduct to avoid. And that shouldn't also lead to chilling effect. And then the legitimate aim is covered because public order is one of the legitimate aims, as well as respect for the rights and reputations of others, and necessity and proportionality. So the fines should not be too exorbitant, or imprisonment should not be too exorbitant that it's no longer proportionate to what was, let's say, it's misinformation or malinformation as opposed to disinformation. Meta strategy was also discussed earlier. So just breezing through, maybe I'll end here with the final points on what the U.S. had done. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission Act declares that unlawful, unfair, or deceptive acts or practices that includes influencers. And part of the practice guidance here is for disclosures from influencers. I think we've also heard about this case about the TikTok ban in the U.S., and that's coming from a law that protects U.S. citizens from foreign adversary-controlled applications. So this requires divestment, if you want to continue operating in the country, divestment of the foreign adversary's stake in the corporation or in the application. And that is narrow here because they define who exactly is a foreign adversary. So they identify particular countries. In the case of TikTok, they identify China. And so these are some of the proposals that were mentioned earlier. I will no longer repeat them, but I am open to questions of Your Honors later. I think the final point is that artificial intelligence might be leveraged for this, but it's a double-edged sword because artificial intelligence had also been used in that disinformation strategy. Thank you very much, Your Honors.
Okay, thank you so much. We'll be allowing the members to ask questions. Konti na lang po itong magpe-present. We'll be proceeding to the government agencies. Unahin po natin si Secretary Ivan. Thank you for being here on our invitation. You have a presentation, sir? Set? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The presentation will be presented by our Cybersecurity Undersecretary, Jeff D.
Okay, you said, Jeff, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our Secretary of ICT, Secretary Ivan Janway. The presentation po is just an overview of...
can you kindly speak louder, yung mic? The reason why we invited the government agencies is to find out if they are compliant with the Republic Act 10175, especially on the implementation of the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center. Kung ito po ay nagpa-function para to abate this problem of misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. And siguro with your presentation, makaklaro sa ating mga kababayan kung ano na yung estado at kinalalagyan ng ating gobyerno on abating this problem. Thank you, Yusek and Secretary. You can proceed with your presentation.
So, Mr. Chair, so there will be two presentations. One presentation from the DICT USEC for cyber, and then the next presentation will be from CICC on specifically what or your point of inquiry.
Yes, so bali, sa ano muna, on the point of the department.
Yes,
And then afterwards, yung sa CICC, which was created under the Public Act 10175. They have presented to that as well already. But nakita namin na very informative at siguro kailangan malaman po ito ng taong bayan. So sige, Yusek Jeffrey, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary. So, yung presentation lang po, if we can flash it on the screen. This presentation also went through the CICC, the Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Council Executive Committee, which convened last week. Next slide, please. Just an overview, the Philippines is ranked number 2.
Quiet, please. Okay, go ahead.
Just an overview of the Philippine social media landscape. The Philippines is ranked number 2 in social media usage with approximately 86.75 million social media users. That constitutes about 73.4% of the entire population. We average daily 3 hours and 34 minutes of screen time in social media. And the most popular app still remains to be Facebook and Facebook Messenger. A very far second is TikTok, although Instagram and X, which was formerly Twitter, is more famous dun sa younger audiences. Let me point out lang, Your Honors, that most people maintain multiple social media accounts. So the statistics might be a little skewed in favor of Facebook because some who also use other social media platforms have their own Facebook accounts. Next slide, please. So, with regard to misinformation and concerns, according to a survey by the World Economic Forum and some other, and the United Nations, 43.9% of Filipino social media users follow particular influencers, and 63.8% of users signified concerns about what is real or fake on the internet. 70% of Filipinos on social media also bought a product due to an advertisement by an influencer's recommendation. We're generally talking about influencers not necessarily as artists, but also yung mga sikat po na mga vloggers at saka yung mga sikat pong nagbebenta sa TikTok at saka sa Facebook Marketplace. Next slide, please. We would like to present two cases just to express challenges of the law enforcement agencies when it comes to enforcing the law, specifically on on disinformation, malinformation, etc. No? We would like to present the case of the Pulburon, which is where napatunayan na naman po, nagkaroon na po ng forensics ang NBI, ang PNP, the DICT already spoke on it, CICC, the center also spoke, Verifiles, and the other private parties already said with finality that that was a deepfake. The deepfake was first presented in a rally in the United States. Seemingly, a face of the president was swapped to a person inhaling a white substance in that particular video. Next slide. So in this particular incident, sinabi na po, like I mentioned earlier, maliwanag po na this is a deepfake which was intended to malign the president and the current leadership. It is a manipulated video featuring the president. And we already issued, all government agencies were one in issuing a clarification that this was false and this was deepfake. I will discuss more about that, sir, but I would like to highlight a second case. Yung second case naman po, next slide, bago ko po i-discuss yung two cases. This one is, and I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, for presenting this, but this is already in social media po in TikTok. A particular person under the handle of AMP Satire had been producing deepfakes, but this time it is different. This time inaamin po niya na deepfake yung pinoproduce niya At meron po siyang kolatilya na sinasabi niya, yung kaniyang pinipresent is for political satire. Sinasabi niya na these are all satirical and these are all political opinions. So yung isa po, hindi niya inamin, sinasabi, yung baliktad po, yung Pulveron case, sinasabi nila na totoo yun. Ito naman pong si AMP Satire, almost every day nagpo-produce sa TikTok, sinasabi niya, this is satire. And that this is for fun. Yun nga lang po, obviously, ang tinatarget po niya, nandiyan po si number 1 in our constitutional hierarchy, the President, and then followed by the number 4 in our constitutional hierarchy, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and some other personalities involved. Next slide.
So mga targets yan, talagang they are being hired to malign the persons of those political personalities.
To be honest, Mr. Chair, we do not have specific information yet, but we are willing to share results of investigation of our efforts to track down the entire machinery being used, which is on the next slide, Mr. Chair.
All right, sige, go ahead.
Wala lang, Mr. Chair.
Nag-react kasi nakita ko yung picture ko eh. So, kaya I reacted.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Sige, pero kung meron na kayong makukuhang mga sources dyan, maganda for us. Sige, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, first I would like to seek the apology of the committee because no charges until now have been filed with case to the Pulveron, pero meron kaming map out of the personalities that engage in kung sino yung anchor. Ang tawag namin doon anchor eh. Yung parang source, tapos ini-spread nila systematically using a case of hashtags.
So you have the information about that?
But we would like to request sana, sir, kasi wala pa namang official case na we are ready to present this sana in executive session to Congressmen. Your Honor.
Surely we have to have an executive session on that matter. This entails national security. Okay, Congressman Barbers.
Mr. Chairman, just clarification kay Yusek Jeff. No? Ang ibig mong sabihin, identified nyo kung saan nag-originate yung video.
Sir, yung originate, hindi po, how would I say it, may suspect po kami sino yung anchor, kung saan sinishare, similar to the academic discussions earlier made by the academe, usually meron siyang anchor, and then, po pwedeng because naniniwala ka lang, hindi ka naman paid, pero kung papaano dinidisseminate. So meron po siyang,
with the indulgence of Congressman Ace Barbers, kasi itong information na to, very critical as well. Kasi sa atin, okay lang yung personal natin eh. Yung personal natin, we can talk about it eh. But if this video pertaining to, halimbawa, yung sa West Philippine Sea, tapos sasabihin natin yung source na yun, ma-identify natin, it might jeopardize yung operation ng DICT. So I believe that we need to have a executive session on this matter because I know what you're driving at, Chairman, but kasi kung sa atin lang, sige, okay na yan, pero makikita yung intention eh. So wag, I believe that we have to have an executive session.
I absolutely agree with you, Mr. Chair, but my question directed to the Yusek Jeff is, alam nila kung, kaya nga kinaklarify ko, sabi nyo, yung anchor ba, yung origin? Hindi.
not necessarily so, Your Honor.
So, but when you say anchor,
The source of the shares.
siya yung responsible in sharing.
That's correct.
And you have a person in mind. You have a suspect.
We have a series of people who could be the anchors because sila sa kanila yung, kumbaga pag in ABC po, sila yung root, sila yung main
And if
propagators.
evidence warrants, magpa-file kayo ng kaso.
If the case,
May we know ano yung kasong ipa-file nyo?
sir, if meron nga po kaming question, we will present that po, Your Honor, because we're
Okay,
discussing
thank
that.
you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yusek.
Okay, Yusek, you can proceed with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to the next slide po. So, here are the open debates that we are having in which we would like to share to the public and also to the esteemed TRICOM so that para makita po kung gaano ka-complex yung issue ng misinformation and disinformation. If we focus on the Pulveron case, the questions in mind that we are discussing among the executive committee of the CICC, which includes the NBI, the PNP, ACG, and the DOJ, is that will this fall under the sedition, revised penal code article 139, or a rebellious act or sedition? Because the element must be that the offender rises publicly and tumultuously, among other things. Ito naman po kasi openly pinananawagan nila na BBM resign. Mamaya po ipapakita rin namin yung pag nakita niyo po kasi yung hashtags, ang ginamit nila is hashtag Polvoron, hashtag BBM resign. And then they used hashtag PNP, hashtag AFP. Parang it seems that they are fooling the public that the AFP, our armed elements, our legitimate armed forces are part of this particular call. So may mga ganun po kasing ginamit sila.
Pero Yusek, yung hashtag is like, para lang inform kayo of this content, right?
Yes, sir, but it's also being used as a metric for virality among social media
To make it
banners.
viral.
To make it viral, yes, sir.
But they're not part of that.
No, yes, sir.
Sige, okay.
Next slide, please. So, now, in this particular case study, again, let me emphasize two things which our esteemed colleagues from the academy have already presented. The case of the Polvoron is very, very clear information. Kiniklaim nila totoo ito. So it is a national security concern. In the case of AMP satire, it was self-identified, pero tinatago pa rin po niya yung kanyang yung kanyang true identity. So mga questions namin ngayon, does it fall under sedition law? Can sedition case be filed in the case of Polvoron case? Pero ito po yung number 3 bullet point po ang actually mas mahirap. Usually, the information being requested on the actual people behind handles, like in the case of AMP satire or in the case of other, kasi hindi po totoong identity minsan yung pinapost nila sa Facebook, nahihirapan po kaming mag-acquire. Kasi we need to issue a cyber warrant, and I think the law enforcement agencies would be more would be more authoritative to enlighten that matter. Pero usually po kasi for the case of cyber libel, pag magpa-file po ng MLAT, which is Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, sasabihin ng US, for example, but libel is not a criminal offense in our jurisdiction, ergo wala, you cannot compel us to produce that information. Just to give you an example, Your Honor. So, next slide.
Dahil sa kanila, sa state, civil.
Civil case po ang libel.
And it was committed in the United States.
The United States, yes.
And that's the reason why it's hard for us to...
One of the reasons why we're having some
Yeah,
difficulties.
correct. But talking about you were talking about the subpoena power.
Yes, sir.
Papunta po kayo doon?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Yes, sir. The subpoena power. So here, I would like to gusto lang po namin ipakita sa public and sa members ng Congress kung ano po yung similar laws, pero on a more practical note. Kanina kasi diniscuss ng academy yung ibang laws, but more on a on more academic note. Ito practical lang po. How do other countries treat cyber warrants? Sa atin po kasi pareho tayo ng US, which is the first row, mag-a-apply ka sa court. But there are some other countries na ina-allow nila, for example, yung prosecution or competent police authorities to issue a limited power to subpoena information. And that's where we're coming from. For example, Russia has that. Singapore has a limited power on that. And also the United Kingdom. Next slide po. Now, in terms of retention, nagiging problema rin po kasi from a law enforcement perspective yung retention. Sometimes, magpa-file ng kaso 8 months down the road kasi doon lang naging available yung warrants and yung information that we need. Pero burado na. I understand that the social media networks, I hope nga they are here, sa kanilang servers which is located elsewhere in the world but not in the Philippines, I'm sure they have that data. Because they also have data retention policies with other countries. But in the country po kasi, we follow some similar to the United States again, and Singapore and Russia na magre-retain lang sila ng information upon the request of law enforcement agencies. Unlike other countries like the United Kingdom, Australia, na meron talaga silang data retention policies even for social media. So, next slide po. And so here is a summary of the issues and of what we are requesting just in case. Something to think about po dun sa House bill that was proposed for social media regulation. And this is what the DICT has been referring to as social media regulation. Hindi naman namin sinasabi na kokontrol din natin social media, but just to allow the law enforcement agencies to have more immediate power to react. Kasi ngayon po, nasa 3 second rule na po ang social media. 3 seconds scroll ka po eh. Tapos in a day viral na siya, but our courts will take months before they can issue the warrant. By that time, tapos na yung viral, ibang issue na po yung viral. So, for example, we have a challenge in obtaining information and evidence. Sinabi ko na po yung sa jurisdictional issue. If the crime or the alleged crime was committed outside of the Philippines and they don't treat it as a crime, we have a difficulty obtaining information. Now, on the third bullet point po on takedown requests and parameters and content removal, we take note, which was also discussed by the academe, the Decini case versus the Secretary of Justice in questioning the constitutionality of 10175. We understand that if the law is too superfluous or ambiguous, they strike it down as unconstitutional. But let me point out also, Mr. Chair, that in the OSAIC law, it was allowed na may auto takedown kapag ka child pornography. So I think if we craft a law that will allow a auto takedown but with specific parameters so as not to curtail freedom of expression in the interest of national security, then we can then I think that could be allowed, no? So an answer to the Decini versus Secretary of Justice when they question the
You're talking about the automatic takedown on the part of the platforms.
Yes po. Actually, yung ano po kasi 10175, if I remember, the original provision was Section 5, grants the power to the Secretary of Justice to issue a takedown order on any website or platform if there is evidence that there was a criminal intent doon po sa post. Yun po yung na-strike down ng Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court.
Section 12 ba? I'm sorry, I'm not sure about the section, sir, but there is a section there. NTC was telling me section 19 now, sir. So yun yung na-strike down, but I think, as I mentioned, yung sa OSAIC law kasi inallow ng Supreme Court, basta child pornography. So with the proper parameters.
And that's the reason why we invited also the platforms. Unfortunately, sa ating briefing, andun yung TikTok, yung ByteDance, but now they are not here. So we will be inviting them over again. And we will be also observing the proper procedure on how to tackle those invitees who are not present on today's hearing. So Google, ByteDance, Meta, and I think YouTube. So later on, I'll be asking the members also to have a motion. Sige, go ahead, proceed please.
And Mr. Chair and esteemed members of the TRICOM, we also propose that there be a data retention policy where the law enforcement can ask for data just in case a case is to be filed in the future date. So, yun po kasi isa sa mga nagiging problems natin. In the case of Polvoron, na-take down na nga yata yung mga posts.
So, ang ibig sabihin po, Yusek, you're talking about the retention of the post on the social platform.
Opo.
Kasi once na-take down nila yon, ang court will not appreciate the filing of the case without the content being in the page.
That is correct. Kasi ang lalabas po, questionin na, sabihin, screenshot lang naman yung ebidensya mo, or video yan from another video. You took a video of a video in a past social media platform. So medyo nagkakaroon po ng differences or difficulties.
Kaya ako nagulat din ako kasi may mga text sa akin, yung mga nag-post na tinitira tayo, tapos suddenly, wala na, deleted na. So meaning kasi na nagkakaroon na sila ng siguro natatakot din po sila because of the action being taken by this Congress. And we need to tell our people that the government is doing their job. Fortunately, the privileged speeches, ikaw lang pala, dalawang speeches yan, di ba? Two privileged speeches that was delivered by Congressman Barbers, and the resolution will do justice not only to the members of this House and the the executive department, the ordinary people, the showbiz industry, and others as well. Siguro talagang kailangan gawin po ng CICC, Cybercrime Investigation Coordinating Center, yung trabaho. Kasi ang worry ko po dyan yung sa subpoena power. Like for example, yung how can you subpoena those who have violated yung mga offensive contents?
Sir, thank you for that question, Mr. Chair. So, in our presentation, we did mention that walang subpoena powers ang CICC, wala rin ang PNP-ACG. Ang nagsasubpoena po, NBI, but actually, wala rin yatang force of...
Pero,
walang contempt powers ang NBI, sir.
We have discussed that yesterday in the briefing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yung CICC, walang subpoena power. Yung CICC that was created under 10175.
Correct.
It is just a coordinating center.
Correct.
But the CIDG or the PNP, which is part of the coordinating center, and the NBI have a subpoena power.
Wala rin po. Iba-iwan.
Sir, CIDG? Andiyan si General Torre ata, andyan?
Sir, umalis na po, sir.
Umalis na si General Torre? So, di ba ang CIDG you have a subpoena power?
Yes, sir, we have, but it is exclusively for cases handled by CIDG.
Cases exclusively handled?
Yes, sir, handled by CIDG.
What do you mean by exclusively handled?
If this case were investigated and subsequently filed by CIDG, then we can issue subpoena.
No. Being a part of the coordinating center, being a part of the cybercrime investigation coordinating center, that will be exclusively a part of the PNP because you are a member of the coordinating center. And that's the reason why you were put in the 10175. Precisely, you have the power to subpoena those people. Kaya it is the responsibility of the CIDG having a subpoena power to issue it to those who have violated the illegal content. Di ba?
Yes, actually, sir,
Even
it is
the NBI.
Yes, sir. It is the chief PNP who has the subpoena power, sir.
Huh? No, the CIDG have the subpoena power. That is vested on your directorate. Di ba? O kaya nga kayo criminal investigation detective. Sayang wala si Chairman ako, baka na-sermonan ka.
No, sir. The chief PNP, sir, is the member, sir, of the CICC. And he has also subpoena power, sir.
Yes, I know that. But the problem is in the creation of the CICC, siyempre, this is being headed by the ICT. Di ba? And then, ang vice chairperson is the NBI. Member, ang chief PNP. Well, kung titingnan mo yung caliber of leveling of the positions, medyo nasa member lang si chief PNP. And that's the reason why we are asking the CIDG to fill in the gaps na kayo pumasok. Hindi mo ipasok si chief PNP dun sa pagiging member ng CICC. Hindi aatin dyan.
Yes, sir. If it involves investigation conducted by the CICC and the CIDG is part of this investigation, then we can issue
You will be
subpoena.
a part of the investigation. Why? Because you are a member of the coordinating center. Kaya nga coordinating center, and the reason why we have a hearing like this, because we wanted to put that CICC as an agency in the amendment that we will be filing. Kailangan na tayo magkaroon ng sariling agency. Hindi lamang po siya coordinating center. We will have a power of an agency to issue subpoena as well. So for the meantime, that we don't have like that agency as just yet, I think the CIDG and the NBI should be coordinating talaga doon sa CICC para may ngipin po talaga tayo. I think yun na naging Yusek Jeff, yun na naging balakid po ninyo. Am I correct?
Well, hindi naman siguro balakid, sir, kasi palagi naman kami nag-uusap. Marami rin namang nahuli na si Yusek Ramos, but nag-focus lang, sir, in the past scams. So, mga IMSI catchers, scammers. So, you're right, sir. We borrow the powers. So, we coordinate with the law enforcement agency sorry for the quote, but seemingly to borrow their powers so that they can, similar to how the PAOK operates po, no? So, kasama ang PNP, kasama
Kasi most especially now that nakita po naman natin that there are issues in the West Philippine Sea. Yung have you seen the post of ni Army Chief natin na nasisira yung kanilang fight sa West Philippine Sea because of the fake mga that's national security. Di ba? And if I may read, may read, basahin ko lang po. Ito po sinabi ni Commodore J. Tariela, yung Philippine Coast Guard po natin, spokesperson for the West Philippine Sea, on the role of social media influencers in the discourse surrounding the West Philippine Sea. February 3, 2025. Ngayon lang to. Sabi niya, I would like to commend the House of Representatives for leading this initiative by inviting social media personalities who sometimes model the conversation regarding our fight in the West Philippine Sea. At times, some of them even amplify PRC narratives and weaken our own position. It is important that we make these influencers recognize the limitation of their freedom of speech, particularly when it jeopardizes our national interest and undermines our own struggle in the West Philippine Sea. Kasi sila nakakawawa yung ating mga members of the Philippine Coast Guard eh. Diba? Talagang kailangan ng yung exercise of that subpoena power must be enshrined on the CICC.
Mr. Chair,
Chairman Abante, please.
with regards to the problem we have now, no? The CICC has the right to investigate, di ba? Motu proprio investigation. Pwede ba yun? Even though na walang complainant.
Opo, Mr. Chair.
Pero, when it comes to the subpoena powers, binabato nyo sa law enforcement agencies. Sila bahala.
If it will lead to an investigation, then we seek the assistance of law enforcement agencies with subpoena powers.
So what do you suggest that this committee would do, for example, to make it more, tawag doon, di ba?
Well, based on our experience of observation, time is of the essence. If you go through that bureaucratic process, delayed, and anything on the net, it takes only a matter of seconds mawawala, or it will be covered. So if we have that particular authority, then we can preserve the evidence, pieces of evidence.
Mr. Chair, the Singapore has a law on that eh. So, ano pagkakaiba? Yung bang batas natin ngayon does not have any teeth at all.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there is the absence in our laws of such authority.
Okay, maraming salamat sa interjection, Mr. Congressman Abante, because this is not your time yet. Ako naman, being the chairman, I have this advantage over you. So, pasensya ka na po naka-interject.
My sincere appreciation.
Oo, sinundan mo pa ako. Anyway, sige, you can proceed. Yusek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, that is the end of the presentation. But just to reiterate, the request is to grant specific powers to issue subpoena.
Yes, we will do that on the amendments by making the CICC as an agency. But for now, siguro, having said that you are a coordinating center, the CIDG having the subpoena power and the NBI as an NBI, yan, siguro tanong muna natin NBI. You have also a subpoena power. So, through your coordinating center na created by law, marami na ba kayong nasubpina about sa mga violation that were committed?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, the subpoena power of the NBI imbued on the creation of the NBI itself, RA 157, and the Modernization Act, which is RA 10867. So kasama po yung subpoena power sa mga authority na binigay ng Congress sa aming ahensya. That's why CICC always coordinate with us in matters of investigation dahil po yung lahat po ng investigative division po ng NBI with the signature of our Assistant Director for Investigation, pwede pong magsubpoena in aid of investigation po. The only limitation po ng subpoena power of the NBI is we do not have contempt power. So after na subpoenahan po natin yung ating subject for investigation at hindi po siya nag-attend, hanggang doon na lang po yun. We only note on our transmittal and recommendation sa prosecutor that the subject was given opportunity, due process, to explain himself. However, hindi po siya nagpa-unlock sa subpoenang binigay namin.
Okay, question. Okay na yun. But the subject complainant, yung complainant should be yung taong apektado mismo or motu proprio on your side, you can be the complainant. The CIDG and the NBI.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification, sabi po ni CICC, we could investigate motu proprio. Investigation motu proprio is different from complaining motu proprio. When it comes to the filing po dito sa ating prosecutor's office, we have to, kailangan po ng complaint ng injured party.
But that is after the investigation was conducted.
After the investigation.
So the complainant can follow through.
Yes.
Yeah. Good enough. At least, kasi at least you can inform. Like for example, ngayon, magkakaroon na malapit na eleksyon. Nagagamit na talaga that against us eh. And ang dami mga videos, YouTube, TikTok, ang talagang nakikita natin that, like for example, may example lang ako, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair. Dahil kahapon lamang, meron kami sa pamantasan ng lungsod ng Kabuyaw. Meron tayong dinonate doon, nabanggit yung pangalan ko. You know how many bad comments ang nagbarrage doon sa page nila? 24,000 comments in, I think, in 2 hours. Can you imagine that? That's bots. Auto bots. Kaya nga eh. So, ganun sila ka-desperate. 24,000 comments. Well, basically, maraming talagang mga bad comments. Yung good siguro, kakonti. But that is bot, di ba? Bots yun, di ba? Now, ang tanong. Kasi baka ang tao hindi naiintindihan yung bots eh. Kaya ganun kabilis because sa isang source nang galing yon. Am I correct? On this analysis? Yusek?
Yes, sir.
So, kasi kami na nasa Quadcom, nasa Tricom ngayon, for sure, maraming aabutin tayo mga ganito. But we have to let the people know na mga bots yun. Even the what do you call it, the Texas, di ba? Mga gawa ng AI. So, wag natin paniwalaan basta-basta na yung mga messages na nababasa ng ating mga kababayan doon ay galing mismo sa tao. Dahil hindi siya galing sa tao. And maybe a little while that can be explained by the CICC because kahapon when this was presented to us, ako mismo nung ko lang naintindihan na yung mga messages doon sa mga maraming barrage of messages, the bots.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Di ba? Lungkot. Ganito na ka-desperado yung ating mga kababayan dahil malapit ng eleksyon na talagang wawasakin tayo. And even yung mga ating mga members of this Congress, sometimes they feel nararamdaman nila yung depression because makikita mo ang daming views, nag-viral, ang daming comments. Pero makikita nila yung source, it's just one source. Yung mga messages. And that's bots.
That is correct, Your Honor.
That's AI. Kaya we need to have a tool that will help the people to understand what is deep fakes and what is bots. Saan nang galing yung source. And that is your responsibility on our on our people to give us these tools para ma-appreciate namin ang truthfulness and falseness of one content and the views and the messages that are being put in the pages of the different citizen of this country. Yun naman kasi lahat eh. Pag may kalaman kasi negosyo, yung restaurant mo, tirahin lang ng bots, dilugi ka na. Pero madami naniniwala, manipulative nga eh, katulad ng sinabi nila ng ating mga akademe, minamanipulate nila yung mga trolls para mag-side dun sa narrative nila na yung restaurant na yan, masama ang pagkain dyan. Huwag kayo dyan kumain. Para sa amin, masama yung politikong yan. Dahil ito yan, pinasok ng mga bots at ng mga AI. Sige, Yusek, tapos ka na po, no?
Yes,
So,
yes, Your Honor.
pupunta po tayo sa CICC. Siguro yung presentation po ninyo because yung sa tinatawag natin deepfakes, how can the people recognize that this is deepfakes? Kasi meron kayong pinakita sa amin about kila Tom Cruise, kila, ano yan? Dan Fernandez. hindi ako kasama. Meron ako deepfakes eh. Meron din eh. So, paano natin ma-inform yung tao? Oh, Mang Pedro, yung pinapanood mo is a deep fake yan. So, paano? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, with our presentation, technical presentation yesterday, I think there's no need to repeat this content, no? But we will go to the meat of the presentation natin na what is the resolve of the government to address this issue of fake and deepfakes, fake news and deepfakes. So what is important here is that we have presented that in the past year we've been studying it, and we have found a solution that will enable not only the government but including our citizenry to have that power to discern the content. So I think we should present the tool that we want to disseminate. Okay, our objective is empower the public, empower the citizenry to have the capacity to determine what is fake and what is real. And we believe with the introduction of this solution, we can even the field, or we can educate the public how to defend themselves from being fooled by these propagators of false content. Marco, can we present that? Kindly disregard our presentation already. We'll go straight to the tool.
Hindi pa. Meron pa sila. Tapos na ba?
Yeah. We will go to the
presentation on the how to determine yung negation. What you're trying to tell us is about how to negate, no?
How to negate the fakes.
The fakes, ano?
Yes.
Para lang for the information of the body, no? Para makita po natin, ma-recognize po na. Kasi ako, kahapon, makita ko rin, saka ko lang nalaman na ganun po pala ma-appreciate yung deep fakes, no? Doon mo lang makikita na, fake pala to. Kasi otherwise, yun lalo na yung mga ordinary people, hindi nila malalaman na peki pala yung pinapanood nila. So, i-capacitate natin sila.
Yeah. For some guidelines here, you see, when you see content and there's a rapid barrage of reactions, this is not normal.
Yun.
Ito ho ay kagagawa ng isang mechanism, no? Online mechanism which we call botnets, no? Or this is generated by artificial intelligence. Ang artificial intelligence ay isang sistema po wherein you can ask it to do something automatically. It's a form of automation. And ito ho ay napoprogram. Mag-aantay na this is unmanned. Pag meron ka nakuha ng content o may mag-trigger, automatic magre-respond yan. And this is not a normal occurrence ng tao. It takes several minutes for one content to have several reactions. But if you have by the hundreds and thousands, that is very abnormal. And our monitoring center in CICC, we have observed certain patterns. That's why we want to establish some
new or request new legislation, we should also look at the capacity or authority to take down botnets. The capacity to determine to automatically remove that is a non-person entity and including the content it propagates. Ito ho yung
And there's no
mga,
violation of the freedom of expression on those bots because they are not humans.
they are not humans, they're not protected by law, and I don't know how it's going to be interpreted. That's why we need legislation on this.
And
This is artificial
we were talking
intelligence.
about the bots on the different reactions and messaging of those bots, which are not humans.
These are not human generated.
Saying libelous content on us, di ba? On
Whatever
everybody.
the content, Mr. Chair.
What about the contents? What about the sa YouTube na ginagawa nila? There's also comments and there's also ano, di ba? Bots din yon. But yung pong content can be a deep fakes as well.
Yes. Mr. Chair, there's also the angle.
Clarification lang muna.
Chairman Congressman Marcoleta.
Director, kasi sinabi mo kanina, we must empower our people. Tama naman yun. We have to enlighten our people because if our people are able to distinguish what is fake and what is true, sila lang, they can always repel. Maski na konting tulong lang eh. Halimbawa kanina, sabi ni Chair Dan, ang problema natin is the West Philippine Sea, sabi natin. Ano? But sinong agency ng government ang nag-empower sa ating mga kababayan para malaman nilang complications ng West Philippine Sea? Isipin po natin, sir, there is nothing as West Philippine Sea. Wala po yun. That is a creation by us. Sa totoo lang po, kahit nabasahin mo yung ating mapa or what, there is no West Philippine Sea. Ang West Philippine Sea, yun po yung area na kiniklaim natin, ito yung exclusive economic zone. The complications of the West Philippine Sea has not been explained to our people. Kaya po, nagiging vulnerable tayong lahat eh. Ang sinasabi nila, inoccupy daw ng China ang ating territory. Sir, sa totoo lang po, if CICC and other agencies would cooperate with one another to empower our people, to educate them all, wala pong madideceive kahit ano pang gawin ng China. Kasi alam po na, we are all claimants dito po sa panig ng South China Sea. Several of us, Philippines, China, Vietnam, hindi po natin alam ang Vietnam has the most features occupied in the South China Sea. They had 22, China is 14, tayo, 8, Malaysia, 14, Taiwan, 1. Pero po, kaya po nagsimula dito, yung mga tao natin, ang mga kababayan natin, kahit na pong i-feed mo sa kanya, akala niya yung totoo because we were unable to educate them. We have not enlightened them as to the complications of the South China Sea. What is the South China Sea? Di ba? So, doon po tayo magsimula. Ngayon, magdi-discuss tayo. We will repel this. Mahirapan din po eh. So nagiging biktima po lahat ang kababayan natin. Kahit na po dito sa ating kapulungan ngayon, hindi pa nila alam kung ano-ano po ba ino-occupy ng China. Hindi po territory ang issue in the South China Sea. Ang issue dito is our maritime rights. The maritime rights designated by our exclusive economic zone. These are not territories under public international law. So, kailangan po tayong mag-educate. Tama po kayo sa premise nyo kanina, but until and unless you are able to educate our people on the complex issues surrounding the South China Sea, pare-pareho tayo pong mabibiktima. So yun muna, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman. I agree with you. But with all due respect, the policy of the government about the West Philippine Sea must be followed by all of us. Because people governing this country is elected by the people. And having a policy like what was delivered by the Coast Guard of this country, we have to adhere with that. So sige, proceed na po tayo CICC para pumunta po tayo dun sa tinatawag po nating deepfakes on how to to analyze and to find out kung ito po ay peke o hindi.
With the permission of the chair. Good afternoon po. I am Marco, an agent of CICC, and I'll be presenting one of the tools that will basically detect deepfakes. So this tool, if you run it on your computer, anything that will be seen or you've watched on the computer, say for example, a YouTube video, Facebook video, a video from X, this tool will be able to detect it. So I will be quickly doing a demo of this tool. So one of our examples here is a deepfake video on President Zelensky. So this is publicly available on YouTube. So this tool, this app of ours is an app where you can install it on your computer. It acts somehow like an antivirus, and when you activate it, it will practically run like a background process. So if I run it now, as you can see here in the lower right, if I run it now and play the video, so it will take some time to analyze the video. And you can see on the lower right that you have a notification there.
Zoom. Zoom niyo yan.
Yeah, on the lower right, please.
Yung color red sa baba kasi yun ang nagde-determine kung fake or not. Yung nasa lower right, is that an application that you have to put on your computer or on your cell phone?
For now, it's you have to download it in your computer, Mr. Chair.
Anong app yung ida-download mo?
It's a tool called Deepfake Agent. It is
Sige, sir.
Mr. Chair, this is the tool that we have recently acquired, licensed software, which we intend to disseminate to the different watchdogs, to the civil society members who have a large following, so that madali report.
How about the members of this committee? Kasi kami rin, wala na naman kaming capacity to find out kung, well, lumabas nga yung pulburon eh. Minsan, nakukonfuse ka. What more yung others? So, mabibigyan din po kami ng ganyang,
Well, Mr. Chair, the more the merrier, no?
Okay.
Because we will have a community-based fact checker. Hindi na siya controlled. These are independent fact checkers na who will only report to us.
How will you do that?
By registration, we have a policy right now that's being developed together with the other members of the Council of CICC as a guideline for reporting. You see, we have very limited manpower and very limited, if you have limited manpower, you cannot patrol the whole cyberspace.
Sige po. So, pwede ba natin muna ituloy yan para makita natin kung paano, how it works? Sige, CICC? Anong pangalan mo,
Marco, Mr.
Sige,
Chair.
Marco, please.
Okay, so nag-run through na yung process. So basically, the tool will take snapshots of the deepfake video. So as you can see, if I maximize it here, ayan yung samples, and it practically traces the face where it detects the anomaly. So it's practically automated na. So anything you view sa screen mo, and at the same time this tool is being run, magno-notify agad siya pag merong deepfake.
So, kapag nasa iyo na yung tool na yan, halimbawa sa laptop or sa cellphone, bago ka manood ng isang content or isang video, i-pwede mo muna yung tool na yon.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
And then, lalabas yung color red that kanina nakita namin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Alright. Sige. So, baka may question yung ibang kasi medyo maganda tong isyong to na makapacitate po natin yung ating mga mamayan how to distinguish. Para hindi na po nagdedepensa ang gobyerno o sino man na, uy, ano yan, deep fake yan, di ba? Sige. Meron ka pang sample?
May isa pa tayo example, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Ito naman si Tom Cruise, no?
Cruise. Ayan, Tom Cruise, go ahead.
So, ang gagawin ko ulit is to activate the tool and then run through the video. So it will take some time for it to detect. Ayan, so makita natin may notification na naman on the lower right that the deepfake video detected. So ito naman, next scene is si Mark Zuckerberg naman, nagkaroon ng deepfake video. So definitely our tool will be able to detect this. So the tool will run for 30 seconds lang, and then after that, i-show na niya yung results nung mga nakita niya.
Pwede ba i-download yung yung tool na yan? Or mag-originate yan sa inyo, sa DICT?
Mr. Chair, we purchased the license.
So you cannot just download it on your, because you have to pay kung sa apps.
Right now, it's not a freeware, no? So maybe we can make certain representations the developer to make it more affordable, especially for Filipinos. But right now, since we have the immediate concern of addressing deepfakes and empowering the public, kami nauna na kaming nag-purchase. And several, at least 500 licenses.
And you're giving it for free?
We're giving out for free. Para, of course, law enforcement partners will have a copy. Civil society and leading civil society groups will be provided at PPCRV, sila NAMFREL. Ito yung mga organized groups na. Kasi sa kanila nagtatanong, sa kanila tumatakbo yung kanilang members.
At yung mga gumagawa ng ganitong deepfakes, afterwards, nagpapile kayo ng kaso?
If there will be, that's a big problem right now, no? Parang nahihiya mag-file ng complaint yung affected persons. So we really encourage those who are affected by deepfakes and the mga fake news, they have to report because that's part of our jurisprudence na kailangan mag-file ka ng complaint so that government can act on it.
Pag something personal, you need a complainant, but something like entails national security, motu proprio, our government
yes, we can do
should fill in. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, perhaps that's also one of the legislation that can be done. That in these cases, you do not need a personal complainant. That that the law authorizes a motu proprio filing of cases. If you would notice, Mr. Chair, in many instances, these cyber criminals really exploit this gap in the law that you require a complainant. So in the past, when a criminal robs a bank of 10 million pesos, you definitely have a complainant, the bank, kasi ninakawan siya ng 10 million. But a cyber criminal will steal 1 peso from 10 million people, there will be no complainant because ang ninakawan, piso lang. And the complainant will not go to the extent of filing a case and going through all of that for 1 peso. So they get away scot-free because the law requires a complainant to file the case. So in this case, I think the law should allow the law enforcement agency or the prosecution the motu proprio power to represent the people, since it's always the people versus the represent the people without a private complainant to file against these cyber criminals.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yes.
At least nakikita natin yung mga lapses natin, loopholes natin. So, it's a good thing that we have a committee hearing like this, no? Para ma-resolve po natin yung mga gaps. Siguro, proceed po tayo sa, kung wala na po sa CICC, punta na po tayo sa DOJ. Meron pa ba sa CICC? Ha?
That's all for now.
NTC pala, NTC. NTC, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. We joined the CICC and DICT's representations.
Thank you so much. Ang NTC kasama sa ano, no? Hindi nila kasama sa coordinating center, di ba? Sige, tanungin na lang kayo ng mga members mamaya NTC. DOJ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, as well as the co-chairpersons of the STRICOM and our esteemed congressmen. First and foremost, Your Honor, I am State Prosecutor Adan Parocha, Your Honor, and I am representing the Office of Cybercrime in my capacity as the OIC Director, Your Honor. And we joined the presentation of the DICT and CICC, Your Honor, as a council, which we agreed upon and formulated last Friday and yesterday, Your Honor. So we are already part of the presentation, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. NBI Cybercrime Division.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and our esteemed members of the Congress. We are one with the CICC as member of the Council. So the presentation of the CICC was a consolidated effort of all of the agencies involved in the Council, Mr. Chair.
Okay. NBI, PNP, Anti-Cybercrime Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, sir, we are one also with the ICT and CICC. We have just recently a meeting, and probably the PNP will just be submitting our position paper, our recommendations, and in behalf of the Chief of the Philippine National Police, Police General Romel Francisco Marbil, would like to extend our gratitude for inviting us here. Thank you.
Kanina, just si General Torre, I think biktima rin siya ng ng fake di ba? Pero nag-file siya. Nag-file siya, di ba? Nag-file siya ng kaso, si Gerald Torre. Sayang, hindi natin nakalista siya eh. Tatanungin natin siya about it. Anyway, punta mo tayo sa Independent Media Organization. Yung ating pong mga... Yes. Ay, okay. O, sige, bigyan natin ng chance yung ating pong... yung sa additional academe, si Professor Enrico Basilio from UP, SIPAG. Sige sir, you are recognized.
Magandang hapon, Mr. Chair and members of the TRICOM and guests. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting us to this hearing. With me is a colleague from the Center for Policy and Executive Development of the UP National College of Public Administration and Governance, Ms. Ella Chavez, who is the research policy focal person.
Speak louder po.
On,
yes.
Yes, sir. On cybersecurity
yung mic lang po, lapit na konti.
AI.
You have a presentation, Doc?
No, sir. In the interest of time, I will just summarize the recommendation, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Speak louder, please.
Okay, so the first recommendation, Mr. Chair, focuses on the need to strengthen the cybersecurity legal framework. So, as already discussed by our guests from the government agencies, we observe that there can be a room for amending and expanding the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 to include explicit provisions addressing AI-related cyber threats. This includes establishing ethical guidelines on AI-generated cyber threats such as automated phishing, deepfake-driven misinformation, and AI-powered cyber intrusions. Introducing regulatory and liability frameworks for all AI developers and deployers to ensure accountability in case of security breaches, as mentioned by Professor Khan earlier and other UP professors, and enhancing public-private partnerships for information sharing mechanisms to combat emerging cyber threats effectively. The second recommendation is about the need to establish AI governance and ethical guidelines. AI governance must go beyond cybersecurity and address ethical, economic, and social dimensions. We propose to highlight the ethical considerations in the use of AI that can be connected to cybercrime activities. Thus, it is recommended to develop a national AI ethical guidelines that ensure transparency, fairness, and ethical AI deployment. Number two, conduct regular AI risk assessments to inform legislative actions and foster research collaborations between the government, academic institutions, and industry stakeholders. The third recommendation focuses on the need to enhance capacity building and cyber resilience. Cybersecurity, Mr. Chair, is not solely a legal issue but a governance challenge that requires capacity building at all levels. So we advocate for the development of a national AI resilience strategy that includes threat detection, rapid response protocols, and continuous innovation in cyber defense, as well as conduct of cybersecurity training programs for government agencies, private sector entities, and law enforcement, as well as education campaign and advocacy initiatives on AI ethics and cybersecurity at the secondary and tertiary levels. The fourth recommendation has to do with the need to promote data privacy and digital sovereignty. Data is the backbone of AI systems. Therefore, ensuring strong data protection policies is paramount to safeguarding national security and individual privacy. We recommend, therefore, aligning the Data Privacy Act with international practices in AI-driven data security, establishing strict guidelines on AI data processing, consent mechanisms, and redressal procedures for data misuse, and encouraging investments in indigenous AI technologies to reduce dependence on foreign AI systems, ensuring digital sovereignty. And finally, Mr. Chair, there's a need to consolidate and harmonize current proposed legislations on cybersecurity and AI to ensure that the best strategies are highlighted and included in addressing present and future conditions and concerns related to evolving technologies. So to conclude, the rapid evolution of AI necessitates a proactive, adaptive, and inclusive approach to legal governance. The privileged speech of Representative Ace Barbers has rightfully highlighted the need for urgent and comprehensive legislative action. The Center for Policy and Executive Development of UP-NCPAG, it stands committed to working alongside with policymakers, regulators, and industry leaders in crafting evidence-based, forward-looking policies on AI and cybersecurity. Thus, we would like to manifest, Mr. Chair, our participation in the ICT Technical Working Group Committee on the House Bills on Artificial Intelligence. And we will submit formally our position to the joint committees. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon na po sa kanilang lahat.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So, mag-proceed po tayo sa Independent Media Organization website. Konti na lang po to. And then our mga vloggers, and then we can start the interpellation. So, si Miss Ellen Tordesillas, President ng Vera Files. Ma'am, you are recognized.
Magandang hapon po, Chairman Fernandez, saka yung mga co-chairs itong sa Joint Committee, at saka lahat na, the Honorable Congressman here. Ako po si Ellen Tordesillas, isang journalist. Tama ba? Kasama po ako sa founders ng Vera Files. Vera Files is Teka, ito. Okay ba? Yeah. Okay. Vera Files is a non-profit media organization registered with the SEC. Okay. Our objective in forming Vera Files is to advance excellence in journalism, which we consider as an important pillar of democracy. Okay. Vera Files does a lot of fact-checking, fact-checking with us we debunk published falsehood with verified facts. And it is also, fact-checking is also accountability journalism. We want to to hold responsible all those who spread falsehood. Verapals is a member of the International Fact-Checking Network. It's an organization of more than 170 fact-checkers all over the world who adhere to international standards in fact-checking. Verapals is also a third-party fact-checker of Meta, Facebook here in the Philippines. As a third-party fact-checker of Meta, we don't block, we don't delete falsehood that are proliferating in the platform. We identify what are false, misleading in the platform to help the platform become more safe and to prevent harm for those who are visiting that's the purpose of Meta setting up the program of fact checking in their platform. Then in the process of fact checking, we have identified most of the falsehoods that we identify in social media are scams, hoaxes, and
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt? Is Secretary Oy leaving now? May tatanong sa kanya kasi, sandali lang sana. Alis na ba siya? For a few minutes na lang.
But
Anyway, the undersecretaries are here. Okay.
Yes,
Sabi ko, no, dito sana eh. Kailan lang, mamaya lang.
thank you, Congressman Plato, for your understanding. Sige, Ma'am Vera.
tuloy ako.
Opo, Ma'am.
Sige, okay. Sa pag-check namin as a third party fact checker of Meta, ang mga nakikita namin karamihan na falsehood, I try to avoid the term fake news because it's an oxymoron actually, because when we say fake news kasi, the term fake news kasi undermines the value of news, which is, pag news kasi dapat, totoo yan eh. Pag hindi totoo kayo, chismis yan. So pag linabi mong fake news, parang diba oxymoron, you don't modify something that is true with the word fake. Pero anyway, nagiging na kasi parang Colgate, no, tsaka toothpaste. Pero anyway, but anyway, what do we fact check? We fact check falsehood, lies, which are proliferating in social media. We follow criteria in deciding which to fact check. Dahil sa dami-dami talaga, tama yung sabi ni Chairman Fernandez, na talagang pag nagba-viral in thousands in a matter of minutes and hours, ganon. So may criteria kaming fina-follow what to fact check. Number one, it should be a statement of fact. Hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng opinion, hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng fiction, di ba? Hindi kami nagpa-fact check ng prediction. Di ba? Pag sinabi mo kasi na we expect the Philippines to be to belong to the first world group in 5 years, hindi namin pwedeng fact check yan, di ba? Kasi wala pa namang 5 years, ganon. So anyway, number one, it should be a statement of fact. Number two, it should be relevant. Kasi kahit naman may false one, hindi ko ipa-fact check kung ano nangyari kay Maris Racal tsaka kay Anthony Jennings, no? Kasi ano naman relevance nun sa general public, di ba? So kino-consider namin yung relevance. Saka isa pa is, ang third is, kaya ba namin i-fact check sa madaling panahon? Kasi iba kasi ang fact-checking kaysa investigative journalism. Ang investigative journalism kasi it will take weeks and months, gano'n. Ang number one, ang importante sa fact-check is to stop the spread of falsehood. Agad-agad kailangan mo ma-stop. So kailangan, kaya ba namin ito i-fact check at least one day, mahaba na kasi yung one day, but mahaba na siguro yung 2 araw. Kailangan ma-stop. Tsaka kailangan kasi pag nag-fact check kami, we debunk falsehood with verified facts. Hindi namin pwedeng hindi kami pwedeng magsabi lang na mali, ganon. Kasi 'di ba, pangit naman yung na fact checker ka tapos yung fact check mo mali rin, 'di ba? So, kailangan verified facts. And number, ang additional criteria namin is yung virality. Kasi kung mas viral, mas urgent yun na yun ang isa-stop na, yun ang uunahin namin, ganon. So yun ang aming mga criteria namin sa pag-practice. Ang karamihan sa mga nakikita namin na falsehood sa social media are scams, no? Yung mga nanloloko, yung yung ayuda, SWS. Magbibigay sila marami yan, maraming naloloko diyan. Marami rin ang usually health scams, ganon yung mga gamot sa diabetes, gamot sa cancer. In fact, ang isa sa mga naloko nga sa gamot ng diabetes, yung ating national artist na si Kidlat Tahimik. Nakabili siya ng package ba yun na binibenta ng diabetes. Hindi naman. Kasi ang mga nanloloko kasi dito, they earn money by the clicks, di ba? So, gagawa lang sila ng mga headline na clickbait, we call it clickbaits. The moment nag-click ka, kikita na sila dun eh. So, wala namang laman yung kanilang website, pero kumikita sila dun. So, tingnan, marami. Tapos hoaxes, yung mga namamatay, namatay si Jackie Chan. Yan, kahit na, magugulat ka, di ba? Magugulat ka. Tapos, kahit na later malaman mo na hindi totoo, nakaklik ka na, di ba? So, yun ang marami. Tapos, ngayon habang lumalapit yung election, tumataas yung falsehoods na lumalabas related to sa election. So, medyo kasi 'di ba yung ang nakakabahala kasi dito sa disinformation na nangyayari is kasi tayo 'di ba we make decisions based on the information that we have. So kahit from sa maliit na bagay hanggang sa matters of national interest, lahat yun nakabase yun sa tamang impormasyon. So kung sa election na to, magdi-decide tayo kung sino yung bubutuhin natin para magiging mga leader natin sa ating community hanggang sa national. So kailangan dapat yung decision natin nakabase sa tamang kung kandidato ba na ito gumagawa or maraming nagawang masama o whatever, ano siyang klaseng tao. So, importante yun. So, ngayon habang palapit yung eleksyon, may dumadami yung falsehood. So, as third-party fact-checker ng Facebook, kasi maraming nagagalit sa amin dahil akala nila nagbablock kami ang nagdi-delete ng mga post. Hindi nangyayari yun. Di ba sabi ko kanina, kinaklasify, pag may nakikita kaming falsehood sa Facebook, everyday, pagkagising namin, yun ang trabaho namin, to scour the social media of false and lies that are proliferating in the platform. So, ginagawa namin, so yun, may proseso kami para masigurado na yung aming fact check ay nakabase rin sa sa fax, ganon. So sinasubmit namin sa Facebook yon. Ang Facebook ngayon ang magde-decide kung anong action ang gagawin nila doon. Ang ginagawa ng Facebook usually is binababa nila yung false na yung maling post, binababa nila sa kanilang feed. So, ibig sabihin nun, kung i-click mo yan, hindi na yan basta-basta magsispread. So, ang mangyayari dyan, malilesen yung kita kasi hindi na yan basta nakikita, malilesen yung kita nung nag-post nung maling, ng maling post. Ganon. Tapos, tapos pag kinlik mo yan, pag kinlik pa niya para i-share sa iba, may lalabas na advisory na this post has been tagged by Vera Files as false. Tapos kahit yung beneficiary, yung target na papadalhan niya, magkakaroon din ng ganong notice. So pero nandyan pa rin sa platform yung kanyang post kasi hindi sabi kasi ng Facebook freedom of expression kaya hindi nila yan dinidelete. Pero sa katagalan pa rin pag tumagal ka rin na palagi ka na lang pina-flag namin, darating na rin yung oras na Facebook magde-decide na rin yung Facebook na yung account mo siguro medyo maapektuhan yung account mo. Pero hindi gumagawa.
May tanong lang po ako sa inyo. Ilan po kayong mga fact checkers sa buong Pilipinas?
Dalawa lang kami dito ang
ano po isa?
Facebook.
Aside from Vera Files?
Vera Files, Rappler.
Saka?
Tapos,
Rappler po.
Yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung dalawa lang kami dito. Ang Philippine-based. Meron pa isa kasi yung Agence France Press, ganon.
Mama, speak louder po. Hindi po na kayo madinig.
Aside kasi from ang Philippine registered na fact checker is Vera Files and Rappler, pero meron pang isa dito na nag-operate dito sa Pilipinas, yung Agence France Press, which is an international organization. They fact check. But there are 6 mayroong yung certified ng IFCN, kasama kasi yung Press 1, ABS-CBN, Philstar, Mindan News, Probe. Yun pa yung, ano yan, na mayroong IFCN certified dyan. Pero maraming nagpa-fact check, maraming nagpa-fact check. So,
and siguro ma'am, pinaka-the best po natin gawin is to have all this group na fact checkers, para ma-coordinate natin sa CICC para you can help the government.
Yeah, in fact, interesado ako
Are you having a understanding with the government agency? Meron po ba o wala?
Wala.
Wala pa po,
kasi to maintain our independence kasi hindi
okay. We understand. Okay.
Ngayon meron kaming oncoming project with PCO. We have worked with the Human Rights Commission. We have done training for the Human Rights Commission and for the OPAP.
Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, thank you so much po. We will be asking you again kasi may mga members who wanted to ask yung Vera Files na.
Kasi one comment na lang. Alam mo, nung nakita ako tong yung resolution, what I liked about this is that yung review existing laws, particularly RA 13175 kasi tama yung kasi yung I like the fact that you are reviewing existing laws kasi baka kasi marami ng yung ating problema ngayon, baka nandun na yun sa ibang existing laws lang At least you are not starting from zero, di ba? Parang ganun. So, I like that.
Thank you.
That's one thing I like that about.
Thank you so much po, ma'am.
Parang ko lang isa pang importante is
that's the very essence of our conducting this hearing.
Yes.
Marami po salamat.
Yung isa lang kasi yung fact check, the fight kasi against disinformation should not only be the responsibility of professional fact checkers. It should be responsibility of each and every one of us, So, we try to train as many people as possible to how to spot fake news. Pero ang importante talaga is the value of yung valuing truthfulness. Kasi dapat pag may nakita tayong lies and false, so dapat maano na tayo yung antenna mo dapat mag-on at saka mag-turn off ka eh. Kaya lang I'm worried sometimes that we take the lack of truthfulness parang casually for granted. So I think we should, yun ang pinakaano ko is, I think we should strengthen our appreciation for truthfulness. And it should not start only, it should start, the school should as
Yes, ma'am. Meron lang interjection si Congressman Barbers. Barbers, can you
Thank you, Mr.
say
Chairman.
something, please?
We appreciate, Ma'am Ellen, yung iyong comments, no? Dahil gaya rin po ninyo, gusto rin po natin na puro katotohanan din yung nababasa, nakikita, napapanood sa social media. Matanong ko lang po kayo sa inyong personal na opinion na Miss Ellen, ano ba ang opinion nyo tungkol sa mga vloggers?
Kaya sinabi ko kanina, I'm a journalist.
Yeah.
Kasi merong mga journalist na nagbablog, di ba? But blogging does not make you a journalist. Yun kasi as a journalist kasi, we adhere to the core values of journalism, which are truthfulness, fairness.
Meron po kayong code of ethics, di ba?
Yes,
Meron po kayong code of conduct. Tama? Dito ba sa social media vlogging, naniniwala kayo na kailangan natin lagyan ng code of conduct or at least man lang merong ethical standards ang gumagamit. Okay, salamat po ma'am. Yun lang po ang opinion na gusto namin marinig sa inyo. Thank you.
Yeah, sige, yun. Salamat din.
Here.
Yes. Okay, Congressman Marcoleta, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hindi pa tayo interpellation, ha? Ano pa lang? Interjection?
Wala ko interpellation. Wala na.
No. We have like,
Mr. Salvosa.
Hindi, kasi yung mga vloggers that we have invited, meron atang dumating dito, di ba? Ayun sila, meron silang mga, let them speak muna. Andun din si attorney, So, can we ask muna yung mga yon before we proceed with our interpellation? Please? So, ang reason why we invited you over para to contribute also to this hearing, no? Why this kind of proliferation of disinformation nangyayari. So, being a blogger or content creator, you can share to us kung ano po yung mga experiences that you have in creating that kind of content. May it be right information or wrong, you have to give us your insights. So siguro unahin natin sino unang dumating sa kanila? Si Malu. Malu.
Thank you.
Tikia.
Thank you, Mr.
You are
Chairman.
recognized, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and your honors. Thank you for your invitation for me to, quote, share your knowledge and experience with social media with the end in view of promoting accountability, authenticity, and digital well-being. I am Malu Tikia. I'm an op-ed columnist of Manila Times for 12 years now and a political consultant for 30 years. I spent my young productive years in the Senate in 1987 to 1989 and in the House of Representatives from 1992 to 1999. I am appearing before you today to honor that institutional tradition. How do I use social media channels? I use it as a platform for commentaries, advocacies, and as alternative classroom to discuss hot-button issues, explaining and making sense of issues to the public. I am not a blogger or a vlogger. I have a personal meta page. I do not have a social media company. I have not been involved with any narco and pogo groups. I am not pro-China. I am pro-Philippines. Having said that, allow me to state for the record that despite not being in a public office, I too am fair game. I have been bashed, bullied, accused of so many things, but when it comes to factual matters, malicious attacks, I choose my legal rights. One, against a lawyer who claimed that I was part of the Marcos Jr. campaign in 2022, and because of my survey results, I got a penthouse in BGC and drives around in a Range Rover. Both were lies. The case is pending. Then a private group in Meta chose to put out in public a photo of so-called DDS Coral with me on the center with a pig snout. Mind you, there were more than 12 persons there, some of whom I do not personally know. I am not DDS, nor am I part of the so-called DDS Coral. When they chose to bring it out of a private group and shared it publicly, it was done maliciously. So again, I filed a case. There was a time also in 2022 when the survey results of my company were maliciously altered. I called the media organization and a person in another political camp, requesting them to correct the matter or else I will avail of my legal rights. Both corrected, the latter even made a public apology. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, the Constitution begins on page 1 with 3 words, "We the people." And Article 3, Section 4, refers to the Bill of Rights, specifically freedom of speech, freedom of expression or of the press, and freedom of assembly are the bedrocks of democracy. But in politics, as you very well know, truth have various shades. For so long as there is no malice, we should err on the side of freedoms than contain them. Your Honors, contrarian views are protected by such rights. Prior restraint is anathema to democracy. My thoughts in this hearing, number one, please be fair. And I say that because are you inviting critics, bloggers, creators, joiners, collectors, spectators, inactives? Because the 3-second rule really controls social media. These are the different classifications when you refer to social media. If Congress wants to deal with false narratives, all sides must be present. Number 2, be careful of reported social media strategists who offer politicians, candidates, a plan on increasing followers. Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, followers are not voters. And the staggering costs are so scandalous and borders on being scams. You are being scammed if you follow the dictate of the more followers, the better for campaign. There were reports too where some influencers became guns for hire during campaigns. Number 3, Congress, and I am being, a lot of people are asking me not to say this, but I am sticking my head out here. Congress should ban the use of troll armies. Troll farms represent a significant challenge in the digital age, blending cyber warfare with psychological manipulation. Addressing them requires technological innovation, regulatory frameworks, and public awareness to safeguard democratic discourse. I am happy to note that these committees started with the pioneering work of Dr. Jonathan Ong and Dr. Jason Cabañez, entitled Architects of Network Disinformation. Number 4, near January 20, 2025, the inaugural of the US President, Meta ended fact-checking and replaced it with community notes, which X was an early adopter of. This is an evolving matter that we need to consistently be aware of, as well as AI and deepfakes. Congress should study what has been done in various countries that have implemented measures to ban or regulate the use of troll farms and coordinated inauthentic behavior, especially during campaigns and elections. I am referring to some 11 countries here for you to consider. As far as EU is concerned, they came up with the Digital Services Act and the Code of Practice on Disinformation. The US has Honest Ads Act. Germany has the Network Enforcement Act. France bans false information spread close to elections and mandates ad transparency. Brazil has fake news law that criminalizes the creating of fake accounts to spread election falsehoods. Taiwan recently criminalized foreign interference, including disinformation campaigns, with a fact-checking initiative to counteract troll army activity. Canada has Elections Modernization Act that prohibits foreign interference and mandates ad transparency. Australia has Electoral Integrity Bill criminalizing foreign interference and requires ad disclosure. The UK has an online safety law that holds platforms accountable for harmful content, including election disinformation. South Korea criminalizes spreading false information during campaigns. And Singapore, which was mentioned a while ago, allows government correction and removal of falsehoods. The 3-second rule is the controlling law in social media. And because of that, legislation has to be circumscribed and made quickly so that for the 2025 elections, we remove the disinformation effect of the troll farms. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your honors.
Mr. Chair, just a clarification if
Yes, go ahead, Congressman Art Barbers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to address this clarification to Ms. Malu Tikia. Malu, para lang sa kaalaman ng marami, ang objective o layunin kasi nitong committee hearing na ito ay magpasa ng mga batas, no? Gaya ng nabanggit mo sa ibang bansa na kung saan ay merong mga batas, no, to protect, no, yung the people from online scams and others, no, and other illegal activities that is being done in the cyberspace. Dito sa atin sa ngayon, Malu, no, marami kasing mga vloggers, habang tayo'y naghihiring ngayon, ang komentaryo ay sinasabi nila na we do not respect that committee hearing kasi yung hearing na yan suppression ng aming freedom of speech or freedom of expression. Hindi kami naniniwala na ang layunin niyan ay para gumawa ng batas. Since you are here, I'd like to get a categorical opinion from you na ikaw ba ay naniniwala na tama lang na tayo gumawa ng batas para magkaroon ng disiplina, magkaroon ng regulatory framework ang ating bansa sa paggamit ng social media?
Sir, to directly respond to Congressman Barbers, yes.
Okay.
For the simple reason that the decency of the space has been crossed so much. So yes.
There are statements that are being issued that are slanderous or libelous, correct? And you agree with me, no?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so marami kasing ganyan Maaring hindi nila aaminin o hindi sila informed, no, kung ano na yung kanilang limitasyon sa paggamit ng social media. Kasi yun na nga ang sinabi ko kanina, no? When you open your social media account, sometimes makikita mo may nagmumura. Di ba? May nagmumura. May name calling. They resort to name calling. They call politicians, they call people by other names. Na insulto nga minsan di ba? Meron naman dyan na nananawagan ng kaguluhan sa bansa. And these are the things that we want to check. Yan po, kaya yung mga nanonood doon ng mga vloggers na walang ginawa, kundi magmura, they've crossed the line of decency doon papunta sa criminal act of being libelous or slanderous.
So, yun ang gusto nating linawin. And I'm glad that Professor Malutikia is here to agree with this committee's objective in coming up with this legislation, remedial laws or legislation that can be used by the country, and of course, people will benefit. Tama?
Sir, ako lang, kasi ang legislators, you live in a glass house. So part and parcel of your public life are attacks being made.
And that's normal.
That's normal. But there is also such a thing as contrarian view. Kasi kung papatulan yung opinion yun eh. Ngayon, kung factual, kaya
I'm only referring to fake news peddling.
Yeah.
Yung opinion, they can share, they can express their opinion 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days in a year. And no one will stop them from doing that. That's their right.
Yes.
And we know that and we respect that right.
Thank you for that.
Pero kapag you've crossed the line, created a story, created a news that is fake, and you peddled it, diba? Teka muna, may pananagutan tayo sa batas. And you know that, diba?
Yes, sir.
So, that's very clear. We will not debate and argue about opinions.
Yes.
Because your opinion is I respect, and my opinion you should also respect.
Yes.
Diba? Ganun din po, this goes the same to all social media actors or bloggers, so to speak, no? Kasi, syempre, kayo nandyan sa industry yan, you control the narrative eh. Kasi kayo nandyan dyan, trabaho nyo siguro yan. Perhaps you even make money out of that, no? Especially to those who actually can monetize, no? Yung kanilang, ano ba, namo-monetize?
Yes, sir. That's why I said I am not a blogger or a vlogger, because I do not earn from it. My meta page is my personal page. And to a certain degree, you really have to be responsible for what you say or what you do. Yun lang, sir, siguro sa legislation, really you have to look for a definition on fake news. What is fake news is really something that has to be defined.
I absolutely agree with you, and that is why we're consulting and getting opinions from the experts, no? Yung ating members of the academe, like you're a practitioner, and the government agencies, para makagawa po tayo ng batas. Yun lamang po ang ating layunin. So yung mga nagtatago sa likod ng usapin na ito ay curtailment ng freedom of expression o freedom of speech, sila po yung talagang namamayagpag sa pagkalat ng fake news dito sa ating bansa.
Mr. Chairman, the fact that I agreed to appear and honor your invitation, and I was given the chance to say what I want to say, I don't think that is curtailment of my right to expression.
And you're a perfect example and manifestation that indeed there was no curtailment of freedom of expression and speech in this committee hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat, Malu. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And with that, that's the reason why we wanted them to appear as well, no? Hindi naman po ito sisikilin yung karapatan ng bawat isa. But kailangan pa nga po natin malaman kung ano yung mga inputs nila na makakatulong sa atin para po sa pagsasagawa or amendments. Hindi sa Tagalog, ano ba yung amendments? Amyenda ng ating pong kasalukuyang batas. So the chair would like also to recognize yung si Mark Louis
Mr. Chair.
Gamboa. Vlogger din po kayo, sir.
Yes po.
Sige po, sir. You have the floor.
Yun. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ako po si Mark Gamboa. I've been a political vlogger for the last 6 years. Ako din po ay tumatakbong senador dito sa upcoming elections. Isa po sa sinusulong ko ay yung 24/7 na fake news monitoring office. So, yun. So, sa aking experience po sa 6 na taon na pagbablog, nakita ko po kung gaano ka-toxic, kung gaano ka dami po yung fake news, kung gaano po kadami yung pag-iinsulto, pagmumura. At ako po ay nalulungkot. At ako po sa aking channel, I could be critical of someone,
I could be critical of a politician, ano, pero I always try to maintain a level of respect. Ito pong sa hearing ngayon, gusto ko lang din pong sabihin, shout out lang din po sa mga DDS vloggers na 40 na hindi po nakapunta. Actually, nanonood po sila lahat ngayon at meron silang mga komentaryo, pinopost po nila sa kanilang Facebook. Meron po silang mga panibagong hirit po sa inyong lahat. So shout out po sa kanila, nanonood sila ngayon. After po siguro nito, baka ako din po, ibabash na din po nila. Kasama naman po yon. Normal na po, 6 na taon ko na pong ginagawa to. Sanay na po tayo. Minsan bati kami, minsan galit sila sa akin. Pero ito po yun kasi, dito ako nalulungkot yung mga kaibigan ko po yung marami sa mga inimbitahan nyo. Kasi inihiwalay ko yung aming trabaho sa pagbablog at yung aming personal na pagkakaibigan. Pero ang problema ko po kasi sa ginagawa po nila, sa style po nila, ay ito po ay a form of bullying pambubuli. 6 na taon na po nilang ginagawa, 9 na taon na po nilang ginagawa po ito. 'Di ba? Kapag merong hindi nag-agree sa opinion nila, kapag merong taliwas, kapag merong bumabatikos, o yung kunyari yung quadcom na ginagawa nyo po na ang daming nabubunyag na mga kalokohan o illegal na ginagawa nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte, ay attack mode na po sila. At doon na po pumapasok yung kanilang pagiging bastos, yung kanilang pag-iinsulto, mga below the belt na tira, mga personal na tira, at nakakalungkot po na umaabot po sa ganon. So ako po I fully respect yung pong freedom of speech ng aking mga kasamang vlogger at ako din po mismo ang unang lalaban para sa kanilang freedom of speech kahit anong political affiliation. Ako po ay concerned lamang po sa ilang mga bagay. Una po, mas concern ko yung mga pages at yung mga accounts na wala pong muka. Kasi po at least yung mga vloggers na wala dito, pag nagsasalita sila, kita yung mukha nila. So, kung accountable sila doon sa sinabi nila. Marami din po yung mga pages, katulad po nung Amp Satire at ng mga iba pang mga YouTube accounts na wala pong mukha. Kaya po, kung mambalahura at kung tumira po, ay sobrang grabe, sobrang below the belt. Kasi po, walang accountability, walang transparency, hindi natin alam kung sino yung nagpo-post, kaya po ang tapang nila. Buti nga po nagkaroon ng ganitong hearing para po magkaalaman. Pangalawa, sa akin po, walang masama kung meron kang sinusuportahan politiko, kung maka Duterte ka, kung maka Marcos ka, o Lenny, o kung sino man. Ang sa akin po, I'm deeply concerned kapag ang nag-i-impluwensya sa iyo o ang sinusunod mo ay galing na po sa ibang bansa. Katulad po ng sinabi niyo po, yung issue sa West Philippines, kanina po may nasabi si Honorable Congressman Marcoleta na kailangan daw may information drive yung pong pamahalaan. Meron po. In fact, nag-attend po kami doon sa mga information session na yon kay Commodore Tariela, kung saan dinedebunk po niya yung pong mga fake news about sa West Philippine Sea. O kaso after po nun, ibabash na naman itong sa Tariela. Titirahin na naman yung mga nagde-defend sa West Philippine Sea. Nakakalungkot po kung meron man akong kasamahan o kung meron mang ibang vlogger na maaring nakokontrol o nababayaran o kung ano mang paraan, kung ano mang way na nai-impluwensyahan po ng ibang bansa para po manggulo dito sa atin, para po iusog yung kanilang mga agenda, para po ma-destabilize yung pong ating bansa, para po doon sa bansa na tinutulog. Yan po ay isang pagtatraidor sa ating bansa at dapat po mas mabigat yung pong mga batas kapag gano'n na po yung usapan. Kasi it's one thing kung politiko laban sa politiko, parehong Pilipino yan. Magkaiba lang kayo ng opinion. Pero kapag ang boss mo ay, for example, China, tapos you are acting against the benefit ng bansa ng Pilipinas, the interest ng Pilipinas. So I think mas mabigat po dapat pagdating po sa mga ganong issue. And ayun, lastly po, of course din, may mga moves din po sa social media na maaring parte din ng destabilisasyon na para po pahinain yung administrasyon kung meron mang gusto mag-destabilize o may gusto silang pahilain o gusto nilang tanggalin sa pwesto si Pangulong Bongbong Marcos. So yun po ay sa akin dapat din pong tignan din po at hanapan po ng paraan kung paano po mamiminimize o mapagbabawal po without curtailing naman po yung pong freedom of speech na meron po ang bawat isa. Yun lang po your Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, totoo yung sinabi mo, no? Ito na, ngayon ko lang nakakita sa TikTok, ano, na yan, kudos to all our brave vloggers. The best ang decision nyo na magtungo sa Supreme Court and better to file a case against Quadcom. So, ibig sabihin po, mali pa, Tricom po to, hindi po to Quadcom. So, ibig sabihin na, yung pagpunta sa Supreme Court, we respect that. But of course, this is a different matter. This is an inquiry in aid of legislation. At meron na po tayong ano dyan, may decision na po ang Supreme Court about it. So, sana respetuhin din po sana yung yung ating pong patawag. And to these people, no, kay Mark, kay Malu, and kay Attorney Ricky, salamat po sa pagpunta po nyo dito. At we will be recognizing na ngayon yung ating pong huling vlogger that attended. Ito pong tatlo. Sige mo, Attorney Ricky Tumutog. Ano pong ipinido niyo, sir?
Tumutorgo po, Mr. Chair.
Tumutorgo. Yes, sir. You are now recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ako po si Attorney Ricky Tumutorgo. Actually, nagbiyahe pa ako from Bicol. Dumating ako 2 a.m. kanina. Ako po kasi lawyer at nagtuturo rin ako sa law. At ang tinuturo ko pa naman, constitutional law. At ang subject ko na hinahawakan ngayon, constitutional law to Bill of Rights. At human rights lawyer din ako. Kaya itong dito, pinag-uusapan, malapit ito sa advocacies ko. Pero aside kasi sa lawyer, vlogger din ako. Kaya doon sa lumabas na pangalan na invited na 40 na mga social media personalities, kami ni Ross ang nasa last. Pang 39 ako, pang 40 siya. Humabol si Mark, pang 41. So, unang-una, yung mga estudyante ko nagtatanong, Attorney, invited ka doon, mga fake news daw, pinapatawag, mga fake news peddlers. Sabi ko, doon pa lang parang biktima na ako kaagad ng fake news. Kasama na ako doon sa 40 na nakagrupo kasi lahat yun 40. Ayaw ko sanang umattend kasi may klase ako tonight. Kaya start pa lang ng klase. Pero gusto ko rin i-clear yung issue na napapasama ako doon sa 40 na fake news na mga vloggers Kaya akong umattend dito. Pero hindi ko rin alam bakit ako in-invite.
Attorney, kasi mix po yung ating invitation. No? As a matter of fact, po kasi hindi po natin kaya accommodate lahat ng mga vloggers. The reason yung unang 40 po, but in the next hearing, we will be inviting other vloggers as well. So, nag-mix na po yung mga peddling fake news and yung mga peddling naman ng mga truthfulness doon sa kanilang mga content. But
Okay.
At any rate, ang kinikater po namin dito ay halos lahat ng mga vloggers natin, mga Pilipino, na ang content mo nila ay about against or pro-government. So yun po yung ating po inibitahan for the meantime. But basically sa susunod po, pupunta po tayo, segue po tayo sa ibang industry. Sige, go ahead, Attorney.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Doon kasi sa 40 na yon, nakahabol si Mark pang 41, sabi ko, 3 lang yata kami ditong hindi DDS Kaya, sabi ko, hindi attend yung mga yan. Actually, nag-vlog ako kagabi sa kaninang umaga. Sabi ko, akala ko maisog yung mga DDS vloggers. Tawag nila sa kanila maisog Pero bakit hindi a-attend sa Tricom hearing? So sabi ko, pero ako a-attend ako. Hindi ko alam bakit ako pinatawag. Dahil ba attorney ako na nagbablog? Or baka may natamaan ako dyan sa pagbablog ko? Kaya ni-review ko yung mga vlog ko. Sino kayo yung mga member ng Quadcom at ngayon ng Tricom na naging topic ko? Sabi ko, wala naman Wala naman akong masyadong Kaya confident ako na sabi ko, kaya ko tong harapin. Pero
So tinitingnan ko ang may contribute ko dito as resource person, una yung experience ko as political blogger. Ang gamit ko sa social media, Enzo Recto. Mayroon din kaming page, yung Bunyog, kasi ako rin yung first nominee ng Bunyog Party List. Active ang aming party list sa social media. In fact, yun yung main platform para at least baka manalo kami. Kasi ako 2 years pa lang akong nagbablog. Sa ngayon, mayroon akong 265,000 subscribers sa YouTube. So na-appreciate ko na yung mga tao, maraming nag-a-appreciate ng aking vlogs. Pag hindi nga ako nag-vlog, hinahanap ako eh. So, dito ko nakikita na ang vlogging, usually kasi pag sinabi yung vlogger, para talagang tagakalat ka ng fake news eh. Pero ako hindi ako nahihiya na sabihin na vlogger ako. Pag nagpapakilala ako, pinapakilala ko talaga ang sarili ko na vlogger. Kasi hindi ko nakikita na ang vlogging ay masama. Siguro kung may gumagawa man yan, sila lang yon. Pero ang internet kasi, ang social media, ang cyberspace, magagamit natin sa kabutihan ng bayan. Pero magagamit mo rin siya sa kasamaan. Ako, nakakahiya naman, nagtuturo ako sa Ateneo, College of Law, Constitutional Law po noon, tapos magiging tagakalat ako ng fake news. So, hindi. Ako natutuwa ako, alam nyo sa isang araw, 9 ang videos kong kinikreate. In just 2 years, 9,500 videos ang create namin. Kasi may channel ako, maraming channels na yan. Nag-hire na ako ng mga staff ko sa channels ko. Kasi gusto ko talagang ma-educate ang tao sa mga current issues and events. And maraming nag-appreciate. Pag hindi ako nag-live sa araw, hahanapin ako, marami ng messages akong natatanggap. At Tony, hindi ka pa nagla-live. Mayroon kasi akong Magandang Araw Pilipinas at Mundo, sa start ka agad yan. Tapos Kape at Kwentuhan din before sa gabi, gabi-gabing talakayan. Ang dinidiscuss ko, current events talaga. Paborito kong itong Quadcom, yung investigation kay Sara Duterte. In fact, nag-create ako ng grupo ng mga vloggers. Nandito yung mga kasamahan namin. 78 vloggers kami. Yun yung nag-initiate ng rally noong January 18 sa EDSA People Power Monument. Nandun yung pangalan ng 80 vloggers. At proud kami na sabihin na kami ang mga vloggers na hindi kami nagpi-fake news. Pero may stand kami on.
Mr. Chair, yes, what's the interjection?
Point of order.
What's the point of order?
He was telling us that he would like to give recommendations to us. But he is now telling himself. He is now giving a story about himself. Na sana, attorney, hindi mo ginagamit itong aming TRICOM para mag-campaign ng iyong party list, no? O kaya naman si Mark, para i-campaign na kanyang sarili.
Okay.
Kailangan namin yung recommendation mo.
Okay.
Hindi namin kailangan yung sinasabi mo na ginagawa mo sa vlog mo. Alright?
Okay, thank you and sorry, Mr.
Just a
Congressman
point of
Benny
clarification.
Abate.
Sige, go ahead, Attorney Ricky.
So dito na proceed na
Ricky ba?
ako.
Tama.
Gusto kong i-share na ang problema talaga ng kasi, itong fake news, disinformation, itong nagpo-proliferate na mga fake news nga sa social media. Pag-balance kasi ito ng freedom of expression, freedom of speech, at saka yung pag-protect naman ng reputation ng mga nagiging subject ng mga sa social media, ganun din yung interest ng bansa. So paano siya ibabalance? Actually, mayroon ng landmark case diyan. Yung case ng Dicini versus Secretary of Justice. Sa landmark case na ito, GR number 20335, February 11, 2014, ito yung unang pag-challenge sa constitutionality ng Republic Act 10175, yung Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Challenge dito. Ang contention dito ng mga dalawa, hindi ko na itatouch yung ibang aspect ng cybercrime. Yung mga scamming, hacking, data privacy violations. Dito na tayo sa aspect ng freedom of expression. Kasi mayroong specific na provision dito sa Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, yung section 4, paragraph C, number 4. Tungkol yan sa cyber libel. Pero actually, wala namang bago. Wala namang bago dito sa cyber libel kasi kahit naman doon sa revised penal code, pinipenalize yung libel kung wala man doon sa written, oral na libel, mayroong other similar means. So yung cyber libel, pasok doon sa other similar means. Yung paggamit ng cyberspace or internet sa libel. So ngayon, nung challenge ng petitioners yan, na unconstitutional yung provision na yan, yung cyber libel provision nitong Cybercrime Prevention Act, ang contention nila, yung mga recent daw na jurisprudence, sabi ng petitioners, hindi na kontra sa libel, hindi na inaano ang libel kasi dinidecriminalize na nga, yun yung trend. So sabi ng mga petitioners, alisin na yung provision sa Cybercrime Prevention Act or RA 10175 tungkol dyan sa cyber libel. Ang contention naman ng Solicitor General, hindi pwede. Kasi ano pa rin yan, kailangan protektahan pa rin ang mga private individuals na nagiging biktima ng cyber libel at ganun din ang public or ang state. So ang ruling ng Supreme Court dyan, ganito. Binalance ng Supreme Court. Ang pagbalance ng Supreme Court, nandyan pa rin ang cyber libel. Constitutional yan. Pero, pagdating sa malicious imputation, yung mga defamatory imputation, iba ang treatment sa private at sa public. Yung mga public officials, yung private na mga subject ng malicious imputation, presumed na malicious. Presumed na malicious. Kapag defamatory ang imputation mo, na libelous kumbaga yung sinabi mo, kapag ang subject ng ano mo ay private, presumed malicious. Pero kapag public, hindi. Kailangan i-prove na may actual malice. Yun yung ruling ng Supreme Court diyan sa landmark case na yan. So kumbaga binabalance. Kailangan pa rin protektahan ang publiko, hindi pwedeng sabihin na unconstitutional ang cyber libel. So dineclare pa rin ng Supreme Court diyan sa landmark case na constitutional, invalid. Pero sinabi rin, kailangan protektahan din ang freedom of expression. Lalo na rin kapag ang subject ay public officials. So yun yung ruling dito. May isa pa dito, yung Section 5, tungkol naman dun sa mga nagsishare, naglalike.
Sobra naman.
Yung mga nagsishare, naglalike.
Wait.
Sandali lang.
Can you wrap up, attorney? Because we're about to go with the members of the House because there's a lot we've been waiting for so long, no?
Inalok lang ko yung doctrine sa case. Ang last na lang yung Section 5. Sa Section 5, yung bang pag-share, paglalike, pagko-comment, can that be considered also as crime? Sabi diyan, hindi. Yung ruling sa Dicini case, hindi. Yun lang original author. Kaya, so makikita natin dito yung pagbabalance talaga ng Supreme Court dun sa freedom of expression at dun din sa mga nagiging biktima ng malicious na mga defamatory imputation. Yun na lang siguro muna. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Attorney Ricky Tumotorgo. So we'll now proceed to the interpellation of the members of this Congress. But before I recognize Congressman sige, meron pa tayo isang presenter but before that, the chair would like to recognize first Congressman Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anong pangalan ng gano'n niya? Attorney yan?
Ricky. Brother,
Hindi, tungkol lang sa sinasabi yung doktrina kanina. Attorney, abogado ka pala na nagtuturo sa Ateneo. At sinasabi mo, ang diferensya ng private sa public figure, pagka public figure ay hindi basta-basta. Kahit nabirahin mo, parang may lisensya ka na, parang gano'n sinasabi mo. Pero pag private, talagang kinakailangan may malis ka agad yun. Siguradong, kaya lang nung ikaw ay nag-vlog, ito yung title ng vlog mo sa akin eh. Huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panliling lang ni Marcoleta. Ano ang panliling lang ko, attorney? Public figure ako, pero kailangan malaman ko, sapagkat dito lang may malis ka na eh. Una, hindi mo ako kilala, ikaw hindi rin kita kilala. Pero dito lang sa title na title pa lang, huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panlilinlang ni Marcoleta. Attorney, kahit kailan wala akong nilinlang na mamamayan ng Pilipinas. Wala kang karapatan na akusahan mo ako ng ganito. Kung ang pinag-uusapan ay gusto mo lang ma-informahan ang mga nagpa-follow sa iyo kung sino-sinong maraming nagpa-follow. Pwede mo ba sagutin ito muna? Ano yung panlilinlang na sinasabi mo rito?
Marami na po kasi akong naging hindi ko ano yung particular na
Ito pakikita ko sa iyo, ayan
hindi ko po alam kung anong particular doon na
Attorney, gumawa ka ng vlog.
Yes po, ako po.
Responsibilidad mo sa public ito, lalong-lalo na yung naniniwala sa iyo. Hindi ko maniwala kung paano mo silang napaniwala. Pero itong sinabi mong ito, may pakulo ako at panlilin lang. Ito yung sagutin mo. Hindi ako naniniwalang hindi mo naalala ito.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? Actually po, dun yata yan sa rally ng Iglesia ni Cristo na naging subject din ako po ng programa ninyo sa yung dalawang pong kasama Honorable Congressman Marcoleta. Ako po yung naging subject nyo doon ni Saganang Mamamayan. Kasi ako yung nag-comment na sabi ko, dapat yung Iglesia ni Cristo kung talagang malaki yung mobilization nila, doon nila gawin sa Luneta, huwag sa Liwasan. Yun yung kasi, pag sa Liwasan...
Attorney, huwag mong nililihis ang usapan. Ang pinag-uusapan yung panlilin lang na sinasabi mo at pakulo. Walang kinalaman yung rally ng INC dito.
Doon ko po kita, Honorable Congressman Marcoleta.
Anong panlilin lang ginawa ko doon sa rally?
Yung po yatang speech nyo doon sa
stage. Hindi pa yata. Kailangan siguruhin mo. Nagsalita ko doon. Anong parte ng speech ko ang nilinlang ko ang mamamayang Pilipino?
Honorable Congressman Marco, yung reaction ko po yata yung speech nyo po doon sa stage.
Ano nga? Kung alam mo yung speech ko, ano yung panlilinlang doon?
Tingnan ko po dito sa kung ano yung... Ang dami ko na po kasing naging content tungkol po.
Hindi ganun. Ako kapag sinabi ko, alam ko ang pinagbabasihan ko. Kahit matagal na yon, maaalala ko. Pag nilinlang ako ng isang tao, alam ko. Problema sa inyo, hindi ko nilalahat ang vloggers, Ako, hindi ko minamasama yung vlogs. Yan ay part ng ating free speech. Expression. At yan ay ginagaranti ng ating saligang batas. Totoo naman na kapag ka-public figures, hindi dapat balat sibuyas. Hindi kagaya ng balat sibuyas ni Kong Barbers, alam ko yan. Pero hindi nangangahulugan. Kailangan i-establish ninyo. I-establish mo. Ikaw ay abogado pa rin, kagaya na sinasabi mo, nagtuturo ka pa sa isang reputableng institusyon. At pagkatapos, tinatanong ko lang ngayon, ikaw ang nagbablog,
Basta po tungkol po talaga yung naging topic ko po kayo, tungkol dun sa rally ng
Ano
ANC.
nga yung sinabi ko sa rally na nanilang ako ng Pilipino? Wala ka man lang maisip? Ito yung uri mo na hindi kailangan talagang nagbablog, Nami-mislead mo yung mga tao, nilililang mo yung mga tao. Ang dahilan ay hindi mo man lang masabi kung ano yung aking mga panlilinlang na sinasabi mo rito. Pakulo at panlilinlang. Hindi ganyan yung mga vloggers na kilala ko. Yung mga vloggers umaatake rin sa akin, pero hindi ako balat sibuyas. Sapagkat may basihan ang kanilang sinasabi. Yung pinag-uusapan siguro namin dito. Gusto nila niyang tingnan siguro kung ano yung mga seeds ng mga aming pinag-uusapan dito. Hindi ako balat sibuyas, pero ito, wala akong makitang panlilang na ginawa ko sa ating mamamayan. Ikaw, ang lakas ng loob mo na mag-vlog. Abogado ka pa naman. O ano?
Gusto, panoorin ko po mamaya itong kung ano yung...
Ayun ang hirap sa atin, Mr. Chair,
ano po kasi...
Isip-isipin mo, bigla ka na lang gagawa ng isang vlog na ngayon ay tatanungin kita ng diretso, wala ka man lang masabi, kahit isang panlilin lang. At ang inaakala mo, baka sakaling doon sa rally. Ibig mo sabihin, naharap ako sa rally pagkalaki-laki para manlilang lang ako ng mamamayang Pilipino? Hindi ka karapat dapat na abogado Hindi ka dapat magturo sa Ateneo. Sinasabi ko sa iyo ngayon. Ako hindi ko inaukusahan ng mga vloggers. Kahit masasakit ang sinasabi nila, ngunit merong basihan. Meron silang pinagmumulan na basihan. Kamukha nung isang vlogger, Mr. Chair. Nakita niya yung isang tarpaulin, isang billboard na-install doon sa SLEX. Isang female vlogger, Mr. Chair, napanood ko. Itong si Marcoleta kanya, walang kahihiyan ito Tanga pala eh. At kinahihiya na rin siya ng mga kapatid niya sa Iglesia ni Cristo. Sapagkat, akalain mong gagawa siya ng billboard, isasama niya kanya si Pastor Kibuloy. Hindi ba niya alam na si Pastor Kibuloy ay ganyan. So, kinakailangan, Mr. Chair, na sagutin ko. Ang pagkakasabi ko lang po na sagutin ko, miss ka ako, hindi kita kilala, pero medyo nasaktan lang ako, pero nandun na lang, pagpapasensya na kita, sapagat ako ay public figure. Kung ako lang ang ginanito mo, okay lang eh. Kaya lang kita sasagutin sapagkat yung mga nakikinig sa'yo, baka malin lang mo. Baka sila'y mailigaw mo sa paniwala na ako nga ang gumawa ng billboard na yan. So ipinaliwanag ko, Mr. Chair, hindi ako ang gumawa ng billboard na yan. Nakita ko na lamang po na biglang kasama po ako ron. At hindi naman po ipinaalam sa akin nung gumawa. Siguro po dahil si Pastor Kibuloy po ay tumatakbo ring isang senador, inakala niya sigurong magiging maganda rin para sa kanya kung kami po ay magkasama. Eh ako naman po ay wala namang magagawa tungkol doon. Pero hindi ko na po, wala na po akong reaksyon sapagkat public figure nga po ako eh. Lahat kami ay tatamaan. Ito nga po yung napakagandang pagkakasalita po sa Korte Suprema eh. Mr. Chair, basahin ko lang, maliit lang po ito. The interest of society, ito po yung United States versus Bustos. The interest of society and the maintenance of good government demand a full discussion of public affairs. Complete liberty to comment on the conduct of public men is a scalpel in the case of free speech. The sharp incision of its probe relieves the abscesses of officialdom. Men in public life may suffer under a hostile and an unjust accusation. The wound can be assuaged with the balm of a clear conscience. A public officer must not be too thin-skinned with reference to comment upon his official acts. Kaya kaya ko na lang siyang i-tolerate, Mr. Chair, yung babaeng yun eh. Pero ikaw, attorney, dahil sa attorney ka, yan ang sinasabi mo, at nagtuturo ka pa sa isang reputable institution, dito lamang sa title mo eh. Huwag maniniwala sa pakulo at panlilin lang ni Marcoleta. Pagkatapos tatanungin kita ngayon, kung anong panlilin lang ang ginawa ko, wala ka man lang masabi. Kaya naman kitang i-demanda pero hindi na kita pagtitsagaan eh, kung ikaw lang. Gusto ko lang malaman ng mga tao na walang basihan tong ginagawa mo. Para sa akin, sapat na nakabayaran sa'yo. O total, hindi na siya makakibo, Mr. Chair. Tatigilan ko na siya.
And with that, Congressman Marcoleta, that will serve as your time as interpellator. Ang haba ng interpellation mo. But I will not deduct that sa time mo, Congressman Marcoleta. Okay. Attorney Ricky, you still want to pursue your or that will be it?
So yun lang po.
Siguro we give you time also to answer back on baka panoodin mo muna yung mga vlog mo. Later on, you can approach us if you wanted to defend your...
dapat nga, madisbar pa yan eh.
You have your time, Congressman Marcoleta. We'll be giving time to Attorney Ricky to defend himself.
Ano lang po siguro,
fairness, and maging equal lang treatment natin sa lahat. What we wanted here is to be fair, no? Para give also a chance to Attorney Ricky para to prove himself by watching yung mga vlogs na ginawa niya. Sige, go ahead, sir.
Mr. Chair, yun po yung sinasabi ko na kapag kakasuhan halimbawa ang isang vlogger tulad ko sa ganyang sinabi ko, kung public official yung naging subject ng aking vlog, ipo-prove na malicious yung intent ko.
Yun yung pagkakaiba. Pagka-private naman, hindi. Presumed ka agad na malicious. So, yun po yung pagkakaiba. Kaya, yan po yung ano. Ang isa pa, yung mga members po ng Congress, lahat po tayo, kahit ordinary citizens, may freedom of expression, freedom of speech. Kami ring mga vloggers, mayroon. Ang pagkakaiba lang po natin, kayo pag nasa Congress, hindi kayo pwedeng kasuhan kasi may privilege kayo, anumang sabihin nyo. Pero kami, kahit vloggers kami, pwede kaming kasuhan. Yun nga lang, ang pagkakaiba, ang magiging defense talaga namin, freedom of expression. Kaya nga, kapag kinasuhan kami ng private individuals, ipuprove nung malicious kaagad ang presumption. Pero sa public figures, ipuprove na may actual na malis kami sa sinabi namin. Yun lang po. Hanapin ko po mamaya yung ano kasi ang dami ko na contents na na-create kay Congressman Marcolita. So talagang hindi ko na po masagot. Pero sorry po kung kung
We
hindi ko
understand
nasagot
your situation,
Okay
attorney.
po.
Kaya nga, I have given you a chance para
Thank you po.
ma-review naman po yung mga vlogs nyo. And it goes to everybody as well, especially to those na who have not attended this hearing. Fair po yung ating gagawin na pagdinig dito. Pakikinggan po namin kayo at titingnan po natin, babalansin po natin. Katulad po niyan, may mga ganyan sitwasyon na personal yung naging approach po ni Congressman Marcoleta against him dahil nga napanood niya. And we wanted that to be clarified. But of course, we have to give chance to everybody to speak at ipaliwanag kung bakit. So basically, yun po ang gusto natin mangyari. It might help us in the amendment that we wanted to file dito po sa 10175. So, bago ko po i-recognize si Congressman Ador Plato as the first interpolator, we wanted to give a chance sa isa po nating presenter. Bigyan muna natin ng chance si Mr. Felipe F. Salbosa, the second. Siya ba to? And Nice Poro Balbedina. Okay. Only one presenter. Only one presenter, right?
Chair.
Wait.
1 second lang, 1 second.
What about?
Yung sinasabi niyan sa INC, 3 months ago pa yung post niya.
Sige, mamaya na yan. We will be giving you a chance.
For the record lang, for the record.
Okay. We'll be giving you a chance on your time as an interpreter. After all, pangatlo po kayo. So, sige, go ahead, Mr. Felipe Salbosa.
Mr. Chair, ayaw na po namin mag-overlap sa presentations ng iba, and to maximize the committee's time, ang gusto po namin na inimbitahan po kami ng committee para ipasok po siguro sa consideration ninyo yung konsepto ng FIMI o yung Foreign Information, Manipulation, and Interference. No, so kami po ay fact-checker din kagaya ng Vera Files.
Meron po yung ipe-present?
Meron po.
Can you kindly put it onto our system para at least we can watch it? Yan, sige, go ahead.
Fact-checker po kami kagaya ng Vera Files, pero hindi po kami third-party fact-checker ng Meta, pero member po kami ng IFCN. So, as fact-checkers, meron po kami sinusunod na code of ethics, no? Pero we are starting to move beyond fact-checking and into yung tinatawag namin na FIMI or Foreign Information Manipulation and Interference. So very recently, meron po kaming na-discover na network ng mga 100 social media accounts sa X, yung dati pong Twitter, na gusto po naming i-flag. No? In a nutshell, yung FIMI po ay mga coordinated bahagi po ng technique nito ay ang mga coordinated activities sa social media na kasama po doon ang disinformation at propaganda. Pero it's not, hindi po siya criminal wrongdoing, no? Pero as journalist, sa tingin po namin, trabaho namin na i-flag po itong mga activity na to kasi ang objective po nito ay influence ang ating democratic processes. So gusto ko pong ipasa sa colleague ko si Nico kasi siya po ang nakahanap nitong network na to. Okay.
Sige, Nico, ano kayo, journalist kayo?
Yes po.
And you're working with other agencies?
There was a time na we've been invited to give a talk on disinformation sa PIA as part of its efforts on fact-checking as well. we worked with Probe, and we were joined by other news organizations.
But not with the government agency.
Not per se, no. Hindi pa po.
Sige, go ahead. Sige,
Yes po. So, yun. Our presentation po will cover two concepts. No? So first po is yung foreign influence operations. No? Ang definition po namin dito ay mga pagkilos o pagpapalaganap ng impormasyon na naglalayong manipulahin ang mga opinyon, paningin at pakikitungo ng publiko sa mga issue, tao, bansa o ano pa mang target ng operasyon. No? Ang mga naglulunsod po nito iba-iba. Maaari pong mga bansa o hindi po kaya mga pribadong grupo, organisasyon at mga taong may interes sa issue. Naglabas po kami sa Press 1 PH ng video na mas malalim pong na-explain ito para po sa layman. No? So Tagalog po yung approach din namin doon. Ang sumunod po, sa next slide po natin, foreign information manipulation and interference. Ito po, tulad po ng nasabi po ng aming editor, ay mga pag-uugali o mga pattern ng pag-uugali na nagbabanta o may potensyal na negatibong makaapekto sa mga values, procedures at mga political processes. Ang mga gumagawa po nito ay maaaring mga state actors or non-state actors, pribadong grupo o kahit mga proxy nila sa loob at labas ng sarili-sarili nilang mga teritoryo. So far po, sa next slide po natin, yan po yung series, no? Ito na po yung mga investigations into FIO and FIMI na nagawa na po namin through, since last year, no? Yung una po ay nagawa namin ng May na na-cover na rin po kanina, no? Yung mga paninira po against Commodore Tariela ng ating Philippine Coast Guard. Next po is yung kasagsagan ng March, no, hanggang July, meron po kaming na-monitor na Chinese state media na actively po nagsuso ng iba-iba at mga questionable impormasyon tungkol sa Sigalot sa West Philippine Sea. At ito po yung pinaka-latest, no, na meron po kaming nahukay na pro-China na network of X accounts na nagsispread ng anti-Philippine sentiment habang nagpo-push ng content related po kay Vice President Sara Duterte. Sige po. Next slide po. In the interest of time po, skip ko na po yan, nabanggit na po yan kanina. Isa po po. Sige po, yan. Yan, thank you po. So ito po yung nabanggit namin, no, na Chinese state media na AI bolstered, no. So ang China Daily po ang pinakamalaking English language news agency, newspaper sa China, at meron po silang affiliate na TikTok channel na Media Unlocked. No, dito po sa channel na to, nag-upload po sila ng mga videos na gumagamit ng AI at na questionable po ang content. No, so sa kasagsagan po ng aming investigasyon, naglabas po kami ng ilang mga storya at ayun po yung mga pamagat po ng mga storya na yon na sumusunod. No, so Chinese State Media Unlocked is seeking credibility, no? Passes off information, opinion as news. AI bolsters state media TikTok offensive to influence narrative on the sea dispute. And yun na nga po, Chinese state media unlocked TikTok accounts plays victim after being flooded with negative comments. No, so kasagsagan po na investigasyon natin, yung channel po nila, pinaliguan po ng negative comments mula po sa mga Pilipino, no? At kalaunan, naipasara ho yung channel na yun. Pero shortly after that, may bago po silang channel na tinayo na walang lamang uploads, walang videos, pero meron ng milyon-milyon na mga followers at mga likes. No, at yung mga followers at likes po na yon, nung tinignan po namin, isa-isa namin, karamihan, no, or halos lahat nang galing ho sa mga bansa na Spanish-speaking at walang mga post at interest pagdating sa West Philippine Sea.
So bots yan?
Posible hong nabili ho siya sa mga online growth services na gano'n na nga po. So hindi siya totoong accounts, no? In a sense na hindi siya totoong nakikipag-interact dun sa issue na yon.
Sige, go ahead.
Sa kasagsagan po ng investigasyon namin, next slide po. Yan. Isa pa po, sorry. Yan. So sa kasagsagan po ng investigasyon namin, pinick up po ng CNN sa US yung report namin tungkol sa paggamit po ng Media Unlock ng AI. Dahil ho doon, no, tila napikon ho itong Media Unlock na to, at naglabas sila ng 2-part video series kung saan po pinakita nila yung picture, no, ng aking editor na nagsalita po kanina, at kung ano pong mga baseless accusations yung binigay nila tungkol sa amin, na kesyo bayaran daw kami ng US at kung ano pa. No? kalaunan po, next slide, bumalik din po sa TikTok yung original nilang account na nauna pong pinasara. Binaro po nila yung secondary account na may mga followers kahit walang content. Pero yun doon sa original account, tinanggal na po doon yung mga videos tungkol sa West Philippine Sea. Pero, no, that was around June 2024. Pero to date, Media Unlocked is still very active. No, engaged pa rin po sila sa pagpapakalat ng disinformation versus the Philippines in its efforts to assert its claim over the West Philippine Sea. Next slide po. Yan, ito po yung latest nating story, no. Meron po kaming na-identify na 107 accounts as of 11 a.m. this morning na nagpapakalat ho ng mga anti-Philippine sentiment on Twitter. Yung mga accounts po na to, yung iba sa kanila, Chinese ang pangalan. Karamihan sa kanila, sabay-sabay ginawa, at yung mga posting activity po nila ay very questionable. Ito pong pinapakita kong 3 grupo ng mga screenshots. Yan po yung mga post na ina-identify namin para i-connect itong mga accounts na ito. So yung una po, pinakalat po nila ang screenshot ng napabulaanan na Polvoron video.
So these are anti-Philippine sentiments.
Anti-Philippine sentiments po.
Against West Philippine Sea?
Against the West Philippine Sea efforts ng Pilipinas at against our president.
So, saan nag-originate ito?
Some of the accounts have Chinese names. So for example po, yung unang screenshot sa far left po ng ating presentation, Chinese po yung pangalan ng account. Tapos, yung same group of accounts, nagsishare po sila ng mga screenshots ng mga story na published in Chinese. No, Chinese characters, Chinese yung website, Chinese yung caption. Tapos, nagsishare din po sila ng content na pertaining naman, no, or containing Sara Duterte's criticisms against the current administration. Doon po sa first screenshot, very crucial po, no, kasi Chinese in nature yung accounts, pero yung sinishare po nilang picture ay may Tagalog na mga kataga. No? So, next slide po natin. Yan. So, ito po yung unang story na nilabas namin, no. Nakita po namin na yung posting activity po nila ay very reactionary sa oras, no, at sa mga development sa ating bansa. So for example, yung Polvoron video, sobrang dami po nilang beses nilabas yun right after na pirmahan yung Maritime Zones Law and yung baselines law. No?
So yan, for that example, hindi alam yan ng taong bayan eh. Yung Polvoron issue na yan, nang lumabas yan,
yes po.
Na-sign pala yung Maritime Zones Law ni President Marcos. After which, lumabas yung Polvoron issue.
Ni-recycle po, yes po.
Ni-recycle nila.
Ni-recycle
But
nila.
it happened already, yung Polvoron issue.
Yes po. Luma na siya.
Ang nag-recycle noon, yung mga accounts coming from a foreign country.
That's the problem po kasi private po yung information when it comes to proving kung saan siya ginawa. Pero the fact na yung mga account po nito ay nagpo-post ng news stories, links to Chinese websites na may Chinese na captions, nagtatype sila in Chinese, is I think good enough to say na hindi siya local in nature. No, although again, wala po tayong solid na evidence on that. No, so yun, yes, yun po yung tamang term din, ni-resurface, ni-recycle po nila yung Polvoron issue during this, during itong mga panahon na to, no, as a reaction to the signing of the landmark laws. No? Next slide po. Yan. Thank you po. This network also shared the same 3 blog posts. So 100 accounts po ito, 107. Yung na-identify pa lang po namin and lumalaki po yung listahan hanggang ngayon. If gusto niyo po makita yung database, yung link po to that is in the stories that we have published. We are very transparent po about that. So kaninang umaga, ang huli naming record ay nasa 1,200 na po yung na-generate na tweets. Repetitive. Most of the tweets lumalabas in 4 minutes na burst. Sabay-sabay nilalabas. No? So very questionable.
So, excuse me, sorry.
Yes po.
So, ang pangalan ninyong Media Unlock.
Hindi po, yun po yung separate na investigation na ginawa namin kanina. That was yung Media Unlock po is a TikTok naman account.
So, is the name of your
the name of our group is Press 1PH.
Press 1PH.
Yes
okay.
po. Yung Media Unlock yun po yung Chinese organization.
Sige, go ahead.
Okay. Noong November 17, nalaman po namin na yung iba po sa mga Chinese X accounts na yan, Chinese named accounts, nasa next slide po, ay nagpatawan ng temporary ban. No? So, temporary ban, tapos after a while, nalaman din namin na napatawan na rin sila ng permanent ban from the channel. Pero, 24 accounts lang po yun sa 107 na kilala natin. Sa next slide po, yan. Yung mga accounts po na to ay nag-share ng dalawa in particular na links related to the Vice President. First is a Rappler story in which Duterte criticized the administration, and the next is the Philstar story naman na nag-comment siya referencing cash, illegal drugs, and partying. No? So these could be interpreted as veiled jabs against the President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Repetitive din po ang pag-tweet nitong channel, nitong network na po ito ng mga accounts. At lumalabas po yung mga tweets nilang yan kasabay ng mga development sa hearing po ng Quadcom. No, so lumabas yung tweets nila nung na-implicate yung ilang family members ng Duterte family sa isang drug case. Tapos lumabas ulit ng sabay-sabay yung tweets nung na-implicate naman yung DepEd and OVP sa funds, yung usage of funds, sa isang hearing din po. Opo. So, malapit na po matapos to. Unti na lang po. No? Nitong nakaraang January 31, naglabas po kami ng overarching story covering all of the findings. Tapos nilabas din po namin doon na, yun nga po, 24 of the 25 Chinese name accounts have been slapped with a suspension. So, sa dulo po, nung presentation namin, skip ko na lang din po para siguro, in the interest of time po. Sige po, next slide po. Yan, balik po tayo ng isa, sorry. Yan, so ito po, for example, no, na-screen yung mga profile pic na ginagamit po ng Twitter accounts ay galing po sa mga advertisements, no? Yung iba po galing sa pornography, yung iba galing sa stock photos, at yung iba AI generated. So pinagbabawal po ng Twitter yung ganitong practice sa kanilang website. So we think that this is one of the reasons why they banned these accounts. So sa next slide po natin, meron po tayo dyan QR code, nandiyan po yung mga stories na nilabas natin for everyone to see, and nandiyan din po yung mga evidence namin, lahat-lahat. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. Meron factual, meron theory, no?
Yes po.
Okay, so coordinate with the CICC. Kasi tingin ko medyo importante yung mga ano nyo,
Sige po.
findings nyo, ha?
Sige po, Mr. Chair.
Until sa ano na yan, national security as well. Ha? Sige. Sir, CICC, ha? Tapos, we'll proceed sa last. Last na po to. Si Mr. Ross Flores del Rosario of Was Up, Philippines, asking to be recognized. Sige, sir. Recognize kayo. A couple of minutes. Last na to, then we'll proceed with the interpellation.
Good afternoon po. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Ross Flores del Rosario po, from What's Up Pilipinas po. Yung lumalabas po kasi sa mga publications, sa mga press release, ay nakalagay is What's Up Philippines. Hindi po What's Up Philippines, What's Up Pilipinas. So siguro po, since nagbigay ng background yung iba, bigay na rin po ako ng background, and para rin malaman nyo kung bakit marami po siguro mga vloggers na talagang bakit po kami dumadami. Kasi napaka-rewarding po kasi ang pagbablog eh. So, ang background ko po kasi is, bago po ako naging vlogger, I was an ICT Assistant Officer of the United Nations World Food Program. So, ako po yung nag-set up ng office dito sa Philippines, so sa Manila, dito sa Makati, and then sa mga Mindanao offices. So, kasama po yung Cotabato, Iligan, and then Davao. Ako po lahat nag-set up ng mga ICT infrastructure. Make partner po with the mga experts po na galing pa sa different countries na pinadala ng United Nations. So, after that, kasi since lahat po ng Pilipino na nagtrabaho for the UN ay puro contractual po. So, ang ginagawa po sa amin is puro renewal ng contract hanggang matapos yung project. Nung ma-set up na po namin yung lahat yung mga ICT infrastructure sa United Nations World Food Program, natapos na po yung kontrata ko. So ang ginawa ko po doon, habang naghanap po ako ng kapalit na trabaho doon, is nagtayo po ako ng business. And since it's a business, marami po akong oras.
So doon ko po natutunan na mag-vlog. So tinayo ko po yung WhatsApp Pilipinas. So it's very rewarding. Ang dami po kasi mga perks and benefits. Aside from monetize po yung mga vlog namin, kumikita kami through AdSense, may mga paid partnership po, may mga talagang binabayaran kami o nagbibigay ng mga offer, mga perks, mga in-kind or in-service para masubukan namin yung kanilang mga products, kanilang mga services. Now, before po ako while I was a vlogger, dumami rin po yung mga collaboration ko. Na-invite po ako sa Radio Inquirer. Meron po doon isang block timer na show. So, parang ginawa po nila ako isang co-host. So, parang nagkaroon po ako ng time, nagiging parang anchor din po ako sa show nila. Ang pinaka-purpose po yun is to encourage yung mga followers po namin. Kasi nga po, nagiging popular yung mga vloggers. So, ang ginagawa nila, parang yung mainstream media, ang ginagawa nila, nakipag-partner sila sa mga vloggers para magkaroon din ng followers na galing sa aming mga audience. And then, after that, nagkaroon din po ng opportunity na mag-apply sa isang mainstream, what do you call this, newspaper, that is Manila Times. So, naging part po ako ng editorial team sa Manila Times. Natigil lang po ako doon during the pandemic kasi mas nagbinigyan ko ng priority po yung aking family. So, umalis po ako sa Manila Times at nag-concentrate na lang po ako online. And then, lalo po nag-boom ang pagiging online po kasi ngayon. Last January, ang mga views ko po, nakaabot ako almost 3 million views. So, aside from po sa ginagawa namin pag-vlog, parang similar, ang ginagawa rin po namin, we recognize na kailangan ethical, kailangan responsible sa pag-vlog namin. So, ang ginagawa ko rin po, meron po akong sariling tinatawag namin mga content creators and influencers workshop. Ang tawag po namin doon ay umaluhokan. Umaluhokan is yung po yung dating, i-google niyo po siya, yun po yung tawag noon sa mga nagbibigay ng balita sa mga tribes. Yun po yung terms noon, umaluhokan. So, ang ginagawa po namin, meron kami mga workshops na kinoconduct para sa mga content creators and influencers, so both aspiring and mga existing. So, nare-recognize po namin na yung responsibility po talaga. So, hindi po lahat ng vloggers talaga ay binabaliwala yung ethics and responsibility. Dahil kami po, yung grupo po namin, ganun po yung one of our objectives or advocacy. Gusto po namin na magkaroon din ng responsibility ang content creation. Hindi lang basta-basta vlog lang ng vlog.
Ano yun, Ross? Excuse me So, meron kayong self-regulation?
Yan po, meron kaming self-regulation.
Ano tawag niyo sa grupo niyo na you're controlling the acts of your group?
Ang ginawa po under WhatsApp Pilipinas, pero meron kami tinawag na grupo, ang tawag po namin, Umaluhokan. Umaluhokan, content
Can you
creators.
submit to us your parang regulatory framework? Meron kayong ganon? Meron kayong ganon?
Informally, wala pa po.
So, how do you manage to, kung wala parameters, wala?
Nag-uusap po, meron po kami regular na discussion, may group chat po kami.
It's all about parang verbal ang
Opo, parang nagkakaintindihan po kami within our group. So parang kami mismo.
Sige, pakisulat po yan at we need that. Ano po?
So ang ginagawa po namin, pag halimbawa, merong request po sa amin, mga companies na kahit gustong turuan yung kanilang mga tao on responsible content creation and workshop. So naka-apat na po kaming workshop na ginawa para ituruan yung kanilang mga aspiring and mga existing na mga content creators.
Okay. Sige. Alright. So that will be, yun na po yan, okay na?
Yung nga po, bali, siguro gusto ko pong parating sa atin is, siguro po, kaya po mga vloggers na nagiging very passionate and very rewarding po monetize po yung ating vlogs. And then maraming mga perks, maraming mga benefits. Kaya lang, unlike mainstream media, wala po kasi kaming parang convenient access sa lahat. Kasi, for example, may mga pinatawag na press con. Ang priority po na pinapatawag is mga mainstream, na yung mga top na mga TV and radio and newspaper. So, ang ginagawa po kasi ng mga ibang vloggers para is nagre-relay lang sila sa mga existing na nababalitaan nila sa
Okay.
TV, radio.
Yeah,
mga-
naintindihan ko na po. Thank you so much. We have to proceed na sa next item natin para kasi
Sige po,
gagana
salamat
po
po.
yung mga congressman at di po sila makapagtanong ang haba ng ating pong presentation. But thank you so much, Mr. Ross Flores. We will be asking questions then in a while
Salamat
later.
po.
Sige, you're raising your hand, Attorney Ricky. Last, then we'll proceed with the Congressman Plato.
Yes, Mr. Chair, salamat. Last na po ito. So, hinahanap ko po talaga yung vlog ko na yon kung tungkol saan. So, nakita ko na po, October 21 pa po pala yon 2024. May post kasi si Honorable Congressman Marcoleta, ang post niya, yung tungkol sa pagbisita niya sa Naga. Taga-Naga po kasi ako. Nakipagkita siya kay former Vice President BP Leni. So, ang post ni Honorable Congressman Marcoleta na yun yung mark ng pagiging statesman. Kasi hindi siya kay Duterte, kay Marcos, kay Leni, para sa kanya unity. So yung topic ko, huwag padadala sa pakulo at panlilinlang ni
Anong
Marcoleta.
panlilinlang doon?
Yun nga po, explain ko yung sinabi ko. Kasi
Ano nga?
opinion ko po ito. Sabi ko,
Oo nga, hindi panlilinlang yon. Nakipag-handshake ako.
Kaya nga, ang
At
sabi
sinabi
ko
ko,
lang,
unity begins.
sabihin ko lang po
handshake.
yung sinabi ko doon sa vlog ko.
Hindi, panlilinlang ba yun?
Mr. Chair, point of order lang po. Para
What is the
magkaroon
point of order?
Point of order po hindi, yes. Dapat po, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
you
So,
go.
what is the point of order
Kasi you
of
gave time
Congressman
to
Franz Can?
attorney.
Wait, I'm still speaking.
Sorry.
What's the point of order of Ms.
Point
Franz
of
Can?
order po yung conduct nung palitan nila ng exchanges of words. So, you have recognized po Attorney Ricky. So, let him explain before our colleague Marcoleta.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be
So,
letting
para maging
wait, okay.
And please
I understand
address, both of you, please address the chair para hindi po
Yeah.
nagsasagutan.
All right.
Thank you.
So we'll be letting Attorney Ricky to reply, and then I'll give a chance to Congressman Marcoleta also to ask you as well. Sige.
Yes po,
Attorney
Mr.
Ricky.
Chair, thank you po. Ang sabi ko lang po, kasi kanina po, tinatanong ako tungkol dun sa vlog ko na yon. Hindi ko talaga maalala sa dami ko ng vlog. So, binasa ko po, pinanood ko. So, tungkol po yun sa post ni Honorable Congressman Marcoleta. Sabi niya, reading from netizens, reactions on my brief and casual meeting with former VP Leni. After my trip to Sipokot, I now realize how really divided our people are. Reaching out to all our leaders can also be personal. Our ability to show our humanity beyond the realm of political. How else are we able to exemplify the true meaning of statesmanship if you refuse to extend your hand to all who wants to grasp it? I believe unity always begins with the handshake. Tapos may picture siya, kasama niya sa BBBM, si Duterte, si Leni, si Sara. Ang reaksyon ko doon, sabi ko, wag tayong padadala doon sa pakulo na yon at panlilang na. Kasi sabi ko, ang totoong statesman, ang paninindigan niya para sa bayan. Hindi ko nakita kay Congressman Marcoleta na ang mga paninindigan niya sa issue ay para sa bayan. So honest opinion ko po yun. Yung po yung ko. Hindi po ako doon, hindi po malicious yung yung intention ko doon.
Mr. Chair, may I react?
Marcoleta, now you have the floor.
Pinutol mo lang, attorney. Ang kasunod nun, alam mo, tingnan po ninyo yung record ni ni Congressman Marcoleta. Siya yung nagsara sa ABS-CBN. Ang yabang-yabang niya.
Yes.
Isipin mo, sasabihin mo sa akin, you do not even know the issues. Attorney, alam mo ba yung issue sa ABS-CBN?
Yes po.
What do you know about it? Mr. Chair.
You can reply, Attorney Ricky, please.
Mahaba po yung mga issues. Pero ang niraise nyo pong issues doon, maraming hindi binabayaran na tax ang ABS-CBN, may mga properties na inacquire na illegal yung pagkaka-acquire, hindi binabayaran ng mga workers. So, mainly po yun yung nakita kong niraise yung issues nung pinasara yung hindi binigyan ng renew yung franchise.
So, Mr. Chair, ano ang panlilingdang doon? Ni hindi mo alam yung Philippine Depositary Receipts, ni hindi mo alam yung corporate layering, ni hindi mo alam yung transfer pricing na ginamit nila para magkaroon tax evasion through Big Dipper. Ni hindi mo alam ang napakarami nun. Pagkatapos magbibintang ka na pakulo lang lahat ito, tako'y nanlilin lang. Ano ang binibigay mo sa followers mo, Mr. Chair? Wala kang masabi na panlilin lang eh. Ang sinasabi mo ngayon, opinion eh. Pwede kang humabi ng opinion, attorney ha, kung talagang attorney ka. Pero wag kang mag-chat na ako'y nanlin lang ng mamamayang Pilipino.
You want to reply, Attorney Ricky?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ayun,
Okay,
yun
go
po
ahead.
yung, kaya ko po sinasabi na yung ako naninindigan na yung vlogging ko, hindi po fake news kasi opinion ko po yun.
Basta mo na lang sasabihin, Mr. Chair, na opinion mo yun, pero bilang sinarge mo ako na manlilin lang. Hindi ka ba magsasabi ng facts mo kung paano ako nanlilin lang ng Pilipino? Abogado ka, di ba? Mr. Chair, abogado daw ito eh.
Attorney, you want to answer back?
Again, Your Honor, yun na rin yung sinasabi kong concepts natin na ang mga public officials, talagang open sila na punahin, i-criticize. Medyo masakit minsan, pero yan yung pagkakaiba ng public official sa private citizen.
Mr. Chair, hindi siya nagkikriticize eh. Sabi ko nga, binigyan kita ng halimbawa doon sa isang babaeng vlogger na sinabi niyang tanga ako at ikinahihiya ako ng lahat ng mga members ng INC. Pinatawad ko na siya ron eh. Masakit yun pero dahil meron siyang nakitang ganun. Pero ikaw sinabi mo eh, nanlin lang ako eh. Ngayon ang sinasabi mo, may opinion ka, nanlin lang. Wala kang masabi ngayon kung ano-anong ginawa ko para manlin lang ako ng Pilipino. Hindi ka abogado eh. Hindi opinion ito.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sige.
Okay na po siguro. Kasi marami pa sigurong pag-usapan.
Ikaw ang manlilin lang.
Okay. Thank you so much to both of you. We exhausted that issue and we let the both parties to say their piece. And that's the spirit of this committee, no? Para maging balanse po tayo and fair.
I want him to apologize, Mr. Chair. Kung abogado ka talaga.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I won't apologize. Opinion ko yun.
With that, we'll dwell to the next issue, no. Ano na muna tayo sa interpellation. Balikan na lang natin mamaya issue yan. Kung ayaw niya mag-apologize, I think we cannot force him to say sorry about it.
Mr. Chair, I move that he be cited for contempt.
So there's a motion
Peddling lies before this committee.
So
we cannot even answer simple questions kung paano ko nilinlang ang mga Pilipino. We cannot just let people, kahit na ba public figures tayo eh. I give him the chance.
Okay, 1 minute suspension. Okay, hearing resume. The parliamentary status ng ating committee, there's a motion that was moved by Congressman Marcoleta to cite Attorney Ricky in contempt. Unfortunately, Congressman Rodante Marcoleta is not a member of any of this committee. So he cannot move any motion regarding this issue. I'm sorry, Congressman Marcoleta, because I've been informed that you are not a member of any of the committees. And according sa ating rules, hindi po pwedeng
Mr. Chair, may I ask my friends in this committee who are well-intentioned enough, and I think they wanted also to protect not only the reputation of this committee, but I think in the interest of truth.
With that, Mr. Chairman, siguro, Mr. Chairman, Co-Chair,
Mr. Chair,
while, sige, Congressman,
can we table this motion for the meantime and proceed with the interpellation?
Yeah.
I think we can go back to that motion later,
By
but
others.
I think we should discuss that thoroughly, since this will be a contempt order, and it will be needing the approval of the members present. So it's already 3 p.m. and we have 11 interpellators. So that is my suggestion, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congressman Marcoleta. The members here have been here since early this morning. So kung pwede, tumuloy na muna tayo sa interpellation, then we'll go back to your motion.
no, we cannot go back to the motion unless we will be able to talk to the other members to move for that motion.
Then for the
meantime, we'll be asking, we will table the motion, and for the meantime, we'll be asking Congressman Plato to proceed with the interpellation. So, Congressman Marcoleta, we'll be giving you a time to convince other members to move that motion. Congressman Plato, you have the floor.
Thank you, Robert Chairs. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat at ang mga colleagues, other colleagues, and the distinguished resource persons and guests. Kanina po kasi, umalis na po kasi si Yusek D. But I was about to ask Secretary Oy regarding doon sa lumabas kasi sa column ni Marichu Villanueva sa Philippine Star. May sinabi siya kasi doon na gusto ko lang liwanagin. When Secretary Oy, ang sabi po niya, the agency is encouraging tech-savvy watchdogs to join forces with volunteer groups like Scamwatch Filipinas, which is committed to help the government in vigilant guarding our automated electoral process. Does this mean, Mr. Chair, that Scamwatch Filipinas as a volunteer group be also needing the accreditation from the COMELEC in this regard? Like what NAMPREL and other volunteer groups have done to make them more credible or reliable in giving out information on matters regarding the election matters. Mr. Chair, can we ask the Yusek Ramos about this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think the Secretary has preempted a scheduled activity wherein COMELEC and the other stakeholders for the election will be signing a covenant in a matter of weeks, and Scamwatch is one of them who will be who was invited through our CAC, the COMELEC Advisory Council. So they need definitely not actually accreditation, but a recognition of COMELEC to become one of the watchdogs, if what role they can play.
Mr. Chair, Yusek Ramos, is Scamwatch Pilipinas the only tech-savvy volunteer group we have now in the country? Meron po bang iba?
There are several, Mr. Chair.
Ilan ba? Ilan po ba? At saka pwede mong banggitin, sino pa?
Well, in those that have signed an agreement or memorandum of understanding with the CICC, aside from Scamwatch, we have the FinTech Association, we have Protecta. I think hindi ko lang memorize, we have 7 or 8 of them who signed an agreement with us.
Mr. Chair, can we invite them, Mr. Chair? Can I suggest that we invite this, is Josel de Guzman here, the convener of Come Watch Pilipinas?
Comsec, have you invited this resource person?
Josel de Guzman.
Then, therefore, please take note that during the next hearing, we'll invite the resource person mentioned by Congressman Plato.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ito ba sa nabanggit mong 7, 8 ba? 8? Kasama ba rin sila sa monitoring sa incidents ng malicious or libelous, misinformation or disinformation, and the so-called deep fakes now abounding in various social media platforms?
Mr. Chair, we haven't finalized the list of those groups, private sector groups, and civil society. It was a suggestion to bring in as many participants who have a large membership, considering that they will have the capability to reach out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Yossi Ramos.
Okay, thank you, Congressman Plato. The next to interpolate is Congressman Raul Manuel. However, he's not around anymore. The next to interpolate, no?
He will give his letter to Congresswoman.
Okay, Congressman Franz Castro is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Siguro first lang, Mr. Chair, for the interest siguro of the committee of the TRICOM, yun po palang mga pinatatawag natin, Mr. Chair, na mga vloggers, they went na to Supreme Court pala, no? So merong press release si Harry Roque na nagpunta na po sila sa Supreme Court. At nag-appeal sila or nag-file sila ng petition for certiorari and prohibition today. So, February 4. Ito po, Mr. Chair, yung for the information lang po ng ating committee. So, Rose Beatrix Cruz Angeles, Mark Anthony Lopez, Ernesto Abines, Ethel Pineda Garcia, Crisette Laureta Chu, Jonathan Morales, Lorraine Marie Badoy Partosa, Aaron Pineda, Nelson Yu Guzmanos, Elizabeth Joy Cruz, Suzanne Batalya, Kister Jantan, George Paglinawan. So, yun po, Mr. Chair, no, nasa Supreme Court sila, nag-file daw po sila ng certiorari at sinasabi nila na yung ginagawa daw natin ay unconstitutional.
Okay. Representative Castro, yung information mo, kailan sila nag-file? Ngayon lang?
Ngayon lang po, Mr. Chair. Ito, based, Mr. Chair, doon sa press release ni Attorney Harry Roque.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can proceed with your interpolation.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairs, ito tanong ko po sa DOJ.
Mr. Chair, sino po yung dinamanda? Quadcom or Tricom?
Tayo. Yung committee, Mr. Chair, yung Tricom. Yung Tricom, nag-file sila ng certiorari, motion for certiorari. Okay.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ito po, no, yung tungkol po doon sa, I know, yung red tagging po, Mr. Chair, meron na dyang mga jurisprudence ang Supreme Court, meron na rin sa mababang korte, etc. So, nagpapatuloy pa rin po ng mga red tagging, Mr. Chair. So, we consider it yung red tagging, hindi lang po yan fake news, threat din po yan sa buhay ng mga taong nire-red tag, mga aktivista, mga pangkaraniwang farmers, mga workers, etc. So dito pa sa DOJ, Mr. Chair, so paano ba natin tinitignan yon, Mr. Chair, no? Lalong-lalo na, Mr. Chair, kung ang nagpo-propagate ng red tagging ay mga members or mga employees ng government like the military or PNP.
DOJ. Mr. Chair. Yeah. The DOJ, Mr. Chair.
Asking
Yeah.
the DOJ representative.
Yep.
Please reply, DOJ.
Hello, good afternoon. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the distinguished Congressman, Honorable Castro. Your Honors, as I have represented a while ago, I am appearing as OIC Director for the Office of Cybercrime. With respect to those matters po, Your Honor, I believe that falls within the different office of the DOJ, which is particularly, it can be with the Office of the Secretary or the National Prosecution Service. So I believe that there was no representative from the NPS which was invited for today's proceedings, Your Honor. And as I said, I cannot comment on that since I am appearing for the Office of Cybercrime in my capacity as the officer in charge, Your Honors.
Okay, so meron bang pwede? Kasi ito gumagamit din kasi ito ng mga social media, no? Merong totoong office or merong gumagamit ng fictitious o na account or Facebook account. So paano kaya ang relief ng mga pangkaraniwang tao? Kasi hindi na ako, lagi na ako nare-red tag eh. Mula nung naging aktivista ako, no? Na-red tag na. So, paano po ito, pa kaya ang relief ng ating mga pangkaraniwang mamamayan? Kasi ito ba ay pasok po doon sa tinatawag nating, tinatawag nating mga cyber libel or whatever. Kasi, pero for disclosure lang po, hindi rin po kasi kami believe na i-criminalize ang libel o kaya ang mga cyber libel dahil napaka thin line, may thin line kasi yung freedom of speech tsaka yung mga kung ano mga opinion. Kaya kami nga meron kaming bill na i-decriminalize talaga ang libel. Pero for the relief po ng pangkaraniwang tao na naging epekto ng red tagging, Mr. Chair, ay namamatay, nata-trump up cases, etc.
Yes, Your Honor. Regarding those matters, ma'am, considering that you qualified you premised your statement on the factual background that social media or online platforms are being used also to attack or subject these people on red tagging po. We can, actually the Office of Cybercrime po, without any discrimination to all citizens of the Republic or of our community, we entertain walk-in clients or even phone-in complaints. Kung may mga ganyan pong incident, Your Honor, they can always approach the Office of Cybercrime kung involved po ang online platforms at use of information and communications technology. We can initially take a look into the matter and for identification or location purposes or conduct of online investigations, Your Honor.
Okay. Ano po masasabi dito ng Cybercrime Division ng NBI po?
Thank you, Your Honor. So when it comes to the investigation po ng NBI, of course, we could file cases depending on the context of what is posted on the social media platform. There are contexts na maliciously imputation of against private person of a crime, vice, or defect na nakakasira po sa reputation. And there are also malicious imputation that causes that may endanger the public or cause damage to the interest or credit of the state. Doon po sa cyber libel cases po na against a private person, definitely as already discussed a while ago, we cannot file a complaint motu proprio. We have to have a complainant for that dahil ang party interest, ang injured party po dito is a personal crime po to. So I think for the purposes of news or publications that endanger the public order or cause damage to the interest of the state, as law enforcer, it is our bound duty. We are burdened. Ito po yung ano natin, duty po namin as law enforcers to stand up for the state and file cases in behalf of the state.
Okay. Pero if it is a person, no, that reputation damaged a person, marami nang namamatay, no, sa mga nare-red tag. So it is a cause of concern pa rin, no, kasi sa nangyayari sa society natin at mga nabibiktima ay ang mga pangkaraniwang mga mamamayan na nagkikriticize sa government or may ginagawa na nagsasabi ng kung ano man yung mga pwedeng gawin ng government. But anyway, ito po dito po I'm interested po, Mr. Chair, dun sa Press 1 PH, yung mga research nila, no. So, nakikita po natin yung source noong mga behavior ng mga data na nilalabas sa social media. Like, for example, Mr. Chair, pag ako nag-criticize ako ng something, o kaya pag may mga quadcom, lumitaw ako sa quadcom, nag-criticize ako sa mga Duterte, etc., alam niyo po, Mr. Chair, ano na yan, sabay-sabay yan, maglalabasan yung mga pare-pareho na mga comment against me. Like for example, yung mugshot ko, no, doon sa Davao, nilalabas yan. So ano po yung masasabi niyo doon? So syempre, tingin niyo po ba merong something like may mga trolls na bayaran na naggumagawa ng ganun? Based doon sa yung study na tingin ko kaparehas din po noong mga pinisentyo kanina.
Mr. Chair, I think sa marami po namin naging findings, no, wala kaming naging finding na may involved na pera. No? So I'm not at the liberty to say na may binayaran or may nabayaran. Pero clear po dun sa data na nag-gather namin na yes, simultaneous yung activity. So siguro around 15 to 20 tweets in 4 minutes, no, from different accounts and same tweets. Ganun yung character po ng activity. And all of this amounted to 1,200 tweets na monitored na namin. So marami pa po kaming hindi pa nahahanap na tweets na lumalabas that follows the same pattern. No, pero when it comes po sa bayaran ideals, wala po kami nakitang ganun so far.
Ganun din po ba yung behavior pag TikTok? Kasi may ganun din. Alba, naglabas ka ng content. Tapos, okay naman yung content mo. Tungkol halimbawa sa salary, no, yung content. Pero sabay-sabay na maglalabasan diyan na NPA ka, ganito ka, ganyan, sabay-sabay yan. Pero ang content mo naman ay para sa salary or para sa teacher. So, ano masasabi niyo po dun?
Mr. Chair, I think sa labas po na investigation namin, other news agencies and investigative organizations have already observed similar findings. No? Pero from our end po, we have not yet studied that po. Yes po.
Last question na lang po, Mr. Chair, sa ating mga vloggers, no? So, do you think po merong something like ang hirap magsalita, no? Kasi ako freedom of expression ang aking advocacy. So nahirapan ako ngayon na para mag-regulate, no, ng mga sinasabi. So sorry. So ano kaya yung pwedeng dapat ba maglabas tayo ng parang guidelines lang? So hindi naman kailangang i-curtail yung opinion or i-curtail yung gustong sabihin. Wag lamang pong siyempre nagmumura o wag lamang pong nagti-threat. So sa mga vloggers po natin, Attorney Ricky, so tingin niyo po ba merong tayong dapat na gawin or i-propose na amendment somewhere in the law para po, syempre, yung ating mga vloggers ay magkaroon naman ng konting ayaw ko lang, tawag doon. So, Attorney Ricky, tsaka pwede rin siguro si Mark at tsaka si Malu. Sir Chair.
Thank you po, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa tanong ni Honorable Congresswoman Franz Castro, talaga po naman kasing nagagamit masyado yung freedom of expression. Pero paano naman siya ibabalance doon sa damage sa individuals at sa society? Kung nakikita ko po, ang una talaga Zulaika Lopez, nagpatawag ang una talaga Zulaika Lopez, nagpatawag ng rally yung mga DDS diyan sa veterans at saka sa EDSA Shrine. 25 lang, 30 lang ang umattend. Sabi, dagsa ang mga supporters ni BP Sara. Ang nagrarally doon, 30 persons lang. Pero tingnan mo yung nanonood sa vlog ng vlogger na yon. 6,000 ang actual concurrent viewers. Wala akong ganong viewers, ganong kalaki na 6,000, 7,000. So, ano po yun? Trolls yun. At dahil pinapatronize yung mga vloggers na to, ginaganaan silang mag-vlog kasi nagmo-monetize sila. Hindi yun dahil sa binabayaran. Kumbaga, kumikita po yung vlogging dahil doon sa ganun.
So meron ba tayong, Mr. Chair, meron ba tayong parang, kasi meron din naka-file dito na parang against sa mga troll farms, no? Pwedeng, pagtingnan siguro, no? Kung,
Yes po, Mr.
okay. So what about Sir Mark, tsaka si Ma'am
Malu. Apo. Mr. Chair, sa akin po medyo iba yung pananaw ko dito. Totoo, meron pong mga troll farms, meron talagang mga operator na ganun po yung ginagawa. Marami din po talaga yun. Pero sa case po ng DDS, marami din naman po sa kanila organic eh. Mga totoong mga... Kasi meron po, ito po yung naging problema, Mr. Chair. Meron po tayong mga kababayan, naging pastime na po itong pakikipag-away sa kapwa Pilipino sa online. Parang pag may nakita sila na, uy, inaaway si Duterte, o pagtulungan natin to. Kumbaga, yun ang pastime nila, doon sila nalilibang na murahin si ganitong congressman, murahin si ganitong bastusin si presidente, pero lahat po yun online. Pero pag sa personal, hindi naman po sila bastos eh. Hindi naman po nila masasabi yun in person. Yun nga po, hindi nga po naka-attend yung karamihan po sa kanila dito. Pero yun po ang malungkot na nangyari sa kultura po natin. Dahil po, kumbaga itong culture of hatred sa online, na marami pong Pilipino, uy, si Mark, hindi ko gusto sinasabi nito, sasabihan ko to ng mga masasakit na salita. Parang ganun po sila nagiging masaya eh. At hindi po ito mga bayaran, hindi po ito mga computer, mga totoong Pilipino po ito. Na kapag kaharap mo naman in person, hindi ka naman magawang mamura. Talagang pag sa online lang, siguro yung trip nila.
So, ang ibig sabihin nun, hayaan na lang, no?
Pwede po
Hayaan
yung
na lang
comment
natin
section
yun.
sa ibang mga
Okay.
Yun po palang gusto ko din sabihin, Mr. Chair. Like sa TikTok, pwede pong i-moderate yung mga comments, pwedeng isara. Tapos pwedeng i-approve lang kung ano yung gustong pumasok. Sa mga news outlets po, pwede din po nilang isara yung kanilang mga comment section sa mga Facebook posts. Para po hindi nag-aaway doon sa comment section nila yung mga Pilipino. Kasi po, ang nangyayari, doon po nagbabardagulan, nagkakasakitan, parang
Sinasabi mo, Mr. Chair, sinasabi ni Mark na meron namang option na pwedeng tanggalin yung
isara po yung comment section sa for different posts.
Not necessarily na i-curtail din natin yung mga opinion.
Tsaka malaking bagay din po yung mga react sa Facebook eh. Kasi po, nagiging way of bullying din yung haha-react. Kasi po wala namang iba-ibang klase ng reaction pag sa Instagram tsaka sa ibang mga platform eh. Pero sa Facebook, di ba, merong like, merong love, may laugh, merong care, may iba-ibang react. Yung pong haha-react nagagamit po pambubuli pag sa isang post. Kahit kunyari, seryoso po yung post ng ninyo o nung lalagyan at bubuhusan nila ng haha-react dahil kalabang kayo nung politiko na kasama po nila. So that becomes a form of bullying din po. So I'm not sure kung open si Facebook na bigyan ng option para alisin yung mga reacts, para like na lang lahat. Kasi pwede naman pong kunyari, yung post nyo, pwede ko namang i-share sa wall ko, tapos magsasalita ako ng contradicting, pero sa wall ko. Hindi po kailangang maging toxic dun po sa comment section. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, meron po ba si Ma'am Malu?
Mr. Chairman, Congresswoman, first, I think in the minimum, we need a code of ethics. Whether you agree with what is in the code of ethics, at least it prescribes a certain behavior for those who would go on a social media page. Second, I think I would suggest to the legislators and the politicians here, Facebook, which is number one in the Philippines, can actually provide free pulse of the public. You just have to understand the principle of the crowd, the principle of herds. And when you listen, when you post something and you ask reaction from the public, that is free and unfiltered. It is how you receive those comments that may not be to your liking. A focus group discussion would probably cost 500,000. Posting a line or two on a proposal, a bill, and seeking the pulse of the public is free. So I guess what am I saying? It can work both ways. For so long as the virality and the engagement is organic, I don't think we need to restrict expression. But in the minimum, let's have a code of ethics. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you po.
Ma'am,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
pwede po magdagdag?
Yes.
Yan po. Gusto ko din pong idagdag din, pansinin niyo po sa aming mga vloggers, kahit yung mga nasa likod, karamihan po sa amin hindi na po nag-political vlogging sa Facebook. Kasi po ang ginawa po ni Facebook over the last few years, binaba po niya yung algorithm for politics sa platform niya. So pag naglabas ako ng post ng video about politics, hindi po siya kinakalat ni Facebook. So ang nangyari po sa amin, dahil hindi na kinakalat yung videos namin sa Facebook, lumipat kami sa TikTok, lumipat kami sa YouTube. Ang punto ko po, may kapangyarihan po yung mga platforms para pakontiin yung algorithm, para pakontiin yung views pagdating sa politika, para po hindi ganun katoxic. Kaya yung Facebook po ngayon, hindi po siya ganun katoxic. Kasi binabaan po niya yung pong algorithm for political posts. Lumipat po sa TikTok po ngayon nagbabardagulan yung karamihan po ng mga kababayan po natin. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, okay ka na, Congresswoman? Alright, so we'll be asking our next interpellator, Congressman Dante Marcoleta. You have the floor now. And then after that will be Ma'am Geraldine.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. I'd like to ask any respondent present, Mr. Chair, if they can answer. Why did social media bloggers proliferate? Bakit po sila dumami?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Would you want to answer the
Yes, sir.
question?
Anybody, Mr. Chair?
You're raising your hand, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Sige, go
Bakit
ahead.
dumami? Because it is free. It's personalized. You hide behind the veneer of some lock their profile. So bakit dumami? It's the in thing, mabilis. Again, I go back to the 3 seconds rule. Hindi mo siya mahagilap. Pangatlo, dahil personalized, Filipinos are very personal. They're very private. But because of Facebook, you are able to immediately say something, post something, and if it virals or is shared, then to a certain degree na-discover mo yung kagandahan ng technology. It's just that, syempre meron ring side na ina-abuse. So sir, libre yun. Imagine you talking to your loved ones, free. TikTok created a different animal. But TikTok is very segmented. You want to talk with the youth, go TikTok. But you cannot carry, your messaging has to adjust to their level. You cannot be doing TikTok and talk about freedom or rights. You have to contextualize that. So, makikita nyo ho, ibang-iba. And the other thing that, it's not only Facebook, even IG, Filipinos are very visual. So, you take a picture na napaka-ordinaryo, they will not share. But you add color, you add culture, it becomes shareable. So these days, our world is becoming so small that you can actually send so many things and it becomes viral. So
Is it also possible, Mr. Chair, that they can get more information, they can share more information through social media than they can get from the mainstream media?
pwede yun, sir. May replacement factor kasi ang mainstream media takes a while to print. But ito, at the moment, you get to push what is happening. And
That sometimes they do not trust mainstream media for information.
meron study, sir, na ganyan.
Yes, because, Mr. Chair, ako po, biktima ko po nabiktima rin ako ng dalawang broad seat na yan. Yung sinasabi ko po sa inyo kanina, when we started, if you remember, last January 13, this year, there was a huge rally that happened. And I think this is something that we can agree on without debating with one another. It was a huge rally. In Metro Manila alone, the two broad states, I was referring to, estimated the crowd to be in the vicinity of 1.8 million participants. And there were 12 more sites across the nation. So the total, according to estimates, should not be less than 4 million people. Pag binasa po ninyo yung dalawang broad seats, Mr. Chair, on December 14, where the event is supposed to be reported, hindi man lang po ako na-mention. I was one of the speakers in that youth rally. Ang ating Senate President po was not there. Pero was given at least 2 paragraphs doon sa kanilang. Meron pong mga politicians na dumalo doon, although they were not invited. Pero na-mention po silang lahat. Ako po na nagsalita close to about 1 hour. Ni anino ko po hindi nabanggit eh. Mr. Chair, kahit na po sana yung sinabi, there was a politician who spoke there. We don't know him at all. Baka okay na sa akin yun eh. Not even an asterisk. Mr. Chair, tingnan po ninyo yung slogan ng dalawang broad seats. Balanced news. Fearless views. How can you balance that news? When one of the actors there, ako po yung nag-provide ng context. Bakit po takot na takot sila na banggitin na sa... Siguro, Mr. Chair, kung baka may literato akong maliit doon, baka mamaya nilagnat po yung editor doon. Eh. Yung isa pang broadsheet, truth shall prevail. Paano po? Nasaan po yung truth doon? Other politicians who just happened to be there, na-mention po lahat ang pangalan. Except me. So dito po, natitipon tayo ngayon para pag-usapan yung mga bagay-bagay na nai-report yung po talaga sobra. And I admit that. Kagaya po nung nangyari kanina ngayon. Yung iba naman po tama lang yung ginagawa nila, Mr. Chair, sapagkat they can criticize. Lalong-lalo na po doon sa mga public figures and public servants like us. Huwag po tayong balat sibuyas, sabi po ng jurisprudence. Meron pa nga pong doctrine of fair comment. Ito po ay nagawa doon sa Borjal versus CA. Na kapag ka po yung isang pinag-uusapan relates to public interest, in public discourse, huwag po tayong masyadong manipis. Talagang meron po silang karapatang i-criticize tayo. Tama po yun. Maliwanag po na nakalagay sa ating saligang batas. Pinoproteksyon na ng free speech. At pagka po public issues po, public discourse talaga, may karapatan sila kahit vlogger sila, kaya mag-criticize. Meron lamang po talagang dapat na limit lamang na dapat po yung mali siya ay wag namang pinakikiusap natin, wag naman nilang ilagay yon. Kanina po, napatunayan ko na po kanina na dahil ako po naglagay lang ng isang sa aming Facebook yata yon. Kinakamayan ko po ang ating former Vice President kasi nandun po ako sa Naga. Napansin namin nung bago kami umalis, malapit po pala yung opisina niya doon sa aming sinakyan. Ay naipasya namin na bisitahin din ang ating Vice President. Para sa akin po wala naman pong masama siguro. Naipaliwanag ko lamang doon na I was running as an independent. Talaga naman po. So if I associate myself even personally to our public figures, at sinabi ko nga po doon, I can relate myself even personally, and even unity can begin in a handshake. Bakit naman po kailangan mag-vlog siya na yun po'y pakulo at panlilin lang? Ngayon, tinatanong ko po sa kanya kung ano yung panlilin lang doon. Doon, hindi na po yun na public discourse Sana man lang kung sinabi niya yung pagka-handshake, mali. Okay lang yun Kagaya po nung sinabi ko rin kanina, na may nakitandem po sa akin na isang senatorial aspirant. Hindi naman po ako yung gumawa ng billboard. Pinatawad ko na po yung female blogger na yun Kasi kasama po yun sa ating buhay bilang public servant. Yun po talaga ay protected ng ating saligang batas. Ang medyo masakit lamang po yung nagpapanggap na akala mo responsible sila. Abogado pang naturingan at nagtuturo pala. Pagkatapos patututsadahan ka ng huwag kayong maniwala sa pakulo at panlilinlang ni Marcoleta. Wala naman po siyang maihayag na isang uri man lang na panlilinlang. Ayun na po yung nakakasakit. Nakakalinlang na po. Siya po yung nanlilinlang na, hindi po ako Naililigaw po niya yung marami. Ayoko po, Mr. Chair, na matapos tayo dito na parang kinakartel po ang rights ng mga vloggers. Hindi po, huwag natin gagawin yun. Sapagkat karapatan po nila na i-criticize tayo sa paraan na talagang kailangang mangyari yon. Pero wag silang magpapakasobra, kagaya po ng aking sinasabi kanina. At sabi niya, hindi siya mag-apologize sapagkat opinion niya. Pwede po bang mag-formulate ka ng opinion nang hindi mo naman kayang i-substantiate? Mag-charge ka ng isang tao na sasabihin mong nanlilin lang ng kapwa Pilipino at opinion mo pala yun? Yan po siguro yung dapat nating lamang nabigyan ng attention, Mr. Chair. Yung mga ganong klaseng mga pamamaraan ng pag-criticize sa atin nang wala namang basihan. Pag may basihan po, yun po yung sinasabi ng doctrine of fair comment. Basta mayroong pinagbasihan po na kinakailangan kang makriticize. But if unity begins with a handshake, ay sasabihin niya pong panlilin lang. Talaga po, hindi naman tama yun Kaya po, sa ngalan po ng mga vloggers na kailangan din po natin sila, lalo na ang kinukomment po nila yung governance, okay lang po sa atin yun. Huwag po tayong magiging balat sibuyas, sabi po ng jurisprudence. Kami po ay hindi balat sibuyas pagdating doon. Ngunit, kailangan tayuan naman po nila pagkaharap-harapan. Yung criticism po dapat merong basis. Kung wala pong basis, Mr. Chair, ay lalo pong napapahamak yung mga taong pinagsisilbihan nila. So, imbes na po sila yung makapag-inform, na ililigaw po nila yung marami sa atin. Yun po siguro yung dapat nating bigyan ng Katulad po ng binanggit ko kanina, sana maitanong ko po kay Dr. Rachel Khan kung nandyan pa po siya.
I think yung ating pong akadema, umalis na siya yung nasa online.
Kasi kanina po, Mr. Chair, dinistinguish po niya yung misinformation, disinformation, at saka malinformation. Yun pong misinformation.
Yung isa nating academe nandito pa ba yung academe natin sa sa UP?
Kung nandyan po siguro, wala na po ba?
Pa-excuse na rin, Congressman Marcoleta.
Yes, Mr. Chair, sinabi po sa misinformation, ito po ay karaniwan, nangyayari sa pagkakamali at wala naman siyang intensyon na iligaw yung ating publiko. Yung isa po, yung disinformation, ito, sinabi niya, ito yung deliberate. Ito yung manipulative. Dito po ay masasakop yung ginawa ng dalawang broadsheets. Deliberate po na ginawa nila eh. Manipulative sapagkat paano po nila ako naalis doon sa pangyayari noong January 13? Isa po ako sa nagsalita. Sana man lang may sinabi sila, meron pong isang taga-Congress ang nagsalita. Period. Okay na po sa akin yun. Pero totally po na obliterate po ako. Iyon po ay disinformation. Yun po ay hindi tama at nalilin lang po ang ating mga mamamayan. Lalo na po yung malinformation. Ito po ay nangaatake ng reputasyon. Ito po yung deepfake. Ito lamang po siguro yung inaatake natin. Pero po yung misinformation, nagkamali siya halimbawa, na-overlook po niya yung ibang mga bagay. Huwag po tayong masyadong mahigpit sa kanila. Pabayaan po natin sila sapagkat nakakatulong naman sila. Baka naman sa ating pagmamadali po ay nagkakamali rin tayo. Hayaan natin silang i-criticize din nila tayo. Huwag lamang po yung talagang lantaran na po at deliberate. At kung tatanungin mo naman, wala naman po palang basihan kagaya po ng napatunayan ko sa hapong ito. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Congressman Marcoleta. I was supposed to ask you something about that Supreme Court decision about the Balat Sibuyas issue. When was this promulgated? Ay, hindi ba tayo dapat magtanungan? No? Sa resource person pala. Don't you think it's high time that we have another jurisprudence? Because
matagal na to, Mr. Chair. Pero landmark ito eh.
Oo nga, matagal
Kasi
yan.
pagka hindi naman, siguro hanggang ngayon naman, relevant pa ito. Otherwise, the Supreme Court.
Pero iba na kasi yung iba na kasi yung texture ng ating ng evolution ng
Meron din naman,
technology.
there's the Office of the Ombudsman. Ang sabi niya, a public official, more especially an elected one, kagaya mo, Mr. Chair, should not be onion skin.
Wala na, makapal na mukha natin.
Kaya na eh. Pero you're asking for jurisprudence, nandito po lang yun. But recently ito kasi may ombudsman na tayo ngayon.
But most likely, naging basis ng ombudsman was the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court of the onion skin. But I think kasi hindi naman yung skin natin ng yung damdamin natin eh. Ang problem yung damdamin ng mga nakapaligid sa atin, pamilya natin, anak natin. Sila yung tinatamaan dito eh. Di ba? I know that we should not. But well, sabagay, desisyon po yan ng kataas-taasang Korte Suprema and we respect that. But I think with the evolution of the different technology, yung mabilis na evolution, I hope that the decision, mga jurisprudence natin, must also evolve. Yeah, sa deepfake. So, yeah, tama. So, pagbigyan pa naman po natin ang ating pong kasamahan, Kong Geraldine Roman, you are now recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I pose my questions, I would like to read my manifestation. Distinguished colleagues, honorable members, fellow Filipinos, I'm here today not just as a legislator, not just as a representative of the 1st District of Bataan, but also as a journalist and Filipino who believes in the power of truth. We are here today because our democracy, the very foundation of our freedom, is being threatened, not by an invading army, not by foreign forces, but by something far more insidious, the deliberate, systematic, and weaponized spread of disinformation. The Constitution guarantees every Filipino the right to free speech and expression, a right so sacred that we as lawmakers must defend it at all costs. But let me be clear, freedom of speech is not freedom to deceive. It is not a license to manipulate, to slander, to fabricate lies that distort reality and poison public discourse. In the past, politics was fought in the halls of Congress, in debates, and in ballots. Today, it is fought in the trenches of social media, where armies are not made of soldiers, but of paid trolls and malicious vloggers, whose weapons are not guns, but lies, half-truths, and manufactured outrage. Social media was meant to be a platform of empowerment, a bridge between leaders and citizens, an avenue for truth to flourish. It has allowed the voiceless to be heard, the marginalized to be seen, and the oppressed to be recognized. Napakarami pong benepisyo ng social media. But in the wrong hands, social media has become a megaphone for falsehoods. We have seen how well-funded networks of disinformation can rewrite history, vilify decent public servants, and deceive millions into believing fiction over fact. Who among us here has not seen false accusations spread like wildfire, ruining reputations in just mere minutes? Who amongst us has not been attacked by a faceless troll, hiding behind the anonymity of a screen, spewing venom without accountability? Natatanda ko po noong 17th Congress ay kumalat po yung chismis sa Twitter, sa Facebook, na ako daw po ay bumoto sa zero budget ng Commission on Human Rights, which is really a big, big falsehood, and that's just an understatement. How can I possibly deprive a government agency of its budget when it is in fact the agency that is crucial to the implementation of one of my pet bills, which is the Social Equality Bill? I also remember the time when bintangan po akong bumoto favor sa hindi pagkakaloob ng franchise ng ABS-CBN. Hindi ko po ginawa yon. Hindi po ako bumoto favor sa pagkait ng franchise ng ABS-CBN. Pero hindi po ako nag-resort sa fake news o sa pang-aatake para harapin itong challenge na ito. To resort to fake news would be entering into the cycle of untruth. I reminded myself that I could not combat the lies with more lies. Let me share with you a painful truth. Fake news is not just a nuisance, it is a danger. When voters believe in lies, they make decisions based on deception. When public opinion is shaped by propaganda, democracy ceases to function. When fabricated stories become louder than facts, the people suffer. We've seen the impact of fake news on real lives. Ordinary citizens harassed and vilified because they dare to speak the truth to power. Journalists and even our colleagues have been red tagged, threatened, or worse, killed simply for doing their jobs. Legitimate policies have also been dismissed as conspiracies, while incompetence is masked by manufactured narratives. So I think this is the reason why we are here today. We cannot and must not stay silent in the face of this growing cancer in our information system. We're duty-bound not just by our oaths as legislators, but by our responsibility as Filipinos to call out disinformation wherever and whenever it appears. As members of this committee, we are investigating the existence of troll armies and malicious bloggers, not to stifle free speech, but to protect the sanctity of truth. And to those who say, let the people decide what is true and what is false, I ask, how can the people decide when the lies are louder than the truth? How can we expect our countrymen to make informed decisions when the system itself is polluted by lies and deception? To my fellow lawmakers, I say, we must act decisively. The responsibility is in our hands to craft policies that promote digital accountability, media literacy, and fact-checking mechanisms that protect our people from the poison of fake news. And to the social media platforms, I ask, will you continue to profit from division, from lies, or from deceit, or will you step up and be a force for truth and integrity? To the public, I urge, tanungin po ninyo kung totoo ang binabasa ninyo. Verify before you share. Hold accountable those who seek to deceive you. I-report po natin ang mga nagpapalaganap ng fake news. Because at the heart of this battle is the truth, ang katotohanan, not just as a concept, but as a pillar of our democracy. A well-informed citizenry is the strongest defense against tyranny, against manipulation, against the corrosion of our values as a nation. I leave you with this thought. The power of lies is that they spread easily. But the power of truth is that once it takes root, it cannot be erased. And so, let us plant the seeds of truth. Let us plant the seed of truth. Let us defend it with all that we have. From the government, let us practice also what we preach. We should hold ourselves to a higher standard and take the higher moral ground. This message is universal, regardless of our political inclination, whether you are pro-administration or in the opposition. It's regardless of our profession, socioeconomic status, and other personal and collective circumstances. It is about doing what is right in our pursuit of truth and justice. The future of our country depends on it, Mr. Chair. So with that, I will proceed to my question.
All right.
Okay lang po ba?
Go ahead, ma'am. You still have the floor.
Nais ko po sanang tanungin, napansin ko po dito sa ating pagpupulong na tila walang representative ang mga major social platforms like Facebook or Instagram or TikTok. At palagay ko ang kanilang opinion and insider information ay mahalaga upang makapagkaroon po tayo ng policies that reflect the realities that we face with social media and the spread of fake news. Nais ko sanang tanungin si Ms. Malutikia kung sa palagay niya ay meron pang ibang kulang na resource persons na sa palagay nila ay dapat naririto so that the committee could be better informed and we can dispose of more information to make the necessary policies. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Malu.
Doon sa tanong ni Congresswoman Roman, I think it is very important to have the platforms here because they operate a business in our country. So that is one way of getting them here and telling them that you need to put into consideration a regulatory framework. Kasi kung hindi ho natin sila kasama, and they will remain indifferent to the reforms that we are thinking, hindi rin ho maiisa katuparan ang dapat na pagbabago na magkaroon. So, yes, Madam Roman, it is important to have them here and to compare. Actually, yung algorithm kasi, they define that eh. So, an algorithm is business-defined, business-led. So if the Philippines is a #1 market of Facebook, necessarily they will have to protect their eggs here. So it is very important to consider that. YouTube is gaining ground, I understand, and a lot of Filipinos are shifting just because of the monetization that is happening. So monetization would mean fast income, di ba? So you really need to have them here so that they understand what kind of regulatory and they can come up with suggestions on country-specific regulations that have been adopted elsewhere. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, as a member of the committee, may I move that for the next meeting, we invite representatives from the major platforms to attend our meeting.
Actually, we have invited them over.
Oh, is that so?
We haven't read yet their excuse letters. We have actually natin sa administrative matter kanina, hindi natin na-discuss. But if you want, I think we'll be inviting them again in the next hearing. Pero ang excuse po dito ng TikTok, because during the briefing, they were present. But today's hearing, hindi po sila available. So there are some reasons that were mentioned in here. Probably siguro sa next hearing natin, makaka-attend na po itong TikTok. But ang Meta, ang sinasabi ng Meta naman, according sa kanilang letter addressed to this to this chair, yung Facebook Philippines, which we have invited to be present on today's hearing, does not own and operate and control the content of the Facebook. So yung kanilang representative dito na Facebook Philippines, wala po silang right, so wala silang reason to be present because they don't have knowledge on this. But of course, hindi natin alam kung reason lang yon or whatever. But iba kasi ang Meta, iba yung Facebook Philippines. Ang Meta, siya yung pong nag-ooperate, which is based in Meta Platforms Incorporated sa Menlo Park, California. So, I think we will be addressing our invitation not to Meta, but sa Facebook Philippines. But ang problem natin, hindi sila may-ari nun, ang Facebook Philippines, hindi sila may-ari, hindi sila nag-ooperate, wala silang control, hindi sila ang host ng Facebook service. Yun ang predicament ng committee na to.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just to buttress the motion of the Honorable Roman, I think interesado rin po kaming fact-checkers kung ano po ang magiging content moderation framework ng Meta. Kasi po dahil sa Amerika po, tatanggalin na po yung third-party fact-checkers at magkakaroon po sila ng community notes. Kagaya ng sa X. Yung sa community notes po kasi ay user-generated po yung magiging fact-checker ng mga content sa FB. Ang problema po sa mga community notes ay wala po silang code of ethics, anonymous yung iba sa kanila. No? So, maganda pong ipaliwanag sa Meta ano ang content moderation strategy nila kasi nung umupo ang bagong presidente ng Amerika, nagbagong policy nila. So, una, tinanggal nila yung mga third-party fact-checkers. Pangalawa, actually, ibabalik na po nila yung political content. Hindi na ho nila i-demote ang political content. At saka yung kanilang strategy nung nauna na na-criticize sila na yung mga conservative voices o kaya yung may mga religious messages ay yung iba sa kanila ay dinadown ng Facebook. No, may mga kaparian na nagpo-post ng mga Bible verses dinadown ng Facebook. Tatanggalin na po nila yung mga ganong practices sa kanilang content moderation. So, at tama po, I agree with Ma'am Tikia na negosyo sila dito, nagko-kolekta sila ng ads. In fact, they will collect money from political campaign ads, no? Hindi po ba dapat meron silang opisina dito?
Yeah, exactly. Actually,
mag-represent sa negosyo nila.
I encountered that kind of problem because when we have started discussing yung regulation ng Facebook on the on children, last Congress nahirapan din kami dyan sa Facebook Philippines pinuntahan namin yung opisina sa BGC. It turned out yung opisina nila lagi sarado. Wala talaga silang representation dito. I will ask the ICT with the indulgence sa kasi sa China meron silang tinatawag na Great Firewall. Yung Great Firewall na yon, hindi makaka-access ang Google, ang Facebook, ang Instagram, or any other social platform. Ang China, ang ginagamit nila, social platform nila. Ang tanong ko, using that Great Firewall para maproteksyonan yung usage ng kanilang owned platforms, how much will it cost?
Mr. Chair, with the use of technology, of ballpark lang, sir. With the use of technology, kung firewall ang gagamitin, medyo mataas kasi marami tayong gateways. Pero kung ibang technology ang gagamitin, just to stop Filipinos from accessing them, we can start with a budget, for example, of kasi a similar operation, for example, for a recursive DNS that can repoint you to another website. Siguro, sir, for the entire country, sir, of the lang
Sige, ball figure.
Ball figure lang, sir. Mga half a billion.
Half
a billion pesos.
a billion. Not bad. Kasi, alam mo,
Sir, it's not a firewall po, sir. Ibig sabihin,
I know.
there will be a way to go around it. Of
Kasi
course, the
nagiging
firewall-
problem natin, if we have issues like this, and try to invite them over, parang it's really hard for them to be present. And ang problem natin, how can we have a comprehensive regulation kung isang part ay hindi cooperative. But the COMSEC have informed me that they wanted to have a private meeting with us. And siguro, tingnan muna natin, baka may mga security matters that they have to discuss it with the members of this committee. Most likely, we will be asking the members to be present on that time na kapag nagkaroon tayo ng meeting with the YouTube, Google, Meta, and TikTok. Because yun din po ang sinasabi nila. But of course, siguro, we have to proceed with our intention of trying to well, kung hindi natin sila talaga mako-convince na to be part of the regulation by having their self-regulation in line with ours, I think NTC saka DICT, you have to think over kung yung ating mga investors na mga Pilipino local investors pumasok na sa ganitong klase ng ng business as well. Hindi ko alam kasi yun nga lang, baka ma-curtail din yung yung freedom of information di ba? May mga ganong issue din diyan So NTC, meron kayong knowledge about this? Andito NTC, di ba?
Regulation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Yes, yeah, for example, kayo sa National Telecommunication kayo, yung air, Great Firewall will put a firewall on this. So, how do we go with this? How much will be ang may spend ng government?
Perhaps on this matter, we defer to our mother agency, the DICT.
Sige.
On
Mr.
the
Chair.
technical requirements for such an endeavor.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman, so you have a motion to invite these platforms, no?
Yes.
So any second motion on that motion, duly seconded, any objection, hearing none. So these platforms, Google, YouTube, Meta, Facebook Philippines, TikTok, will be invited in the next hearing.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
You can proceed.
Yes, thank you very much. Naging malinaw po sa aming pakikpanayam sa CICC kahapon na mayroong talagang kakulangan ng mga batas sa ating bansa. Sa palagay ko po, ang aking humble opinion ay dapat mag-establish muna tayo ng legal framework para po maging malinaw ang mandato ng bawat ahensyang nais nating ipasali dito sa ating kampanya para paglabanan ng fake news at magbantay po sa social media. Mr. Chair, katulad nga ng sinabi nyo, ang usapin ng pagiging constitutional ng mga batas na maaari nating ipasa dito sa Kongreso, syempre dapat natin talakayin. So mag-move din po ako, Mr. Chair. Okay, wala siya.
Yes,
Tatlo, okay.
please proceed.
Chair Pimentel, mag-move din po sana ako na kung maaari, kumuha pa tayo ng isang constitutional expert. Pero wag po yung vlogger kasi medyo pasintabi lang po kay Attorney Tumatorgo na para hindi siya punan, hindi questionin ang kanyang independensya at saka ang kanyang
Do you have
credibilidad.
somebody in mind?
Well, marami naman po tayong constitutional experts na hindi naman po nagwa-vlog. Dahil lang po sa Ateneo School of Law o kaya sa UP po, napakarami po.
Just to
Maaari po
clarify,
tayo-
Representative Roman, you want a constitutional expert to be invited during the next
Yeah,
hearing.
just to brief us on how important the freedom of speech is.
Comsec, please take note. For the next hearing, we will invite a constitutional expert regarding this matter.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Noted.
Thank you very much for the time given to me, Mr. Chair.
Are you through with your
Yes,
interpretation?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Roman. The next to interpolate in accordance with our list is Representative Benny Abante. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Naalala ko lang po ang sinabi ni dating Prime Minister ng UK Winston Churchill na ang sabi niya, some people's idea of free speech is that they are free to say what they like. But if anyone says anything back, that is an outrage. Totoo po yun sa nangyayari sa atin ngayon, no? Gusto ko lang pong tanungin ang ating mga inimbitahan na mga vlogger dito at media practitioner, ano? Siguro ang unang pwedeng sumugot nito ay si Miss Malu. I just would like to know the a real definition of fake news. Sa inyo, ano po? At ito ba ay buong Pilipinas na ba to? O dito lang sa Metro Manila? Please.
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Abante, fake news can either be misinformation or disinformation. Misinformation is walang malicious intent. Nagkamali, for example, ang birthday ni Jose Rizal ay February. That's misinformation. Pero yung disinformation, pag sinabi mo na ang birthday ni Jose Rizal ay nung November 30, meron ka ng malis doon kasi alam mo birthday yun ni Andres Bonifacio. Malinformation on the other hand is manipulative propaganda. And there's such a thing as in propaganda, there is good propaganda and there is manipulative. You want to achieve an end goal which the facts do not bear you out. So ang fake news ho para sa akin ay alam mo yung katotohanan, factual, pero iniiba mo yung istorya. Iniiba mo yung, there's such a thing, sir, nasa messaging sa communication frame. Iniiba mo yung impormasyon to suit your end. So that is, to me, fake news. Kung sinabi ko, sir, na si Congressman Abante ay taga Manila, that's fact. Pero pag sinabi kong si Congressman Abante ay taga Manila pero tumitira sa Quezon City, the facts do not bear you out. So that can be seen as manipulative if I say, hindi actually botante yan eh. That is fake news. But it started with facts. Nakatira si Congressman Abante sa Manila. Tapos ang sumunod, hindi naman sa Quezon City yan nakatira. So hindi botante. Ergo, hindi kandidato.
Do you call that misinformation or disinformation?
Sir, that is already disinformation as far as I'm concerned. The misinformation is, hindi naman dyan sa Quezon City. Wala kang facts. Diba? So how do you rebut that? By showing that you are a resident of Manila. Marami kasi, sir, nangyayari dahil dyan sa fake news, yung reputational sa online, lahat siguro ng mga politiko na aapektuhan yan. Kasi meron kayong reputation that to a certain degree is ito yung ginagamit mo for re-election. So pag nasira ka online, which means reputational, napakahirap bumangon. So, pag sunod-sunod yung sinasabi, it forms a certain conclusion in the mind of the receiver of the information. Hence, I would say, si Congressman Abante, talagang ang gulo niyan, hindi mo maintindihan kung saan. That is a conclusion arising from fake news.
Is this now true all over the country or only in Metro Manila, for example?
Sir, media centers.
Mr.
I would
Chair?
say in media centers because like in Manila, Cebu, Davao, at pwede ho ninyo, sir, na i-geofence ang location kung saan pumutok yung balitang yon, and you can see the relationship of the role of media centers, the high density of users, and the connectivity. in the place.
How does that affect, for example, a politician na tinitira sa face ng fake news?
Sir, alam nyo, pag tinira kayo, ang kailangan authentic ang inyong reply. Ang problema ho sa ibang politiko, it takes time for them to react, and by that time, it becomes now the truth. Kunyari, may lumabas na issue ngayon. Some politicians would say, I do not want to react kasi pag nag-react ako, lalo kong pinahahaba, pinalalaki yung fake news. Pero kung hindi ho kayo magre-react, that in itself becomes now the narrative, the controlling narrative, which is very, very hard to respond to, especially going into campaign.
So even if it's fake news, the politician must react.
Yes, sir. As far as I'm concerned, kasi you would want to write what is being said about you online. If you don't, it becomes a crisis for you. It becomes a reputational issue. And that is your currency when you run for public office. Sa political consulting ko, ang tawag doon, that's your brand. So if your brand is destroyed, it's going to be very, very hard for you to increase your trust. Natatandaan po ninyo ito, sir, may awareness, may tiwala. Awareness, pwede kayong universal. Ang tiwala, napakahirap i-earn. Ngayon, pag nakikita, ginawa yung issue sa inyo, sa distrito nyo, uuga ho yung tiwala. At alam naman po ninyo, ang tiwala, in a 45-day campaign period, mahirap pong ma-rebuild. It will take time for that
Pero
tiwala.
ang paniwala ng iba, Ms. Malu, when you react, you become defensive. Kanina, nabanggit mo na you have to be offensive on this, di ba?
Sir, kasi sa akin, the best defense is offense. And when you just say, when you be your authentic self, you're opening yourself, ito ako hindi totoo yan. So kung hindi nyo sasabihin hindi totoo yan, ang mga constituents nyo will always say, oh, tinan mo, nagnakaw yan. Oh, tinan mo, yumaman yan. Very hard to control. Especially during a very heated 45-day campaign period. Wala na ho kayong chance to clear that out. So bago pa mag 45-day campaign period, sinagot nyo na. And then you can reshare that. Then you can, push it and make it viral.
So, Mr. Chair, kailangan sa online din, kailangan gumamit.
Yes, sir.
Kailangan gumamit ka din ng vlogger.
Yes, sir. Hindi, sir. Pwedeng
Hindi.
ikaw na sa sarili mong page.
Ganon.
Oo, kasi yun yung authentic self mo Kung pag ginamit mo sa mainstream media, it becomes fodder for news. Lalaki yung issue. 'Di ba? Pero kung sa page mo lang sinagot mo yan, hindi totoo yan.
Oo.
Ito ang aking pag-aari, ito ang aking paniniwala.
So it is not enough, for example, like sa SOCMED, fake news. Hindi naman kinukuha ng mainstream media yan. So, it's not enough na hindi ito kinukuha ng mainstream media sapagkat hindi naman totoo yan, di ba?
Yes, sir. Kasi forever nandyan yan. May footprint nung negative reaction sa'yo. So you really have to, kung minsan nga, katulad doon nung exchanges kanina, yung pala 3 years ago pa yung video, so it remains there. And if you don't respond, then it becomes truth. Kaya nga ho, kanina ang sabi ko, in politics, there are shades of truth.
Thank you. That's quite a revelation to us.
Ang problem doon na congressman na Abante. Nakikita ko diyan kasi halimbawa lumabas yung content mo na gano'n. Tapos ayun na meron naman na makita tayo ng mga bots. Reaction na. Mga reaction, heart, lahat 'yon. Kung bots nga 'yon, artificial intelligence and bots. So, yung explanation mo, mababarage na naman siya ng mga messages na biniyaran nila. Like for example, ngayon, target ka, target ako. Target tayo lahat. So, babarage nila yung yung content mo Ang maganda lang pag Facebook mo, pwede mo silang i-block. But yung kapag na-share na nila yun, tapos babarage na naman nila ng bots, lahat ng messages na naman, ayun na. Yun ang problem. And that, where the CICC will come in. Di ba? Ma-dig deeper yung source. Di ba, CIC, if I may, Congressman, kasi may may konting traction doon sa sinasabi mo. Sa CICC kasi, kaya nyo yung makita yung source ng mga gumagawa ng mga bots. Di ba? And by doing that, that is false information and not subject to freedom of expression. Kasi nga bots eh. So madali yung makita lang natin yung pinaka-source sino yung mga gumagawa nito.
Sir, just to qualify,
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, and I think it's the same for all law enforcement agencies here. What we can see is similar to what Facebook sees. So yung age nung time, for example, bagong account ka. Pangalawa, yung trending pattern ng account. At saka, kumbaga sir, they're all circumstantial. Nakikita mo na bagong account, multiple accounts, same postings, tapos yung behavioral pattern mo is mabilis kang mag-respond. Then malamang, bot ka. Tapos ang followers mo inorganic. O pwedeng either bumili ka ng dating page, tapos
na may laman na.
Tapos binago mo lang para yung likes mo, yung likes ng lumang page nandoon, or talagang walang like yung page mo, pero pag ganun post kasi sir, malamang ma-detect ka rin ni Facebook, matatag ka rin, matatanggal ka rin kasi may automatic feature din si Facebook. So the same way sir, and this is available to any Filipino by the way, the statistical the analytics of social media is actually publicly available. So this is something that we are looking at. So circumstantial, we don't see actual bots, but we see that's too fast for a human.
Yeah.
And you don't have organic likes, and you're too many. So,
Exactly. So mixture eh. Mixture siya eh. Kaya ang hirap mag-rely lang doon sa pag nakita mo yung post mo tapos andyan na yung banat sa'yo, ang dami na. So, ika-classify mo siya kung siya ay bot, ika-classify mo siya kung siya ay organic na binili.
That's correct.
Tama yun. At meron pa tinatawag na troll farms. Iba pa yun.
Tao yun.
Na talagang meron silang page na, halimbawa, 2,000 owner ng page. Yun ang babanat sa'yo. And that costs you a lot of money. Kasi babayaran mo yung grupong yan.
That's correct, Your Honor. And let me add, Your Honor, that actually all of this that we are discussing right now is a violation of the terms of use of the social media platforms. Wala lang sila to...
Ang tanong ko
wala lang sila to explain.
what can the CICC do? For example, like kami, maraming fake news na dumarating for us. Hindi naman totoo yan. Okay, para lang kami i-harass, no? I-harass o i-bash. So, what can the DICC do to at least protect us, for example?
Your Honor, we have been involved with the social media platforms, but absent of regulation, this is purely voluntary, in taking down a lot of fake accounts that have been involved in targeting key officials of government, especially the President. Marami na po, siguro mas maganda kung sila na yung magpaliwanag. There are, as far as we're concerned, there are tens of thousands in the past year that was just removed. Walang nagrereklamo because they're really bots. They really were illegitimate accounts. Some are being held as multiple accounts by legitimate people, etc., etc. And I think that's the first one. We don't look at certain personalities, but we just look at patterns. And second, Your Honor, as I mentioned, if it is really a viral thing that threatens national security or threatens our way of life, our culture, nandiyan naman po yung buong CICC Council. There are, for specific laws like OSAIC, automatic po yan, take down yan. Automatic na, kasi ano yan, child pornography, and according to the law, dapat i-block eh. Yun nga lang, we have to understand as we presented, Mr. Chair, pag ang pinag-uusapan na natin, cyber libel, o yung kanina, yung satirical content, but obviously flagrant, because it was AI generated. Pero inamin naman niya, you know, I do AI for satirical, medyo
mahirapan din kami pong mag-respond unless a formal complaint is filed, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, there's meron kayong gustong sabihin kanina?
Please, Mr. Chair, just to address the earlier question of Congressman Abante about fake news. From the perspective of academics, educators, and fact checkers, ayaw na po namin gamitin yung term na fake news kasi pero ang fake news po na term ngayon ay colloquial na po. Pero ayaw po namin siyang gamitin kasi na-politicize siya, parang ginagamit siya na pang-akusa sa tao na nagsasabi ng impormasyon na ayaw natin. So sa amin, we want to focus on the term information disorder. Kaya doon po pumapasok yung tatlong bilog na pinakita kanina ni Professor Can na tinuturo din po namin sa mga students namin sa UST. No? So yung kaibahan ng disinformation, misinformation at malinformation. So sa dis and misinformation, ang pagkakaiba lang po nun ay merong intention to mislead or harm. No, kapag misinformation, nagkamali lang po. No, kagaya po siguro kanina yung issue ni Congressman Marcoleta sa mga broadsheet, baka nagkamali lang ho, honest mistake. Misinformation po 'yun, walang intention to cause harm or confusion. Yung disinformation, yun po, may malicious intent po 'yun. Yun namang malinformation, medyo controversial pa po itong term na to, but what it means is yung information ay information ay nagsisimula po sa totoo pero minamanipulate po siya in such a way that can cause harm. Yun lang po.
Sa inyo, laganap ba to sa buong Pilipinas o dito lang sa Metro Manila or urban areas, for example?
Ay laganap po siya sa lahat po ng may access sa social media. Potentially ay magkaroon po sila ng exposure sa information disorder.
Okay. All right. Disinformation, misinformation, and malinformation. Now, itong misinformation, medyo tatanggalin mo yan sa tinatawag nating fake news, di ba?
Opo, kasi wala pong masamang intensyon, honest mistake, no? Maaaring nakalimutan lang o talagang human error.
Therefore, yung disinformation, saka yung malinformation, merong ano yan, merong violation yan ng batas.
Yan po ang focus ng mga fact checkers, ng mga academics, ng mga regulators, no? Yan din po ang focus ng content moderation.
Ms. Malu, mayroon bang violation sa batas niyan? Sa media practitioner tulad mo?
So media practitioner. So, sir, kasi op-ed ako eh.
Ha?
Opinion.
Sige,
opinion
okay.
column.
Kahit na ganun. When disinformation and malinformation, do you think that there is violation sa batas natin?
Yeah.
That they can be charged in court?
Yes, sir.
Meron, ha?
Kasi willful and maliciously eh.
Okay. How about the other bloggers, for example? Can we have you answered on this, Mr. Chair?
Pwede pong ma-repeat yung question, Mr. Chair?
Nag-raise ka ako na hindi ako tinatawag.
Regarding po sa fake news?
Yeah, tungkol sa fake news and then the disinformation and malinformation.
Opo, definitely po cyber libel pwede pong yung pag disinformation, malinformation, kung ang purpose talaga ay mag-mislead ng tao para masira yung isang tao, yung isang kumpanya, definitely po pwede po yun sa cyber libel.
Now, kanina yung sagutan ni Congressman Marcoleta sa ni attorney tungkol sa Congressman Marcoleta said na medyo malicious ang sanayan mo, no? Sa'yo, do you think that would be malinformation? Mr. Saan pangalan ito? Gamboa? Is that malinformation? To inflict harm on a person? Is that not
Yung kanina po, yung kay Congressman Marcoleta.
Yes.
Wala na po ba siya? Wala na siya. Hindi kasi si Attorney Ricky, Mr. Chair, was stating his opinion. Tingin niya nilinlang daw ni Congressman Marcoleta yung mga follower, yung mga certain group of people. So
it is not to inflict harm on a person. Is it? Yung binanggit niya na ano yung binanggit niya na nanlilin lang? At ano pa yung binanggit?
Pakulo. Pakulo.
Pakulo lamang ito at panlilinlang. Naniniwala ba kayo na hindi ito malinformation where he used that to inflict harm on a person or inflict harm on a person's reputation or character?
I don't think may intention si Attorney Ricky na sirain yung pagkatao directly nitong si Congressman Marcoleta. I don't think meron siyang personal na
Indirectly, meron siya.
Opo, pero he was reacting doon sa specific moment na yun na sinasabi niya kanina. So, yun po yung, hindi ko po alam kasi siya po yung nagsabi. Pero sa tingin ko po, wala naman siyang
Sige, let me ask, you're raising your hand, go ahead.
I'd also like to build po on what Ms. Ellen Tordesillas said earlier. Now, we fact-check statements of fact. No? So, if it is mentioned or if something is uttered as an opinion, I don't think the qualifications of the information disorder, the mis, dis, and mal, can be used to describe it. No? So, it must be a statement of fact for it to be fact-checked. No? And also,
So what do you think of what attorney said on about Congressman Marcoleta? Do you think it's a malinformation?
again, Mr. Chair, I think the qualifications of mal, dis, and misinformation cannot be used on an opinion.
Therefore, you would, as I understand now, that opinion, all right, and malinformation should be well defined, is it?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well, Ms. Malu, would you please also answer that if you can?
Sir, yung sinabi ni Attorney Ricky, I would classify it as a value judgment. Pero mahirap value judgment.
Value.
Value dahil sa kanya yun ang value set niya na nag-conclude siya na nanlilin lang. Pero uttered to a politician, nag-iiba yung kulay kasi pag sinabi mong ikaw ay nanlilin lang, it goes to trust. Kaya
You were saying, Ms. Malu, that we should react, Mr. Chair, no? We should react whenever there is a fake news that is blatantly being spread on us, okay? Now, is that not being onion skinned?
no, sir. Kasi you just want to establish the facts. There are several tools where you can check whether there is an organic push or a push against you. There are several listening tools. I don't know if the good undersecretary. There are several listening tools. One of which is Meltwater, Ubermetrics, Brand 25, keywords. The system will monitor, and if it is an authentic one, you will not see all dark ones. You will see several nodes going to several outlets. But if it is being pushed, there'll be several dark nodes and everything is going back and forth. That is an operation online. And there are existing applications that any legislator can use just to see whether it is organic and whether it is authentic.
Attorney Ricky, would you want to react on that, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman Abante. Ako po kasi, never po akong nagmumura, never po akong nambabastos. Sa 9,000 vlog, vlogs ko, videos ko, wala po akong minura, wala po akong binastos.
Ang tanong ko, Kayong dalawa, vlogger kayo, di ba? So, nabanggit mo kanina, Tony Ricky, na yung bang, nabanggit mo kanina, Tony Ricky, na yung bang, may mga bayaran na vlogger. Naniniwala ba kayo ron? Merong mga vlogger na bayaran. Na talagang intention nila na sila ay magkalat ng fake news sapagat binayaran sila.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Congressman Benny Abante, sabi ko po kanina, yung mga vloggers na maraming views, maraming engagements, malaki na po ang monetization niyan sa social media. Hindi po sila naghihintay na ng bayad. Ang isa pa nga po pala to sa gusto kong i-share sa honorable members ng committee nito, ang kailangan parusahan yung co-coordinate ng mga yan. Kasi mayroong mga taong nasa likod niyan.
Pero, Tony Ricky, hindi natin nakikita yung hindi alam o nakikita yung nasa likod niyan eh.
Yun na nga din.
Oo, yun ang mahirap doon. Ang binabagit mo sa amin, Mr. Chair, yung imposibleng mangyari. Sapagkat hindi namin nakikita yung nasa likod niyan eh. Okay? So, ibig sabihin, yung nakikita namin, ang bibigyan namin ng ano niyan. Sabi ni Miss Malu, na dapat kami mag-react diyan. Anong reaction ang dapat gawin? Dapat ba namin i-complain yan sa CICC o magdemanda kami diretso para malaman nila ang ginagawa nila ay masama?
Mr. Chair, ako po, agree po ako sa sinabi ni Mama Lutikia. Kailangan po ninyong sagutin yung mga issues na inaano sa inyo, na nire-raise. Pero kung talaga namang malicious, talagang kasuhan nyo po, kasi yan po naman ang nasa batas natin. Kaya lang nga po, ang sinasabi ko kanina, based on jurisprudence, kaya lang pag kayo po yung nagkaso, magpuprove talaga kayo ng actual malice. Hindi tulad sa private, kasi presumed ka agad yung malice.
Hindi mahirap yung mag-prove, Mr. Chair, sapagkat may mga pictures eh. May mga pictures, may mga salita. Yun, ebidensya na yun eh. Ang problema lang yan, malaking pera gagamitin mo dyan.
Yes po, Mr.
That's it. At ang sabi ni Ms. Malu, hindi na kami kinakailangan gumamit pa ng, for example, or media reporter o a vlogger to attack, no? Ganun din ba ang paniwala mo dyan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. In fact, kami dito na mga nanditong vloggers, kami ang nagtatanggol sa inyo sa Quadcom. Sa kasab dito nung binuotong Tricom.
Salamat po.
Marami po kaming nakakalaban na mga vloggers. Actually nga, kung dumating lang sila dito, siguro nagkaharap-harap kami. Pero kami po, nasa pag-defend sa inyo. Kaya lang, dahil nga po, may mga times din na nagko-comment din kami sa inyo. Halimbawa, yung tungkol sa impeachment, sabi na, ba't ang tagal nito? Parang naduwag na yung ang gagaling nung ginawang investigation sana eh. Sabi, suportado ng tao, ang taas nga ng survey in support sa Quadcom. Sabi ko, ba't ngayon parang hindi na desisyonado? So, honest opinion po yun. Yun po yung gusto naming ipakita na kami, yung vlogging na totoong expression ng opinion.
Maraming salamat sa inyong suporta, no? At sana suportahan niyo pa kami.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba? Sapagkat nagiging malinaw ang ginagawa ninyo laban dun sa mga talagang ang inaano ko lang ganito eh, no? Ano ba bias eh, di ba? Kaya sila nag-aano ng fake news because they're biased, di ba? Now, you look at yourself. Palagay nyo kaya hindi kayo biased sa inyong mga opinion?
Mr. Chair, talaga namang ang isang vlogger, mayroon talaga siyang bias. Ang masama lang, yung nagre-resort ka na nga sa fake news. Halimbawa nga, yung pulburon video na yan. Tapos yung mga ano sa inyo po, yung mga issue sa inyo. Obvious kasing fake news yun, hindi na lang yun opinion talaga. Pero yung pagiging bias, tulad namin, may mga stand kami sa issues, ano po yun eh, tama lang yon sa isang vlogger na talaga namang may standpoint ka. Ang hindi lang tama, yun ngang nakikita rin namin na maraming linalabas na mga informations na hindi na totoo. Hindi na po siya, hindi na yan pagiging bias lang. Talagang may malis na sa ginagawa na...
For example, may vlogger na kumuha ng picture ko sa Facebook ko na ako'y nakadila.
Mr. Chair,
nakita ko po yun. Nakadila, no? Diba? Kanina, nakadila ako. Totoong picture yan. Totoong picture yan. Talagang, kasi, inaakala ko, lahat na sa Facebook ko, kaibigan ko. Ano? At ako'y ordinaryong tao, hindi ako maarting tao. Ang ginagaya ko dyan, si Albert Einstein. Kasi gusto ko rin maging genius. O, kinuha nila at ginamit nila yan. Yun ba'y masasabing fake news?
Yusek, siguro the best person to answer is the ICC.
Sige, si ICC.
Mr. Chair,
kayo muna.
I-redefine ko lang po yung diniscuss din ng mga academicians natin kanina. Kasi this is actually an academic term. Misinformation, okay na yan, okay na po tayo. Both disinformation and malinformation imputes malice. Disinformation is mali talaga. Inedit yung muka, inedit yung narrative, wala talaga yon. Ibig sabihin, nag-imbento. Ang malinformation, sir, yung halimbawa ninyo. Kumuha siya ng totoo, pero binago niya yung context. Kaya tinawag na malformed. So, kumuha po siya, halimbawa po, nanghiram ka po ng paneray. Kunyari, pare, ganda ng paneray mo. Pahiram nga. Pagsuot, pinicture ang kata, sinabi, kita mo yan, corrupt yan, nakapaneray. Parang ganun po example. Tinanggal yung context para ma-mislead yung tao. So, that is an example of malinformation. So, it is fake.
So, having said that, no, kasi ako, tinawag ako ni ng Mr. Google eh. Ang narrative ko sa Mr. Google, nakarelate ako dyan eh. Ayoko na sanang buksan to eh. Pero during that time, ang premise ko doon, lahat naman tayo gumagamit ng mga search engine eh. Ako gumagamit ako ng Brave Search. Saka yung DuckDuckGo. Kasi yung mga yan, hindi ka matatrace. Marami akong search engine na pinupunta, Wikipedia. Tapos meron pa yung Swiss Cows. Yung mga yan, hindi ako matitrace doon. Google, kaya ako lang siya ginawang example, popular siya. Popular siya eh. Kaya in-example ko na kapag nag-search ako ng mga jurisprudence, talagang tinitingnan ko sa Google, lumalabas. Di ba? Pero ang content na sinabi ni attorney, attorney Topacio, ang sabi niya is, hindi mo na kailangan pa mag-aral ng law pa. I-google. Ha?
Attorney Topak.
I-google mo na lang. Hindi ako nagsabi niya, ikaw yan eh. I-google mo na lang. Baka sasabihin, nagtatago na naman tayo sa, well, it's wrong. It's malinformation. Dahil nga, ang katotohanan, nag-google ako. Sino bang hindi nag-google? Sino bang hindi gumagamit ng mga search engine? Di ba? Masyado ka hipokrito pag sinabi mo hindi ka nag-google. And then, ang connotation niya, ayan, si Mr. Google, kailangan, hindi pwede ka nang hindi mag-aral ng dahil nga mag-practice. Hindi ko sinasabi yon. Ang lawyer must undergo the tedious na pag-aaral and yung practice para maging, talaga, expert ka. Hindi ko sinasabing expert ako. Sinasabi ko, meron tayong mga bagay na pwede malaman sa mga search engine. So, ano yun? Malinformation?
Yes, sir. They use the truth and then change its context. So, it is malinformation. Pero mas madalas ginagamit po yung malinformation. When it was originally coined by a blogger in Canada named Hussein, ginamit niya yung originally sa revenge porn. Halimbawa,
sa what?
Revenge porn. Halimbawa, sir, galit ka sa isang tao, nag-release ka ng...
Revenge.
Nag-release ka ng pornographic material of that person to impute revenge. So, sasabi mo ngayon, ay, totoo naman yan eh. Pero actually, yung context po mali kasi you're just using it to malign the person.
Yeah, yung context nga nila mali eh. Kaya, yun na nga. Tapos, yun ang nagiging sa atin. And, merong pain, no? Nakasama sa malinformation. Causing pain. Alright. So, medyo lumiliwanag po yung ating discussion, no? Si Mark, Mr. Michael.
Yeah, Mr. Michael.
You only have like 2 minutes, Congressman Abante.
Yung explain ko lang din po yung pagdating po sa bias. Ang nangyayari po kasi sa aming mga vloggers, kadalasan po, usually sa umpisa, pipili kami ng side eh. Ang nangyari po ito nung last year, nung nagsabay na rally yung mga Duterte tsaka si President Bongbong, yung pong unit team na mga magkakasamang vloggers dati, nahati, yung iba po sumama kay Pangulong Marcos, yung iba po naiwan kay Pangulong Duterte. So lahat po nung nandoon kay Duterte, yun po yung umaatake po ngayon. Kumaga, yun na po yung bias po nila, yun na din po. Tapos lahat naman po nung nandoon sa Marcos side, yun naman yung nagtatanggol sa Pangulo. So parang debate team po ang nangyayari. May debate team yung bawat side, tapos nagbabardagulan kami, naggawing parang loko-lokolos na. Pwede na pong magsampa ng kaso kasi nagiging
And then
rival po
papasok
sila.
ang government. And that's the reason why andito ang CICC under the Republic Act 10175, you have to do your job. No? Meron na kayong subpoena power under sa CIDG and the NBI. So, do your thing, no? CICC.
So, Mr. Chair, naniniwala ka, Mr. Mark, na may mga vlogger na ginagawa yan dahil binabayaran sila, di ba?
Meron po. Meron po.
Marami
Meron
pa
po
sila,
iba
oh.
dahil binabayaran. Meron pong iba dahil mas kumikita sila. Dahil pag nag-post sila ng DDS, mas maraming views. Meron po siguro talagang binabayaran. Iba-iba po eh.
Explain to us, no? Yung sinabi mo kanina, Attorney and Mark, explain to us. Dumadami ang views, nagkakaroon sila ng pera doon. Pakipaliwanag nga, hindi ko maintindihan yan eh. Paano nagkakaroon ng pera yung mga yan kung dumadami ang views?
Mr. Chair,
Di pera-pera din, whatever it might be. Bayaran ka man, o marami kang views, ha? Kumikita ka din dyan, pera-pera din yan, di ba?
yes po, Mr. Chair. Kaya lang ang sinasabi ko lang po, hindi yung mga vloggers, ang parang naging idea kasi bayaran. Yung mga malalaking vloggers na marami ng engagements, makikita mo po, halimbawa, mag-ano lang po ako, yung mga matatagal ng vloggers na established na sa isang vlog nila, mga 150,000 views na kaagad, 250,000 views. Ako po, halimbawa, ang vlog ko,
Paano nagkakapera yung mga yon? Paano?
sa vlog po kasi, mag-YouTube, mag-Facebook, linalagyan po ng ads, Mr. Chair, linalagyan po ng YouTube sa kanang ng Facebook ng ads yun. Sa simula, sa gitna, sa dulo. Kapag maraming engagement sa'yo, gustong-gusto ng Facebook at ng YouTube lagyan ng ads yung ano mo.
Pero
May share
attorney,
po doon, may share.
putulin kita dyan, no? Kasi tama yun eh. Dati ganyan ang Instagram. Meron siyang views. Tinanggal nila yung sa views. Wala na ngayong hindi mo na makikita kung ilan ang viewers ng ng mga post doon. So if IG nakagawa nila yon, dapat I think magawa din ng ibang platform kasi yun na nagiging palagay ko yun nagiging root of all the problems eh. 'Di ba? May monetization sa mga content creator, but yung effect doon sa mga tao, tingin ko being a part of this government, mas yung priority namin yung effect nito sa mga tao. Yung monetization can be charged to other well, I think sa iba sigurong industry, but in here we're in itong pagtingin sa mga social platform, lahat nila nakakakita kahit bata. So nagkakaroon ng manipulation doon sa views eh. Pag nakita nilang masyado ng madami, na-engage sila doon sa sa content na yon. Tumingit lang ako
Mr. Chair, ganito. So pag marami kang views, may mga ads na, doon kumikita.
Yes po, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So therefore, yun na ang nagiging profession ng mga vloggers. Am I right?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Kaya halimbawa po yung sinasabi ko, yung nagrarally doon sa shrine, as tinatawag, yung supporters ni VP Sara o ng Duterte, silang nandun, araw-araw nandun. Pag nag-vlog sila, kaagad-agad, pag nag-vlog sila, 2,000 ang watching. 3,000. So malaki po ang monetization ng ganon. So kaya ang nangyayari, yung mga vloggers na yon, gusto nilang topic ang Duterte kasi maraming nag-aano sa kanila, nagsusupport. Kahit yung mga trolls,
But they're not necessarily DDS. Ganun ba yan?
DDS po.
DDS po, Mr. Chair.
DDS sila. So ibig sabihin, sila ay talagang loyal sa mga Duterte. Hindi lang sapagkat dumadami ang views kapag kinampihan na ng Duterte. Ganun ba yun?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. Kumbaga, sa amin po mga vloggers, kapag Duterte, kapag Sara, yung Kibuloy, yung mga ganon, Bato, ang laki po ng views niyan. Kahit yung sinasabi nilang rally nila na dinagsa, na kikin silang katao, pero ang grabe ang pag-share po niyan. At saka, kaya, kumbaga, parang nagiging professional ng mga vloggers na yon. Kumikita sila dun eh.
Oh, Mr.
Ang tulong sa kanila ng Duterte supporters doon, active na pinapatronize ng Duterte supporters yung mga vloggers na doon.
Mr. Chair, ako po,
Wait. Aside sa pagiging active, yung organic yon, you said, pwede rin bot yon, yung mga views? Go ahead.
Ayan, sir. Mr. Chair, I think this must be answered by the social media platforms, but as far as our dialogues in the past are concerned,
Dami talaga silang
may different monetization schemes. Yung sinasabi po kanina is for YouTube. For TikTok, for example, if you are a content creator, kailangan sumali ka, but you have to garner 10,000 shares, I think, or likes within 30 days para maging eligible ka sa program, para mag-monetize ka. So, ang gagawin nila is lalagyan ka nila ng ads. And let's not talk about political bloggers. Let's talk about commercial bloggers. I think it is well known that a lot of these commercial bloggers have become celebrities. One, yung isa nga po, inabol ng BIR dahil sinabi niya sa isang vlog niya rin na kumikita siya on a daily basis ng millions. So this is not old news. Ang ano lang, sir, is dapat ilagay mo na verified account ka at ang account mo is content creator. For example, in my case, my page is nakasulat government official. So therefore, I cannot be eligible for that particular program. So yes, meron pong monetization scheme.
You have last two questions.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Chair, let me go back to Ms. Maluno. Nabanggit mo kanina na may epekto, for example, sa mga tumatakbo sa eleksyon, yung fake news ng mga vloggers, especially kung hindi sinasagot. Now, I'd like to find out sa anong level, for example, like, mas may epekto ba ito sa mga senior citizen o mas may epekto ito sa mga kabataan?
Mr. Chair,
Yung ba'y pinag-aralan nyo rin?
Congressman Abante, that is known as segmentation and targeting. You segment the populations, you are able to target which among them you would want to convert. But conversion is not online. Marami pong nagsasabi, pag marami akong followers, I will win. I would like to disavow that paniniwala because followers are not voters. So you may have 500,000 followers but actually 10,000 voters. So why will you invest on something na you are not directly talking to voters? So, yun sir, tanong mo, kailangan...
So katulad din yan ng sa pag-survey yung awareness.
Yes sir.
Saka yung
Trust.
trust, okay?
So you segment, there is senior citizens. Senior citizens are hardcore voters. They will not change. The only one that changes are the new blood. Your 18 to 25, ang issue niyan kinabukasan. Yung 26 to 35, trabaho. Yung 36 to pataas, pabahay or health. So magkakaiba ang mga issues niyan. So pag sinegment mo yung population mo ng voters, sir, meron kang resulta ng election mo before. You segment that by barangay. You segment that by, may connectivity ba ako doon? Sino ang sasagutin ko using that data?
Okay, Ms. Malu, what if, for example, ito kalaban mo to, opponent, political opponent mo yan, no? What, for example, ginamit niya yung fake news na sinabi ng vlogger, ginamit niya at yun ang sinabi niya paninira sa candidate. Is he liable also like the vlogger?
Mr. Chairman, that's why I kept saying please respond to attacks immediately so that it does not become your narrative. Napakahirap pong habulin yaang kaguluhan sa online, lalo na eleksyon. So ako ho, ang suggestion ko, maaga pa, kinorek nyo na so that hindi siya ang issue sa 45-day campaign period.
Sana may comment tayo to Mr. Chair. Pero anyway, si ICC, no, I'd like to ask si ICC, for example, like, ito, yung katanong ko kay Ms. Malu kanina, na yung opponent mo sa politiko, for example, ginamit yung fake news ng vlogger laban sa'yo. Is he liable?
Sharing is not liable under the current laws that we have.
He's not liable?
Under the
Yung origin lang. For example, like, itong vlogger na ito, nagsabi ng masama sa kandidato, no? Tapos ginamit ng kalaban yung masamang yung sinabi. The same words. So yung political appointment is not liable.
basta shared content, hindi siya illegal at this point.
Sir, if I may help, sir, as a general rule, sharing is not. That's why we compared yung batas natin sa POMA law of Singapore, where sharing, kapag katinag na siya as malinformation or disinformation, itag na siya, hindi mo siya pwedeng i-share without the proper context. Pwede mo i-share, pero lalagay mo yung response. That's the Singapore method. Pero sa atin, sir, pag shinare, kailangan po talagang hanapin yung original poster.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun lang.
Okay, thank you so much, Congressman Labante. The next interpellator would be Congresswoman Jinky Luistro. You are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yun pong sagot ng CICC to be specific, is quite alarming because it might encourage people to keep on sharing because it has no accountability. So I hope later we can cite the legal basis which support the statement that sharing a fake news or a malinformation does not carry with it a liability with respect to the sharer. That is very alarming, sir. To continue, Mr. Chair, I think everybody agrees that we all recognize the freedom of speech, the freedom of the press, the freedom of expression as one of the primordial constitutional guarantees. However, kagaya po ng sinabi ng ating esteemed colleagues, ang lahat ng batas, ang lahat ng karapatan ay hindi absolute. It has to be subjected to restriction. And as I was listening to our hearing today, since this morning, I can already conceive the magnitude of the danger, the problem that we are facing right now. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, talking about internet, talking about cyberspace, unlike ordinary crimes, Tito, it is difficult to define territoriality because cyberspace, internet is boundless. And that is the challenge, the biggest challenge that we are facing right now. As a matter of fact, I wish to share one perfect illustration. Nakakatawa po kasi dumaan din sa news feed ko in one of the social platforms. Through AI, biglang nag-kiss ang former president at ang former senator, Laila de Lima. And I hope some of you were able to view that also. Pag-uwi ko po ng Batangas, at sabi nung magtataho, who's living in a very remote area, bati na pala si Duterte at si De Lima. So, that's how they influence people in the grassroots. And the question is, how do we correct the effect of wrong information? What if this wrong or fake information pertains to matters of national security. Ayaw nating mag-engage ng war, but because of fake news, somebody triggered and initiated some of us to engage in an activity which we have been really opposing and avoiding. Mr. Chair, amid all the challenges that everybody is presenting in today's hearing, I think everybody will agree that time is of the essence. Napapanahon na po for all of us to address the proliferation of fake news. It affects not only our personal interest, it could also affect national interest and even world's interest. With that, Mr. Chair, I have questions for DICT, and I wish I could get a very clear answer. Tayo po ba ay may jurisdiction sa social media platforms? By social media platforms, we are talking about Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. At least, ito po yung prominently used by Filipinos. May jurisdiction po ba ang Philippine courts over social media platform?
Sir, let me qualify my answer since this was directed to the ICT. With regard to regulation, we do not regulate social media platforms. We do not have any mandatory powers over them nor oversight powers over them. With regard to courts, Your Honor or Mr. Chair, I think that is better answered by the lawyers, the DOJ here.
Linawin po natin, sir, yung inyong naging response. When it comes to regulatory power of the ICT, walang jurisdiction ang DICT over social media platforms. And your basis is the charter of the ICT. Do you confirm this?
Sir, yes, Your Honor.
Now we go to NBI perhaps, or the DOJ if we have resource persons from DOJ. May jurisdiction po ba ang Philippine courts over the social media platforms?
Well, good afternoon, Your Honor. Philippine courts doesn't have any jurisdiction over social media platforms for the reason that these social media platforms operates under different jurisdiction. And we have the principle
By
of
different jurisdiction, ano pong ibig sabihin natin? Do you mean outside the Philippine territory?
yes, Your Honor, the servers of these platforms are outside the Philippine territory, Your Honor.
Nonetheless, how do they operate within the country in as far as using the cyberspace is concerned?
Well, the operation is through the internet, so internet is accessible to everyone.
And we have no way to regulate that.
I think the regulation should be better addressed by the DICT who has jurisdiction over matters of telecommunications.
As to regulation, the DICT, I believe, has answered already. Wala sa mandato nila ang regulation ng social media platforms. But I hope you realize, parang continuing yung crime eh. While it is being committed outside, the perpetration is happening even inside the Philippine territory. Yes, you really have to rely on your mandate on existing laws, pero meron po tayong principle sa batas, yung tinatawag nating continuing crime. And I would like to raise this legal question, whether posting malinformation, disinformation, fake news, notwithstanding the fact that the social platform is outside the Philippine territory, but the post can be seen inside our country. Can this be not considered as a continuing crime? DOJ, please.
Ma'am, Your Honor, on the part of the law enforcement, we adhere to the duality or doctrine of duality of crimes. So under the duality of crimes, since most social media platforms are owned by other countries, we also need to consider whether the crimes that are punishable here in the Philippines are also punishable in other countries who own the social media platforms.
And can you explain that? How does it work? The duality of crime.
Jurisdictional, ma'am. That's jurisdictional, Your Honor.
All right, so how
if
do
it's
you
not
apply it in
punishable-
as far as our challenges here in the Philippines is concerned?
The country where the social media platform is located does not really react to our requests or does not really care about our request because the law that is punishable here in the Philippines is not punishable under the jurisdiction. So basically, as a consequence, we cannot request information from those social media platforms as it is not congruent with our international law and law on data privacy, depending on the country where the social media platform
What
is
you are
based.
saying, sir, if I may interrupt, what you are saying is, if cybercrime is punishable here, cybercrime is not punishable in the place where the social media platform is located. Is that what you mean?
It depends on the kind of cybercrime, Your Honor. So, for instance,
Please expound.
cyber libel is punishable here in the Philippines, but it is not punishable in the US.
And where are these social media platforms located?
The biggest social media platform, such as Meta, is located in the US.
That at least we can have something to start on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Identify which countries have similar law which punishes similar crimes in the Philippines.
Yes, Your Honor.
Tama ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
And with your statement, does it mean na halimbawa ang cybercrime is punishable in a foreign country, cyber libel, punishable in a foreign country, punishable in the Philippines as well, even when the social media platform is in the foreign country, pwede ba natin din silang i-include dun sa case to be filed inside the country?
Yes, Your Honor, because there is already mutuality between the countries.
So in other words, we can acquire jurisdiction by way of duality of jurisdiction. Following your explanation, DOJ, kapag parehas ang batas ng Pilipinas at ng foreign country where the social media platform is located,
yes,
we can acquire jurisdiction. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, kindly state for the record, nasan po yung Facebook?
May I clarify, Your Honor?
Yes, DOJ.
Actually, I'm from the NBI, Your Honor. Actually, Your Honor, we do not acquire jurisdiction over the social media platform. We can only do requests. And the request we do is granted if the crime, which is the basis of the request, is also punishable in their jurisdiction.
Yes, that is the duality of jurisdiction.
Yes, Your Honor. But
What is your basis in saying that we cannot acquire jurisdiction over the social media platform, notwithstanding the fact that both countries have the same law punishing the same crime? Because I believe when we say duality of jurisdiction, it means that we can acquire jurisdiction as well.
Your Honor, good afternoon. I am the OIC Director for the Office of Cybercrime, Your Honor, an attached agency of the Department of Justice. Your Honor, as to the issue on jurisdiction, actually there is a way where we can acquire jurisdiction if there is a cyber warrant issued to a particular platform, but the limitation of that cyber warrant pertains only to computer data or informations that are stored in the or being held by these platforms to be produced or provided to us in relation to a particular case already filed in court, Your Honor.
Hindi ba, sir, lahat naman ng napopost talaga ay incorporated in the data which are being kept by the social media platform? So I wish to believe na lahat ng lumalabas sa social media platform ay part and parcel ng data ng social media platform which is foreign-based. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. I agree with your statement, Your Honor, but there are also some instances like dito po yung pumapasok yung retention, Your Honor, where kunyari sa Pilipinas po sa atin, if we have a particular, if our law requires a particular number of months or years for that platform to retain all those informations, we can.
We are now qualifying our answer now. CICC, right? No? Let's go to the basic question. Kaya po ba nating mag-acquire ng jurisdiction over the social media platform? Please do not qualify your answer first. Tun muna po tayo sa general rule. Kaya po ba o hindi? Because you were mentioning already about the cyber warrant, cybercrime warrant.
Your Honor, that's a very difficult question. Kasi crimes are jurisdiction. The definition of whether an act is a crime or not is jurisdictional.
I understand.
So, without qualifying,
Pero
maybe we
kanina,
can write a position paper on this. Your
kanina
Honor.
you were discussing already about the duality of jurisdiction doctrine, and I humbly submit that with that doctrine, I think there's a possibility for us to acquire jurisdiction over social media platform.
Your Honor, may I also, in addition to what was stated by Yusek Jeffrey, there is also a matter, Your Honor, or a question if the social media platform actively participated in a perpetration of a crime. So, kung actively participatory po siya, this...
If I may interrupt, sir, cybercrime law, to distinguish it from the crimes defined under the revised penal code, is considered as a special law. Do you agree? O, di ba? That's where the distinction lies between mala inse and mala prohibita. And when we speak about mala prohibita, what does it say? We do not care about malice. The only question is whether the crime is committed or otherwise. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor, we totally agree with that, Your Honor.
Yes, but you were discussing about knowledge, about participation in the perpetration of the cyber libel or cybercrime. Parang medyo contradictory po yun dun sa konteksto ng mala prohibita or malum prohibitum. I understand that the question is difficult, but at least we were able to discuss initially the duality of jurisdiction doctrine, which I hope you will be able to render a legal position paper. And in relation to that duality jurisdiction doctrine, I remember that my question started with the concept of continuing crime. Can you please shed light? Hindi po ba ito pwede i-consider na continuing crime?
As long as the malicious post is still active,
Yes.
Your Honor.
So you agree?
Yes, Your Honor, we agree.
So
That
if
it's still a
this can be
continuing crime.
considered as a continuing crime, the one who posts here is liable, and the server who makes possible the posting while it is based in foreign country can also be held liable. The question is difficult again. And of course, I appreciate that the Honorable Roman already requested to invite a constitutionalist to help us understand how we go about this. I just wish to submit that this cybercrime law was drafted, passed, and approved with the knowledge in mind that cyberspace is boundless, internet is boundless, and perpetrators are not confined only in the Philippine territory, but even outside. So I wish to believe that the drafters of this law considered the possibility of indicting as well the perpetrators who are based in the foreign country. That is a manifestation, Mr. Chair. And to proceed, Mr. Chair, I wish to state for the record before I proceed that this representation is requesting the DOJ to render a legal position with respect to the two issues raised already, the duality of jurisdiction doctrine and the concept of continuing crime. And for my last question, sa atin pong pag-aaral ng batas, mayroon po tayong tinatawag na warrantless arrest. Konting review lang po. Ano po ba yung mga instances when arrest without warrant is allowed? TOJ?
Yes, Your Honor. In the rules of court, Your Honor, the instances that warrants a warrantless arrest, Your Honor, is if a particular crime is being committed and the police officer has actual knowledge of the perpetration of the crime, Your Honor, the law enforcement can actually conduct the arrest of the subject without the necessity of a warrant, Your Honor.
TOJ, you will agree with me, we call it the doctrine of flagrante delicto.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. If a person is caught while committing a crime, he can be arrested even by a private citizen without need of a warrant.
Yes, Your Honor. As a citizen arrest, Your Honor.
Okay. Mayroon pong fake information, nakapost yung isang blogger. Can it be considered as flagrante delicto? Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. For as long as the fake news is still posted. The one who posted it is in flagrante delicto. So the question now to the law enforcement, can we effect an immediate arrest, considering that the one who posted is caught in flagrante delicto?
Yes, Your Honor, as long as the attribution could be established.
Mr. Chair, ang dami po ng vloggers na can be considered caught in flagrante delicto, and I find it strange. Walang inaaresto ang ating law enforcement agency. I do not subscribe to the opinion that our laws are insufficient. I wish to submit that the drafters of these laws considered already indicting even people outside the Philippine territory, considering that we're talking about cyberspace, considering that we're talking about internet, which horizon and territory is boundless. And going back to the doctrine of flagrante delicto, the biggest question is, ang dami pong bloggers without any concern at all about the possible consequences, about accountability, about liability, they just keep on posting fake news, proliferating fake news. And this is a clear illustration of caught in flagrante delicto, which warrants warrantless arrest. Bakit po walang ginagawa ang ating law enforcement agency?
Okay, we will reply. NBI.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for that question, Mr. Chair, as I already discussed a while ago, ang meron lang po tayo ngayon is cyber libel na batas. And Article 154 of the Revised Penal Code, if I may read, Mr. Chair. So doon po sa Article 154, meron po tayong unlawful use of means of publication and unlawful utterances. Number 1 po doon, any person who by means of printing, lithography, or any other means of publication shall publish or cause to be published as news any false news which may endanger the public or cause damage to the interest of the credit of the state. Yun lang po ang dalawang batas na pwede natin gamitin if we conduct a law enforcement operation or file of case. But the problem is, this case is a personal crime. Kailangan po may private complainant po na magrereklamo and it will be the basis for the arrest.
Sir, I wish to go back to the concept of flagrante delicto. Doon po ba sa flagrante delicto, naghihintay ho ba ang police ng complainant? I don't think so. For as long as the person is committing a crime, even private citizen can arrest without need of a warrant. Mr. Chair, I believe that the questions is quite legally debatable already. So I would appreciate listening on the next hearing to our invited constitutionalist. I conclude, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Luistro. The next interpellator will be Congressman Paulo Ortega. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sayang lang po, Mr. Chair, no, wala dito yung mga social media platforms na siguro mas marami tayong may babatong tanong kasi napaka-importante po yung in terms of regulation. But I would just like to ask kung sino po yung concerned na agency na who can answer, yung pwede pong sumagot. Nasaan po tayo in terms of ano na pong nagawa natin dito sa fake news na to, saka syempre yung regular na fact-checking sa mga fake news nandyan. Nasaan na po tayo? Ano na po nagawa natin sa mga I'm sure itong mga nakaraang ilang buwan napakadami pong fake news na lumalabas. Sabi ko nga po, kung meron pong monetization na nangyari dyan, dapat po siguro pati yung Quadcom may nakuhang monetization Kasi marami po tayong pinayaman na fake news na peddlers saka mga vloggers. Marami po sa kanilang kumita dahil po sa ating exercise dito sa House of Representatives. So may I ask DICT kung where are we now dito po sa laban na ito?
Mr. Chair, so as I mentioned earlier, we have a cooperation or a collaboration with the social media platforms. So for very, very immediate cases, to give you a concrete example, in 2024, the voice of the president was used in a seemingly news, pinamukha nilang news na parang inuutosan ni Presidente ang Philippine Navy to retaliate sa West Philippine Sea. And even though there was no regulation over social media, report natin yan and tinanggal nila. I think may listahan kami, sir, ng mga posts. Tinanggal nung social media platforms yon. And there are multiple, I'm sorry, I don't have the current statistics, but we have multiple cases of these types of things. But usually, we look at the virality and if it concerns top officials of government, Your Honor. For the others, I think there were cases already filed for cyber libel, for example, both by the PNP and the NBI.
Mr. Chair, yun nga po sir siyempre ito mga government officials, mga high-ranking officials, pero we have to look at the other side. Siguro kailangan po natin ng datos tungkol dito. Paano po yung isang estudyante o kaya may mga kaso ng estudyante na dahil hindi na po malabanan itong ganitong klase ng fake news, yung suicide rates po, di ba, I'm sure alam ng DICT na maraming nangyayaring ganun, na yung mga nabully sa eskwelahan, may mga social problems po na umaabot sa ganun. So, meron po ba tayong, may datos po ba tayo na may hila? Hindi lang naman po sa government officials, no? Kasi, hindi po nasusolve yung mga ganito na issues Parang palaki po siya ng palaki, kaya nga it's a worldwide phenomenon. Kaya nga very general po yung tanong ko ano pong ginagawa natin tungkol dito para labanan
mga ganitong issues, sir?
Sir, Mr. Chair, if I may. There are multiple cases of online harms, but in the enumerated example, for example, for cyberbullying, there are already steps being taken by DepEd and also with the ICT to check kung yung estudyante merong, what do you call that, may symptoms na they are being bullied, etc. It's also we've been supportive of the different bills being passed in Congress to explicitly define disinformation and misinformation. But Mr. Chair, I can submit some statistics and cases that not only the ICT but the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee and the CICC have handled. Regarding these cases. Medyo, I just don't have the exact figures, but there are cases handled by the CICC members and also by the National Cybersecurity Interagency Committee. Marami akong, puro anecdotal po kasi example ko, sir. Halimbawa yung recruitment ng AFP personnel by a fake recruitment site na nahuli natin si Mr. Wang last year, around October or November, by joint agents of the Bureau of Immigration, by the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, etc., which also forms part of this entire network of misinformation and disinformation, and also the multiple cases filed and yung mga scam hubs that was raided multiple by both PNP, NBI, and the CICC as well as the PAOK, which are also infrastructures of disinformation using text blasters and using IMSI catchers, etc. But we can submit statistics, Mr. Chair, regarding all of these cyber crimes, not just on the proliferation of disinformation and misinformation.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, tanong ko lang po, follow up. Where do we rank in the world in terms of yung ganyan, yung proliferation of fake news? Siyempre, I'm sure may number po yan eh, may datos po yan. Isa na po ba tayo sa pinakamataas na lugar kung saan nabubuhay at naglalagi ang fake news?
So if you look at the several reports, we're not even in the top 20 or top 30. But let me just qualify my answer again, Your Honor. The infrastructure kasi for disinformation, if we talk about disinformation and malinformation, it's not only about political bloggers. It also includes scams. And if we talk about scams, we're not identified in the ASEAN as a scam hub. I think this is one thing that we're proud as a government, both the legislative and the judiciary and the executive branch, kasi we acted so quickly on the POGO issue. In the ASEAN, ang natatag po ng ASEAN member countries as cybercrime hub, which also includes the infrastructure of disinformation and malinformation, is Laos, Cambodia, and Myanmar.
So sir, would you masasagot nyo, would you kindly answer if masasabi po natin na itong pagkalat po ng fake news is ginagamit nila as a weapon of influence and persuasion na nagagamit po sa politika right now?
Quiet, please. Go ahead, Congressman.
The answer, Your Honor, is yes. On whether is it massive or what the depth is, we can show examples. In the case of, for example, disinformation regarding the West Philippine Sea that has been discussed in the intelligence corridors and the task force in West Philippine Sea, that is a well-known, that's already been established, Your Honor. With regard to for example, vaccines na lang, disinformation on vaccines, kami po sa DICT has been a target of disinformation na ang cell sites daw wag ipatayo at magkakakos ng cancer. And look at the reason. And now we are short by of 66,000 towers, just because subdivisions doesn't want towers to be built. And there are a lot of these types of disinformation, Your Honor. So while it is not massive, I agree. If left unchecked, this can have lasting impact on our economic and political prospects.
My last two questions na lang po, Mr. Chair. Curious talaga ako sa DICT. There is an AI race. Alam po natin yan, sir. May AI race po ngayon. Not only for information, but for the bigger picture. AI race ang negosyo ngayon. Isa sa pinaka-lucrative na negosyo sa buong mundo. I'm sure na we're getting there. At magkakaroon din po ng point na magiging active po tayo dyan sa karera na yan. But I'm more concerned with our national security. Kasi nasan po tayo pag nagkatuloy po massive po yung AI race. Nasan po tayo, nasan pong kasiguraduhan natin sa safety natin sa gitna ng AI race na to?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that question. Again, it is a complex one. In terms of technology po, the Department of Science and Technology, I know this for a fact, and DICT has been developing our own AI for the use of our own purpose. The Department of Budget Management is also thinking about using AI for their own document management system. And we're talking about sovereign AI, for kumbaga hindi po siya poison ng ibang data set, so we're using that. But ang resources po kasi sa pag-develop ng AI is so massive, and we lack both the economic resources and the facilities to be able to compete. So if there will be a significant progress in this endeavor, even though the DOST has started it, the private sector must come in and also invest on this particular technology.
To wrap up, Mr. Chair, I do agree with yung sentiments po ni Ma'am Malu kanina. Yung sabi nga po nila, nung ginawa po kasi ito, saka ni-release sa mundo itong World Wide Web, itong internet natin, sabi ko nga, nung ginawa tayo sa mundo, meron tayong ethics, meron tayong pinag-iikutan na may pinag-iikutan tayo na moral, saka may mga sinusunod tayo na kahit hindi po batas. Sabi ko nga, I agree na kailangan po ng ethics dito sa ating social media. Sabi ko nga kay Kong Jinky kanina, meron po meron pong isang siguro troll po yun o fake na tao. Hindi naman po siguro niya sasabihin ng nakaharap ako yung sinabi niya sa akin sa Facebook Parang si Kong Jinky, hindi naman sasabihin sa akin ni Kong Jinky na babatukan kita, Paulo. So, una, walang ethics, tapos wala tayong sense of control, tapos yung polisiya nga natin is parang kulang sa pag-handle ng ganito. We were not ready with the power that was unleashed. So napakahalaga po, sir, na Mr. Chen, na sa susunod po na hearing natin, kasama po natin yung mga social media representatives po natin, yung mga platforms. Actually, siguro yung sa vloggers, parang explanation na lang nila yun kung saan nila kinukuha yung yung inspirasyon nila para mag-vlog o para po gawin yung mga ginagawa nila. Pero I'm more interested dun po sa representatives ng Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. Kasi dito po yung dito po yung mga nagagamit nila. So, yun lang, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Okay, thank you so much. The last interpellator will be Chairman Ace Barbers, but we'll be giving a chance to Congressman Alonto.
Thank you. Thank you, joint chairs. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wait.
We need to suspend for a few minutes now.
Suspension? Why?
Sige, 1 minute suspension.